Welcome back to the Women's Candidates. This is the year 2024. I'm your host, Robert Hess, joined by the one, the only, the prolific poker player, author, women's champion, Jennifer Shahade. Jennifer, how are you doing today and how are you feeling about these candidates?
I am super excited, Robert, to work with you. First of all, last time I got a chance to work with you, it got canceled at the last minute. So here we are, and I'm super excited. The play has been sizzling, and I'm just seeing so many victories. This game of catch up is going to be very fierce in these last few rounds.
Yeah, it certainly will be because as we dive into our standings, we have four players all within a point. There are two co-leaders, the compatriots from China and Lei Tingzhe and Tan Zhangyi, and then the two players from Russia. They trail by a full point. So Jennifer, as you look from top to bottom of these standings, what sticks out to you the most?
Those two leaders really going at it. And particularly Lei Tingche, somebody you wouldn't have expected to be so sky high based on her terrible start, right? And here she is with just like a magnificent run, putting her in the pole position along with her compatriot.
It is amazing when you lose the first game with the white pieces, as Lei Tingzhe did against Tan Zhangyi. As you're saying, Jennifer, you would think things are not going to go your way. Maybe you're going to have to find the next tournament to rebound in. But no, not Lei Tingzhe because she's been unbelievable. And Jennifer, as we go into our pairings for today, I don't know. Why don't we start at the top? Tan Zhangyi with the white pieces, Katerina Lagno. Katerina is one of those players who's a full point behind. So do you think she'll go all out for a victory with the black pieces?
Not necessarily. There's still a few rounds left, right? 4 rounds. And I also think that even if she did, we see Zhang Ji is just always in there to try to get that victory. I mean, she did decline the perpetual, even despite the fact that she had a lead in the tournament. So I don't think anyone's going for a draw in this game.
And Humpy Konero against Nurgil Salimova. That's a matchup of players who are having underwhelming tournaments. For Salimova, I think it was an accomplishment to make it here in the first place. She's still pursuing her Grandmaster title, so young and talented. But for Humpy Konero in particular, Jennifer, this must feel like it's once again not her event.
That's right. I mean, Humpy Konero, one of the greatest players in women's chess history, but that ultimate title has eluded her, and it looks like this is not going to be her time.
Unfortunately not, and for Vaishali, a lot of people were speculating this would be her time. She did shine in the year 2023, earning all of her Grandmaster norms and rating, winning in the Isle of Man for the Women's Grand Swiss, but this has not been the showing she would have won in her first foray in this caliber of a tournament. And her opponent today, Jennifer, Alexandra Goryachkina, we know how powerful she can be. Do you think she'll be hunting with the black pieces?
I think so. Yeah, I think she will be trying to mix it up. What do you think?
Well, I think so. I think Vaishali did get a win against Salimova, but that was kind of fortunate. She was in a lost position a few moves before the end. So for Goryachkina, I think it is time to strike. And last, but certainly not least, Lei Tingzhe, one of our co-leaders, with white against Anna Muzychuk. Muzychuk, like Humpy, not in the best of form in this particular women's candidates, but at any moment a dangerous opponent. What do you think about this matchup?
Well, I think Lei Xingqie is just like on such a roll. Why wouldn't she try to keep going and, control her own destiny? So I'm expecting fireworks there as well. I suppose she's got 4.5 out of the last 5 games against that incredible run of players. Why not? You keep going when you're hot.
Lei Tingzhe, a fan favorite. As you said, she's on a roll. So do you think, everybody, that she will win again today? You can get involved. You can vote because the winner of the competition, they get a $250 chessbook course voucher. So do get involved. Use the command vote in chat right now and make sure you vote on both the women's candidates and the candidates tournaments. But without further ado, Jennifer, we're going to dive into the playing hall, the Great Hall in Toronto, Canada. We see on screen Lei Tingzhe with the white pieces against Anna Muzychuk. In Jennifer, in your experience commentating, playing, the role of spoiler, that's one that I think we take for granted. But Anna Muzychuk, she tries it every single game she plays with the black pieces against Lei Tingzhe with the handshakes now there and the game starting. If she can play spoiler in that one.
Oh yeah, yeah. They love all chess players love being a spoiler, right? I'm okay with spoilers, Robert. I'm one of those rare people. If you tell me what happens at the end, I'm okay with it. But
Yeah,
don't do it on
no,
the air.
I won't, and I don't think we can spoil this tournament because every player, every round has proven to be in fighting spirit. So as we look around the horn at the games, we have Tan Zhengyi against Katerina Lagno. I think she brought her knight out on the first turn. I'm just going to quickly try to see if this move will come in. But if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Tan Zhengyi went knight f3 on the first move, unless my eyes deceive me.
Yeah, I can't see as well as you can here, but it does appear that a knight is out. Could it be the other knight? No way. No way.
That would be shocking, and we know that Tan brings fighting spirit with her, but I think it seems like she's going for a ready style setup, fianchettoing her bishop on the king side and playing a slower approach to the opening. And Jennifer, when we talk about the co-leaders, Tan Zhengyi, her compatriot Lei Tingzhe, they beat each other, have not lost to anybody else, and have taken down a few massive names in the field. At what point in the event, you did say there are 4 rounds to go, but at what point do you pay attention to your own game, but also have one eye on your co-leader's game?
That's so tough, Robert, because I think it's too early to do that because the flow, the zone that you lose by focusing on your compatriots' games, it just doesn't seem worth the little bit of extra information you get. I'm a poker player, so I get it. We always want to maximize our information, but I don't think it's worth it.
Well, you're also a chess player, and you do have two U.S. women's titles to your name, and sometimes you can't help it, right? You are in a heated competition with somebody else. You both are neck and neck down to the finish line. So I think we do our best to sit on our hands, make sure that we're patient. But I do believe that it's difficult, especially if there's a screen up there, right? Some tournaments they have the big screen where you can see other people's games. How do you avoid that?
Oh, yeah, it is difficult for sure, for sure. But they got to stay in that flow, that chess zone. As the final couple rounds, I think it becomes even more pertinent, though. That's for sure.
And we see here the drink being sipped by Katerina Lagno as she sits back in her chair. It is the opening stage of all 4 games. The players just sort of getting their feet underneath them because it is a day after a rest day. And I know for me, I've never been a fan of rest days because when I'm in a competition, I just want to keep going. I don't want to lose that rhythm. And I think for these two, it's not like they are going to be hurt too much, not affected much by the rest day. But still, I do feel, Jennifer, that sometimes it is a bit awkward when a rest day happens.
Oh man, I love rest. The more rest, the better. Toronto is one of the greatest cities in the world. But I hear you. I hear you. I think it depends. Maybe Lei Ting-che wasn't so excited with that rest. I mean, 4.5 out of 5. Let's just keep going. Let's add rounds to this.
I'm there with you, and it does feel like with Katerina Lagno stepping away from her chair, she's feeling good about how the opening has gone. And that's a good sign for her fans. So why don't we zoom out instead of just focusing on this one game? We will have to keep our eyes open on all of them at once. As we look at our bird's eye view, here are the moves they have come in all 4 games. We see the outline of some openings here, and in the bottom left, we're going to get a Sicilian between Vaishali and Goryachkina. So, Jennifer, I think that Goryachkina, she makes her intentions clear from the very first move, but then we get a C3 Sicilian from Vaishali in the bottom left. That means that she doesn't want to play ball. She is playing a calmer approach against her higher rated and very hungry competitor in Alexandra Goryachkina.
Yeah, but at least it's that line of the C3 Sicilian that has a bit of an Aliekan feel, right? E4, C5, C3, knight F6. It's like a better than the Alekhine because white has committed to the move C3, right? But it does have, I think, a quite combative feel to it sometimes. And we see, some double-edged play, just kind of a little bit of a weird position with that knight on B6 already on move 4. I mean, the black knight has already moved 3 times and it's only move 5, right? So yeah, I think it's going to be pretty exciting, actually.
So what you're saying is don't try this at home. Don't move the same piece over and over again if you're newer to chess. But this is, if we go back just to 2 moves now, bishop c4 was the developing move to attack the knight. And oftentimes black auto replies with e6 just to protect the knight, saying I don't mind the double pawns in the center. But I do believe that Goryachkina's choice is playing for the most ambitious lines from the black side. She really needs this victory, she feels, especially after losing the 10th round to Lei Ting-je. That was a very long battle, and she's now saying, I'm a point behind. I need to catch up. And well, if you're going to catch up, you probably need to win because, as you mentioned, Lei Ting-je is on the ultimate roll.
Yeah, absolutely. She needs to start scoring some points. And I think this is, a pretty good result for both players. They can both be happy. I mean, I used to play the C3 Sicilian a lot, and I get it. Like, look, White's going to get a huge center after she plays the move D4. And Black doesn't have as many defenders on the king side as she normally would because she moved the best defender from G8 to B6. So yeah, this is gonna be fun times.
And Vaishali seems to be the one who's first taking a sizable think. I mean, it's only a minute and a half of her time to this point, but she is maybe trying to remember or choose the variation that she wants to go down. Because for Goryachkina, she's an e4, e5 player from the black side. Of course, at this high level, you play a mix and match. You can play the Caro-Kann. There's such a variety, and you'll see in their player history that they do choose depending on their opponent. But I think the Sicilian, that's a clear indication. She wants to win this game. And for her being down a full point to not just one, but two different players, yeah, I understand why she's going for it.
Yeah, and she did make the move D4. And at first I thought that, you got to play D4, but knight F3 would also make sense to protect the E pawn. But she did choose to play a D4, and now we'll see whether Black takes on D4 right away. I think she kind of has to, right? Because otherwise pawn takes C5 is going to happen. So I don't see, I mean, there's the other option would be maybe a move like D6, but then you have to reckon with pawn takes C5 in the early queen trade with, I think, a bit of a positional edge for White.
Totally with you there. And sometimes people push the C pawn, but I think it's overly committal because when your opponent has connect four, as White does from B2 to E5, you know that you're going to attack in the direction of your pawn chain. So White wants to attack towards the king side. And if you play C4, you're shutting down the middle in a favorable way for White. So just to put these just two moves quickly on the board, you'll see the bar is going way up in White's favor. It's still, of course, playable for Black, but you've just allowed White to cement these pawns on D4 and E5 with the F pawn joining the party later. You do not want to release the tension, Jennifer.
I mean, I think it's a beautiful example of how you get one moment of joy by playing C4 and attacking your opponent's piece for a lifetime of pain, right? Because your C pawn no longer actually attacks the center, which is what you want to do. You need to get a little bit of play in the center. So yeah, great example.
And is another good illustration of what I like to say is that a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. And you can shorten the pawn chain where the base pawn will be on D4, easier for Black to approach. Whereas if that chain remains from B2 all the way up to E5, good luck getting to that pawn on B2. It's very far away from Black's pieces. So C4, as you said, it's a instant gratification, but you are going to pay the price in the long run. I do not think that Goryachkina, even though she wants to play for a win, is going to make that kind of committal decision. That would be objectively a mistake.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I love this position for White. Like, I think that it's a happy opening for Vaishali. But again, there is that idea, imbalance things, even if it means you get a small disadvantage. See if your opponent overpresses, if it adds to a more dynamic game. The strategy's got a lot of benefits, right? And it makes a lot of sense considering the tournament situation.
You
And
know what's
why do I
funny,
like White? Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just going to say something you used. I played the Alapin growing up, and I feel like I always got bad positions, but I love when I watch other people play it.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, I feel that way about the King's Indian defense. I tried it once and it didn't go so well for me, but I like it when they play it.
And sorry, Jennifer, what were you saying before, though, about this structure?
I just love it. I mean, you're right. The pawn chain, beautiful pawn chain for White. Like Nimzovich once said, look at the direction of the pawn, and that's where you're attacking. And it's clear that if you try to castle kingside, I mean, I'm going to be trying to attack you over there because you got nobody. Nobody is going to hang out over there. And the knight is the best defender of kingside attacks. And your knights are all in the queen side. So already as White, I'm thinking like, I might be able to get an attack soon. And it's quite early to feel that ambitious, but that's how I feel. Like, it's just a fun position for White. I mean, how are you going to develop in castle? You play G6, bishop G7? I don't know.
That bishop will stare into the brick wall of those pawns in the center. And same deal with E6. You do develop the dark square bishop, but your light square bishop gets buried behind a wall of your own pawn. So it's just not easy to figure out the continued development from the black side. And I think that's why Goryachkina is in for a thing. So I'm with you. I like the setup from Vaishali. Why don't we just take a step back just so we can go around the horn and see how the other games are developing. And all right, Jennifer, I'll put you up to it. Well, which game besides the one we're just looking at is catching your eye next?
Well, we do have an Italian game in Lei Che against Anna Muzychuk, so we can take a look at that one. As that always ends up being an exciting game at some point. At some point, not always right away. Sometimes it starts a little slow, but it always explodes eventually.
And I just brought the board up here, and as you said, it started from the Italian game. Not a single piece or pawn has been traded yet, but I think your point is well taken, Jennifer. Where if White, for example, takes the bishop that was just put on e6, then we get this semi-open f file. The rook is placed here, the bishop staring down towards the white king. That's when it starts getting fun.
Yeah, that's right. And that's the type of move that a lot of people instinctively want to make when they're starting out. I have a son who plays chess, and this Italian comes up all the time. Bishop takes e6, pawn takes e6, queen b3. Look at that. There's a double attack, right? You would think that life would be very happy for White there, right?
It does feel good, but then you realize, as you said, you're creating a one move threat that once your opponent protects, say with the move queen to c8, defending both pawns at once, you're like, well, why did I do all that? Because the king for white is in more danger than the black king with the bishop and rook lined up here, a knight coming to g4 in the near future. It can get out of hand quite quickly.
That's right. There are a lot of attacking potentials, and you're right. The rook on f8 and the bishop on c5 combine quite well. And it's not even clear that black would have to double defend. Queen c8 is a double defense, but even if you were just to play queen d7 and connect the rooks, good luck taking that pawn on b7. They're not going to be happy for very long. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, this is how it backfires. Like, yes, my tactic, my double attack, I learned that one. It worked out so well. Well, think again. Player like Anna Muzychuk's not going to give up a pawn that simply, trapping the white queen on the captured square.
So yeah, bishop e6. Now it's white on move, and it looks like Lei Ting-che taking a little bit of a think, as we've seen her in a different game in this tournament play the move bishop b5 in a similar position, with the idea of getting that move d4 in without having to reckon with any exchanges. So we'll see if she chooses to go that route again, or if she has something else in mind, some other quiet move, whether it's h3 or knight f1. A lot of different options here for white.
It's the variety. It's complicated because you know your plan, but you're never quite sure what move order this specific position calls for. Because, as you mentioned, Jennifer, h3, that could be a useful move, or it might be slow and allow black to strike at d5 in some of these positions. So I'm with you. I like that bishop b5 idea that Lei Ting-che uncorked in a previous game, just because the threat of d4 might be stronger even than its execution, where you have to look out. If white could put a pawn on d5, I know I'm cheating by moving this pawn 2 squares at once, we get a fork. So d4, if we can make that happen, we'll have a pretty humongous threat involved with it. So it's not going to be allowed, but just want everyone to keep that in mind, that white would love to be able to push this pawn in the center.
Okay, but if we're going to play bishop b5, why don't we just play the Roy Lopez? Come on. What are we doing here? Come on.
Oh,
so many years of chess theory to prove that the Roy Lopez is a superior opening.
Yeah,
and I'm joking. I'm joking, of course. The Italian's very popular lately. But there is, when I first started learning chess and chess openings, I was told that the Roy Lopez was superior to the Italian because the bishop gets harassed a lot on c4. And, you can kind of get it out of the way on b5. And it's funny how it ends up becoming true a lot of the time, that the bishop's in the way of the thing that you want to do.
You're right. And I think, the bishop on b5, this pawn would not be sitting on a5 here for black. It usually goes to a6 to kick that bishop around. So it's good to point out the nuances of what changes with a small little move. It wouldn't seem like there's much of a difference between these two squares, but it changes everything. And, well, Lei Ting-che, she's on the clock. She hasn't figured out her next move. This early bishop e6 from Anna Muzychuk, it might not have shocked her. She's seen these positions before, but it seems to have caught her off guard in this moment. And Jennifer, I was talking about how with the black pieces, Alexander Goryachkina, Katerina Lagno, they might feel like they need to win. For Lei Ting-che, who's been on a roll, she wants to keep that up, and she knows that Tan Zhongyi might not slow down for anybody. So there is a bit of pressure, even though she shares the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. She definitely wants to keep this game exciting. And great point about the pawn on a5. I think that's the type of thing that grandmasters notice because obviously having a Roy Lopez where your opponent can't play a6 is far superior. So yeah, I expect she will play that move for sure. Let's move on though and take a look at how it's progressing with Lagno. Well, not very much it appears. They're still quite early on the game, as it looks like our co-leader has sunk into quite a deep think on move 5.
Okay, so let's zoom out for a moment, see our four boards, because this one we have a pause. A good time to check out another. And as you said, in the top left of our screen, our co-leader Tan Zhengyi, she just isn't moving. She seems frozen, and it's not like she hasn't seen this position before, Jennifer. But I do think that nerves get to everybody, and even the most composed, stoic people. There's sometimes thinking, well, how should I continue this game? Should I take some risk? Should I just play it super safe and maybe that allows my opponent to stabilize without great effort? But as we dive into this board here with Ten Zhengyi on the clock, she must be thinking, do I push c4 or may Katerina be sensing that that's what I'm going to do, take the pawn and potentially not give it back because that could make this a double-edged game.
That's right. C4 is critical here. Do you go for that sacrifice? Of course, white has the option not to and do something quieter. It's not going to be like a terrible position, right? But yeah, if you don't get to play C4, what's up with your bishop on G2? The moves go so beautifully together, right? So, yes, perhaps this is a long think, just kind of trying to remember some variations you looked at previously with C4 DC. At the end of the day, now that she's thought so long, Robert, what is your prediction? Do you think the fact that she thought so long is indicative that she's just not going to do it, or does it not give us that info?
It's a great question. I feel like the more she thinks, the less likely it is because that's the automatic move. It's not like this is our first time seeing this position. You and I know that. And for those of you who are sitting and watching from home, this is not a new position. There's been no novelty. Tan Zhengyi is just trying to consider where she wants to take this game. As you mentioned, Jennifer, there are a number of other moves that keep the equality. It's not like white's in any danger here. We're 5 moves into this game. But c4 is one of these moves where, let's just show an example, that if you take and after queen c2, sometimes people make this move pawn to b5, and they're trying to cling on to this extra pawn. So these types of positions may require some dedication to dynamic play rather than keeping everything safe and sound. So I just wanted to point that out because this is the type of thing that Tan Zhengyi is considering. It's swirling around in her mind, but it's not new to her.
I totally agree. And I actually agree with your point too, that the longer she thinks, the less likely she is to play C4. And yet I still think she's going to play C4.
Well,
Because
it's the move, right?
yeah.
It is the main move by far because, as you point out, this bishop on g2, it's not the best piece. But if this pawn is captured on c4, even though you may not get that pawn back, I put it in green. The bishop is very happy.
Yeah, and it's just tough to come up with what are some other like quiet moves that you go play here. Putting your bishop on f4 is not an exciting move when you have your pawn on g3 because the bishop is too easy to harass. Same with bishop g5. You know, you don't really feel like taking on f6. So what's your bishop doing over there? So moves with the c1 bishop don't look great. e3 is worse than c1. d2 is worse than c1. So we have to X that out. We don't want to put our knight on c3 because it's in front of our c pawn. I'm running out of moves here. I mean, you're right. Like I don't that c4 is not mandatory, but I just don't see other good moves. What, knight to d2? I guess like or b3, pawn to b3 or knight to d2. It's just hard to come up with moves that are any good, to be honest.
I think b3 is played in many of these positions, but I've never been a believer in it. I do think that it's a bit slow. Black at some point in the near future can strike with c5 and say, if you're not going to play for the aggression and trying to open up your pieces, I'll do just that. So b3, I know it's a move, but it doesn't have bite to it. And I think that I prefer to play the move c4 and get on with it. But yeah, Tan Zhengyi, she's invested so much time at this point, Jennifer. I'm truly surprised because it's not like anything has happened. We are just in a very normal position that has been played thousands and thousands and thousands of times. So I just can't explain it.
Yeah, well, I mean, It is very boggling, but I bet you it's because she's looking at one of those lines with c4 takes on c4, queen c2. She's looking deep in her preparation, trying to remember one thing before she commits to playing the move. And when I say it, I don't think any other move is any good. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's playing for a huge edge. But yes, like if she feels like there's something she's really uncomfortable with c4 dc, then maybe she will play b3. But it's interesting because most queen pawn openings have that kind of out where you can play something that's super quiet. But here, there aren't as many options as usual because we've already committed to that kingside fianchetto, which kind of takes out like the London or the Trumpowski type lines, right? Or Torre lines.
It takes out all those. You mentioned the point before that this bishop on c1, it doesn't have that wraparound availability because the pawn is on g3, so it's easy to kick the bishop when it develops. I really believe that Tan Zhengyi is playing a psychological battle right now with herself, but also her opponent, because Katerina Lagno is one full point behind. Is she potentially thinking, well, let's make her force the action? If she wants to beat me and catch up, she's going to have to take risks. So perhaps that is what's going through Tan Zhengyi's head. I don't get it fully. She's now down almost 20 minutes on the clock, and we're only on move 5. Reminder to everybody that the players, as you can see to the right of Maya and Jennifer's cameras, they need to get to move 40 to gain an extra 30 minutes on the clock. So this is time not well spent, I will say. So Jennifer, why don't we leave Tan Zhengyi to it? Perhaps she will allow us to figure out what she's doing by playing some moves in the near future. But let's go and finish the... By the way, as I was going to say, let's go finish. In the bottom left, it looks like Goryachkina also is frozen, Jennifer.
That's right. Goryachkina is frozen in that position as she figures out what to do in this Alapin Sicilian. Does she want to take on d4 or perhaps play d6 or d5? I don't see a lot of other possible moves. I mean, you made a great instructive point about c4, but no grandmaster is really considering c4. Like that's not something she's looking at because it's so positionally bankrupt, as you really put it out well earlier. So yeah, what else? I mean, I can't think of anything besides like d6, d5, or c takes d4.
All of those moves speak to me. I would play one of them and probably play it much more quickly than Goryachkina currently. I am worried when players spend so much time in these early stages. But why don't we leave those two on the left-hand side to it as they burn their clock. Let's go to the upper right-hand side. Humpy Koneru against Nurgil Salimova. It's still early in this game, and we see an imbalance, Jennifer, where white has the bishop pair, black has these double pawns, but there's an open H-file. So that means that if white wants to castle down this way, you do have to be a bit careful.
That is true, especially if black hasn't castled yet. So sometimes we see a bit of a waiting game there to wait until black castles before we castle. And that is something you see in a number of openings.
Yeah, it is. And I like to point out that top players, they always talk about the two bishops advantage. But this bishop on f1, it would be great if it could find a diagonal, but what diagonal is it going to find when black has all of these pawns on light squares? Like, if I allowed you, Jennifer, to pick up this bishop and put it on a different light square, where are you putting it?
that is a good point. I mean, I guess the square for it is d3 at the moment, but everything is quite solid for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like picking it up. I'm trying to figure it out, and I don't see an actual square where it's strong because no matter where it goes, and I'm really just doing this all freestyling it, but it's staring into a brick wall of pawns, and that is the key to this position. It's not, like this bishop can team up with the other dark square bishop and go to an open diagonal. This bishop on f1 is kind of buried by black's pawn structure, and that's what makes this opening acceptable from the black side.
Oh, you wanted to change it into another dark squared bishop. That's interesting. I mean, I think that's probably bad, even worse. But it's an interesting try. Very bughouse of you. Yeah.
You mentioned bughouse, so I got excited for a second, then I realized, okay, it's still just chess. We're not getting pieces from another board. But with that in mind, Jennifer, I tend to struggle because I love the bishop pair. But what about you? Are you knights over bishops or bishops over knights?
I'm also bishops over knights. Yeah, I do love that bishop pair as well. But if you were going to pick a player from the women's candidates to be your Bughouse partner, who would you pick?
Ooh, that's such a good question. I feel like Lei Tingje. I think she just has this really fun, energetic style, and I think that she would really enjoy sacrificing pieces, even if that meant that I had none of my own and I got checkmated on my board. Jennifer, I'm gonna throw it back to you. Who do you feel like you would team up best with in Bughouse?
I'll take Humpy Canaro. I don't know if Bughouse is popular in India, but I feel like she's going to catch on real fast. I mean, this is one of the most talented women players in history.
I feel like she would be so good at protecting her king. Like I feel like it'd be one of those frustrating Bughouse matches where you keep putting down pawns and trying to pry open squares, and every single move by her would just be this calm, like, okay, you're trying to do that. Nope, not going to allow it.
I think, yeah, that's the funny thing about Bughouse. There's a lot of defense that's required as well. And what do we still have Tang Jianqi, by the way, 1 minute and 8 seconds. Must have been thinking about 20 minutes on this move. And yeah,
Mm.
that's it. It's extraordinary. I'm really puzzled by this. Um, as you pointed out earlier, Robert, the longer she thinks, maybe she is just going to play something like pawn to b3.
I
And
think
and
as we zoom out,
Lagno,
yeah, let's zoom out
Lagno,
to the. Sorry, I was just saying, I want to show that on the screen for everybody. But what is Lagno up to?
yeah, I think she was away from the board earlier. It seemed like she was taking a long break. Like, why not? Not get stressed out and just kind of like wait until you see what line of your preparation your opponent's going to go down. I mean, makes sense. Just
Yeah. So why don't we zoom out to the bird's eye view? Because some of these players, it feels like they're still on their rest day because they're not moving. And you just mentioned that Tan Zhongyi in the top left, she's down to an hour, 7 minutes. Right beneath her is Alexander Goryachkina, who has not moved either. So this is a strange round, Jennifer.
Yeah, you're right. Good point about the rest day. They're still resting. But the problem is you rest too much early, then the end is not going to be restful at all because you're going to get into these super complicated positions with not enough time in your clock. So obviously they're aware of that. And I do want to take a look at Goryachkina's position because I think that the way that you normally want to deal with this when you're playing the black side against Yalapin is figure out if you can punch back against the center with the idea of taking on d4 and then playing rather d6. So, because a lot of times you can get a really nice game just by doing that. The queen trade is not a big problem for black because sometimes that pawn on e5 ends up becoming a little bit of a weakness in the end game, right? Like if you were to play just knight to f3 and allow us to trade queens, that could be okay. So I wonder whether she's just analyzing this position and kind of considering whether white has any kind of sneaky ideas like queen to f3 or pawn to e6, some way to kind of heat things up so that she doesn't get a chance to do this. Like, for example, well, I did want to point out just for fun that if knight f3, Goryachkina can't continue to pressure on e5 and d4 with bishop g4 because there's bishop takes f7 check. So there are a lot of issues here that Goryachkina has to keep in mind.
Tons of them, and we will dive into those. We may be having some relay issues from the live site because it does seem odd the players are frozen. So we will keep everybody updated. In the meantime, we will take a short break, and when we return, we promise, dive into all the action. Hopefully, the players are not still on their rest day because I think that is the technology that is the problem. So we'll be right back, everybody. Stay tuned. This is the 11th round of the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates, and the action only continues after this break.
Salamova may only be 20 years old, but here she is at the Candidates Tournament. Despite being the youngest and lowest rated player in the field, she is dangerous regardless. In 2023, Salamova finished second in Bulgaria's Open National Championship. She was the only woman in the field. She made it to this tournament by reaching the finals of the World Cup. She even defeated another candidate, Anna Muzychuk, to advance to those finals. 6 of the top 8 rated women in the world are in Toronto, and Salamova must outlast them all. It's a tall task, but Salamova has already achieved so much at a young age. What is stopping her from more? The answer can be found here at the 2024 candidates.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
I can guarantee that working your way through this course and solving all 1001 exercises will reward you not only with a greater tactical knowledge, but also with spotting more tactics in your own games. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony and I'm a Women International Master. I wish you a warm welcome to the course 1001 Chess Exercises for Beginners, authored by Franco Mazzetti and Roberto Massa, with videos by me. In this case, the knight on c5 is not protected, and so the winning move is g6. g6 is the discovered attack, but it is also a double attack, because not only are we hitting the knight on c5, we are also threatening mate on h7. In this case, rook c7. Black has no choice but to capture, and now our queen comes in. We've lured the queen away. Now the king is too far removed. It cannot protect the black queen, so we are going to pick up the black queen on the next move.
And we return to the 11th round of the 2024 women's candidates. And we do apologize. There were some technological difficulties on the ground in Toronto, but it seems like everything has been fixed and updated. I'm Robert Hess alongside Jennifer Shahadi. Jennifer, it's sad that we had to wait this long to get everything back in order, but we're glad that what's been sent to us from Toronto is fixed. And I think we didn't actually miss that much in the top left of the game between Katerina Lagno with the black pieces and Tan Jung-yi with white. Not too much actually happened.
That's right. And, we were talking about whether she was going to play the combative move C4, sacrificing a pawn. She did not, as it turns out, and the game has entered somewhat quiet waters as a result.
Yeah, that game still so many pieces left on the board in the top left, in the top right. Both players have castled queenside. So Jennifer, that's not something that we see that often with both players going to the long side.
That's right. Well, it certainly made a lot of sense for white to go queenside because, as you pointed out earlier, that H file was dangerous for white to castle into. And hey, black said, "Hey, you're going to do it. I don't want to castle kingside and have you suddenly kind of hammer me on my G6 point." So she responded in kind, but I still kind of like Humpy's position. Now I think
I'm,
that with a nice little quiet play, maybe can she get E4 in someday, maybe, or just play King B1 and see if we can make some use of those bishops one day. What do you think?
I I agree with you completely. Try to play it slow and then open up the bishops at the right time. That seems like the a reasonable approach from Humpy, who's such an experienced player. In the bottom left, it's where we started with an Alapin Sicilian, and that one doesn't look particularly developed either. And I'm not just talking about the move number; I'm talking about the pieces in the bottom left. Vaishali and Goryachkina, neither player has castled their king, so that one looks quite stable for the moment, but it's not super active, Jennifer.
Yeah, it did. We did get some interesting tactics in that one to lead us to this position. But before we get into that, there's one more game we haven't discussed yet, and that is the Italian game by our tournament leader, co-leader, Lei Ting-che against Anna Muzychuk. And this one is really interesting.
At first, I would say the one in the bottom right, that is the most interesting position to me, but it also looks the most developed in a way. It looks more middle gamey than the other positions. But I'm with you, Jennifer. I mean, that game, Lei Ting-jae against Anna Muzychuk, that's just going to be a fight.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I mean, Lei Ting-jae has been an absolute fire in the last 5 rounds, but the question remains here, like the two bishops for Annie Muzychuk and that nice little advanced A pawn, move like A3 in the air. I mean, I'm feeling it, this position for black, to be honest. And I guess I'm also partly swayed by the fact that we came in as Lei Ting-che just played this retreating move, right? So she had moved her knight to G5, and then Annie Muzychuk played H6, and she simply retreated to F3. So yeah, I'm sure she had her reasons not to capture, but it makes you wonder. Well, we've induced the weakness H6, but is it worth all that time? And I mean, I do kind of feel in some nice play here for black. Is black much better? I would not be able to say that. Absolutely not. But it seems maybe a bit more comfortable for black.
Yeah, this retreat, knight f3, as you mentioned, it's like, why did you go up to g5? Presumably to take that bishop on e6, but then you had second thoughts. And well, what I will say, though, Jennifer, is I look at the position. Black has the bishop pair. It isn't open board. There are these doubled c pawns, which could be a long-term weakness, but for now is not a weakness at all, hard to approach. But then I look at the clock, and Lei Ting-jae is playing very quickly. So I don't love the look of White's position, but maybe she believes in the long term potential, and that's why she is blitzing out all the way up to move 16.
That's right. And I mean, the move that obviously with rook d8, obviously Muzychuk is thinking someday, some way, playing the move d5 would be glorious, right? I mean, then the position opens up for our two bishops, and we have our rook looking and eyeing your queen on d1. But for the moment, a move like d5 could be met by knight takes e5, threatening knight takes c6 to boot. But that said, a lot of times white's plan, especially after black has played the move h6, is to try something like knight h4 and then stick a knight on f5.
Oof. Yeah, that would not be pleasant. And Jennifer, you make such a great observation that maybe this knight g5 move, it was all played to induce the pawn to h6 because there is no g6 anymore to keep a knight out of f5 because the pawn on h6 would be hanging.
That's right. But keep in mind that this idea of playing knight h4 to f5, knight to f5, it's very dependent on the position staying closed because it is a very long-winded plan. I mean, it takes you 2 whole moves to get your knight there. And in the meantime, black will be very incentivized to play a move like a3 or d5 to say, you know what, you're not going to get all that time and I'm going to smash the center open. So we're really looking at a principal battle here, I think.
And I think that, when we talk about certain principles, look at black's development. All of the pieces are out, and then white has a bishop on c1 that hasn't moved, a rook in the corner that doesn't look like the most active piece. So I say at first glance, I would like black's position, but then you mentioned this knight h4 to f5 play, d5. It's not available to black just yet because the e5 pawn is hanging. So it becomes a double-edged position where my first instincts are to prefer the black side with the bishop pair open board, good cohesive development. But then I'm like, well, not so fast. What's black's plan? And that's actually harder to orchestrate because as we keep highlighting, and I think it is important to do so, d5 not available just yet.
That's right. But if you play knight h4, I can play d5. So it's weird. Like your knight on f3 is kind of doing double duty here. Like wants to be the aggressor, but it's actually kind of a defender here in a weird way, just stopping the move d5 from being played, which is not that easy to bolster, right? I mean, we don't like have a great way to prepare d5 if you have knight takes e5, or do we? How can we prepare the move d5 here for black? It is white's move. So I guess we have to ask ourselves where white's going to play. I had mentioned knight h4, but like I said, I think hitting me with an immediate d5 there is going to need to be reckoned with because then you don't have time to play knight f5 because I just take on e4.
Yeah, I'm going to show that if you try to bring your knight into f5 immediately, you're going to pay a pretty monumental price as you can capture back on e4, but remember, this knight on g3 needs to stay protecting this knight on f5, so you've overloaded pieces. You take on e4. Well, unfortunately for you, that leaves this knight on f5 hanging, which black will take. So, Jenna, great spot by you because d5 is one of these moves that after pawn takes, you think that you are blundering this e5 pawn once again if you take back with the pawn, but you can even take back with the queen here because d3 is such a weakness. And we'll remind everybody, white is not fully developed, not ready to defend this pawn on d3.
That's right. So we do have the double pawns, but we're going to get a pawn back. And yeah, black should be doing somewhat well. Remember that after queen takes c3, we're even threatening queen takes g3 as that bishop on b6 will be excited to get into the action.
That's a super instructive thing to point out. And we all have to remember that because I've seen games even from the top grandmasters where they forget about a bishop just waiting in the wings, just lurking back there, but actually creating a pin. So do not leave a knight on g3 like this undefended because it could fall off the board. So d5 is a big, I don't want to call it a threat because we keep saying it's not available just yet, but it's a great counter if white says I'm going for the knife on f5. So I think that perhaps white is better off spending a move somewhere like queen c2, getting your queen off the d file because black still is not able to play d5 just yet.
That's right. So queen to c2, just a nice little move, and thinking maybe we can play for our knight h4 idea later without that heavy pressure. Queen c2 also has the purpose of defending that pawn on c3 in case you try to play the move a3. So there's a little bit of a double purpose there.
That's right. We can just push through if our opponent tries to chisel out the pawn structure. And I still am not positive, that white will have all the time in the world, but at least it puts the burden back on black, saying you have to come up with an idea, and we'll just show everybody because we've been talking about d5. Here, the evaluation goes in white's favor because after knight takes e5, this c6 pawn is also hanging next. And even if I can't get away with it tactically, this position, if I'm not winning any material, look at white's very healthy pawn structure, and black has these pawns all over the place that are hanging. It's not an ideal setup from the black side.
So what you were trying to show is this tactic that if I had just played knight takes c6, you had pawn takes d3. Is that right, Robert? Yeah.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. That's cool though. Wait a second. So yeah, I'm screwed here as white. Yeah. Nice
It's like
one.
you think that you're attacking my queen, and then I return the favor, and you're like, oh, this one hurts a little bit more because this rook on e2. And if you take this queen, just to finish off the variation, the problem is the knight is hanging, and this rook is about to slam down the first rank, and white is woefully behind in terms of development and not a good situation.
Yeah, the pawn fork beats the knight fork. Yeah, the little guy wins. So that said, though, as you pointed out, we don't have to go for that variation as white. We can just sidestep it with the move d4, and then white is good.
Exactly. Just to reiterate that, d4, protect everything, no tactics, and without tactics, black's position is on the verge of falling apart. So, I mean, queen c2 is just one of these waiting moves saying, show me what you got. And Jennifer, then we throw it back to black, and not to steal an Amy Winehouse line there, but I feel like that would make Anna Muzychuk, she has to come up with a plan.
Yeah, it's tricky. I just wish I could somehow defend my pawn on e5 so that I could play d5, but there's a pawn on c7 stopping me from being able to do it too easily. I like the concepts behind this for people who are watching and trying to learn better positional play. Think about how black is trying to open up the position for the two bishops, and white is trying to keep it closed because she has some nice knights, which kind of prefer that like more closed nature of the play, so she can try to get one of them to f5. So that's what's going on here. We do have a couple moves. Bishop to d2 played instead of the queen c2 move you had suggested. And a very quick move by black, queen to a6, as wow, that does just attack the pawn on d3.
So bishop d2, one of those, all right, my rook on a1 can get in the game now, but what does it do? It blocks the white's queen's path, so the d3 pawn was targeted. So this is going to be a tense battle. We should note that 0 pawns have been traded. The only trades we've seen is a black knight traded for white's light square bishop, and without the light square bishop, black feels ready to go after a weak point on d3 that can be defended. Not the end of the world, but we will see these two really go at it because there's no clarity to this position. It's going to be a huge fight. So, Jennifer, what do you think? Should we zoom out because we should play catch up with our other boards as well?
Yeah, absolutely. After just yeah, absolutely. Queen a6, and we'll check in on them later. As let's see what we got going on the other games. We haven't really taken that deep of look into the Goryachkina game.
Let's go to it then, as that's one is in our bottom left. And Goryachkina, she's looking around saying, I hope the co-leaders don't win their games because, well, if I win and they draw, I'm inching closer and we are approaching the finish line. But this position, Jennifer, you were saying earlier you're a fan of these positions from the white side. Suddenly I become the biggest fan ever of this opening because it's a Swiss cheese pawn formation from the black side, and white is completed development, castled, very safe king. I feel like Goryachkina, she's still inside playing for a win, but her position does feel riddled with weaknesses and holes.
Yeah, the only thing she can be happy about is that she got rid of her light squared bishop, because with all of her pawns on the light squares, like that would be even worse if we could stick a bishop on d7 and d3. But, just because you traded that off doesn't mean that your space problems are completely solved, right? So she's still in even more space, it's king. Right? Like if her king was castled and everything was chilling, like you could say, oh, black can play knight c4, queen b6, and start really taking advantage of the dark square, the light squares that they have now occupying because of the light square bishop trade. But it's not so easy, right? And so she's playing g6 so that she can at least move her bishop on f8 and try to get her king castled.
Yeah, and I think at first glance, this looks really bad for black, who's down time with a king still in the center, undeveloped bishop, rook in the corner, but there are no weaknesses. So as in the French defense, and this is a great French because there's no light square bishop, that was a great call by you, Jennifer, the end games will be great for black. Because when you look at these positions and you look at pawn chains, something I mentioned earlier, you look at the base of the pawn chain. D4 is approachable. F7 is so far away that white is never going to be able to attack it if the queens disappear from the board. So I do think there are long-term chances, strategic advantages for black, but right now in the imminent future here, we do see some holes that white can put a bishop on g5, and if you block with your bishop, then I could slide into h6, taking advantage of all these pawns being on the light squares.
That's right. And if you play queen c7 after bishop g5, then it could be even worse. I could just play bishop to f6 and rob you of ever getting a chance to castle because you're going to have to play rook to g8.
Ugh. Ugh, could never be me, Jennifer. Literally never could be me to have this position on the black side.
No, 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 no. Well, g6, though, calm and collected. We hate the position, but Alexandra seems to know exactly what to do. As bishop g5, she's planning on playing bishop e7 and trying to live to tell the tale. I mean, hey, if you trade off another pair of minor pieces, you are inching closer to those endgames. So, I have gotten in a lot of these positions where I've been on like the white side of situations like this, and if you don't find those precise lines, you do end up worse. So let's see how Vishali handles that. But I think it's been a really nice opening for her.
Can I ask you a question that, I think some of the fans may want to know? Could we see a draw by repetition with the bishops following each other? H6, bishop f8, bishop g5, bishop e7. I see you shaking your head, so you don't think it's going to happen.
No, I don't think so. No. I think at this point, I agree with you. In the beginning of the game, Goryachkina came in for a win. I think now she would be happy to get a draw because her position's not that great. I can't imagine she woke up this morning hoping for this exactly, right? I don't think so. But I don't think Vishali will go for it. I think Vishali is gonna try to find a way to attack. Keep the game going. What do you think?
I feel like for Goryachkina, it's hard not to play bishop f8 because you cannot castle through check. That's reminding everybody who may be newer to the game that I'll just make a move for black because I can't do it. You're not allowed to go in that direction. And we have seen bishop g5 on the live board. Bishop e7 looks, as we were saying, to be more or less forced from the black side. But if you don't play bishop f8, if we get here, Jennifer, I guess black could make a move like rook c4, knight c4, but you are risking a lot in doing so with your rook potentially being kicked out of the corner and you lose the right to castle forever.
Yeah, that's why I think it's going to be Vishali who differs. Bishop e7, bishop h6, bishop f8. Maybe she'll take it. I know there's not much like left to attack with is the problem. Like if only I could play for f4, f8, f5. But still, she can tickle her with h4, h5. Then it's going to be a two results game though, because black can certainly try to attack on the queen side with knight c4. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but somehow I am predicting no perpetual.
Yeah, I think it is a point well taken because in a pure endgame, white has some issues to deal with. But with so many heavy pieces on the board, we could see some kind of rook lift and trying to use potentially this f6 square with the rook. Ideally, you get your knight there, but it's such a long journey. Knight d1, knight e3, knight g4. Like to get your knight into this outpost square, it just takes too long. So black's pawn structure is doing a great job of limiting the forward progress of this white knight. No knight e4 for you. Have that covered. And even if you get to a square like f4, there's nowhere to from there. So you should look at squares that your pieces want to get to and see how realistic it is for them to actually achieve that journey. And here it doesn't look like the white knight can get all that far, but white has one weakness potentially that can be defended with, say, a rook d1 move. It's really an interesting strategic discussion, I would say.
Yeah, and with Vishali not having a great chance of winning the tournament, I would imagine that maybe she's just thinking about let's play some interesting chess. Let's see what we can do with this position. And from a chess point of view, I think there's a good chance she'll play on. Now, what about bishop h6, bishop f8, just trying something completely different than bishop g5? She doesn't necessarily have to trade the bishops off.
She doesn't. But then we get back to the position that we had before, right? Because the bishop started on c1. If we just go back 2 moves, it could have gone anywhere, right, Jennifer? It didn't have to go to g5 and h6 in the first place.
Could she protect the bishop on h6? Like, I don't know, queen f4 or something like that?
Super logical. That's actually, I think, the best try because it feels like black has that thorn in her side.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a bit frustrating playing white in a position like this because it does feel like white should be much better, but then somehow you don't have quite the right forces and squares to capitalize on things.
No, it is annoying. I'm with you. It does seem like white should be much better, and we look at the bar next to the board. It says a smidgen. It's a minuscule advantage, and if you start trading too many pieces, you're the one who's getting in trouble. So I have a psychological question for you, Jennifer, and I've always been curious about these moments where one player is out of contention, another player wants to win and get closer to the leaders. Can you hold that over Goryachkina's head? If you're Vaishali, can you say, all right, here, make this 3-time repetition, let's make a draw, and then force Goryachkina to play something different? Do you see Goryachkina as the type of player who would play on and take even more risk in doing so?
I think we have too many rounds. 3 rounds left. It's not that many, but I don't know. Like I'm trying to think what else we can do after bishop h6. It seems like maybe it's not the right moment to go completely nuts. Like hopefully you'll have a better chance tomorrow. Because there's also like if you do the math and you think about the risk that you lose, then you're really out of it if you lose. So it's a tough question, but I'm gonna go with bishop f8 here. She's going to play that and challenge Vishali to say, you know that you have a better position. Why not play on? I think that's what she'll do.
I'm going to take the approach that she's going to go for it, Goryachkina. She's just not going to take the draw in this particular position, even if Vaishali goes back and forth, because I'm thinking about the people that she's either tied with in Katerina Lagno or the players a point ahead. And I'm looking at the game in particular between Tan Zhongyi and Katerina Lagno. And Jennifer, you're a poker player, you're counting your odds. Like, if you are Goryachkina, who are you rooting for in the matchup between Tan Zhongyi and Lagno? Because if Katerina Lagno wins, then you have another player who's ahead of you. But if she doesn't win, that means that there's more distance between you and the person who's probably going to be in first place.
You're definitely rooting for Lagno, I think. I think you're rooting for Lagno. You don't want somebody to run away with it. You want to have a chance. So yeah, I think you're rooting for Lagno. And I think here, I love your point though, that it's this weird game of chicken. So if she plays, my thought was play bishop f8 and have faith that Vaishali will think she's better and not go for the draw. Because then you have a better chance of winning because your position's not that bad, right? It's like double-edged. And so if you're the one who has to play a different move here, that's unfortunate because bishop f8 is clearly the best move, right? What else can you play? What, knight c4? Is that what you're thinking? Play knight c4?
Yeah, maybe just try to create a weakness and then bring your knight into a3, something like that.
Okay.
It's one of those, I'm going to try and annoy you and see how it works. And another move, if I have to suggest an idea, is rook to g8. I know it's not an ideally placed piece, but in some universe, I may play g5 and bring my rook up to g6. I think I'm asking for a lot with a move like rook to g8, but I'm just trying to come up with ideas that keep the game going. And the one bit of good news for the black king in the center is the position is so closed that I don't see how white will actually unleash an attack against that black king.
So after knight c4, what do we have white playing there? What are you thinking? Are you thinking white's going to play? Because the other thing is she could play knight c4 and then maybe she could always play bishop f8 later because it would be kind of like the same thing. It's not like white is going to play bishop g7 right away, right? I mean, that's just losing a tempo, or rook g8, right? So you could see what white does and then play bishop f8 depending on how you evaluate the position, right?
It's a really good point that bishop g7 is not going to play right away. Bishop f8, thus not going anywhere. And if rook to b1, you get to a position where white is holding on to the b2 pawn with a more valuable piece. So then you would have to think that black won that little trade-off of moves. The knight hops in, a more valuable piece has to defend this little pawn over here. And just to show why I'm saying rook b1 rather than b3, I think this does create vulnerable squares, and that's exactly what Goryachkina wants. Because I could see a future, Jennifer, where her king sits on d7 even, and she connects her rooks and tries to use the c-file to her advantage. But we do have a move. I saw the board change color, and bishop f8. So maybe you repeat this position once, Jennifer, and then you think, if you're Goryachkina, can I continue the game on the queen side?
Absolutely. And we're here. So we had a couple ideas for Vaishali. One is just to take on f8. And then we were also talking about queen f4, or queen to h3, saying like, why don't you take me? Let my queen kind of nestle up to h6 to prohibit castling. So yeah, definitely a tough. And then of course, I forgot the main option. Well, not necessarily the main option, but depending on Vaishali's playing bishop to g5 and maybe even bluffing and saying like, why don't you do something weird? Because I know you need to win. A lot of gamesmanship there. You might as well do it at least once, right, Robert? Might as well do it once.
I would do that. And I'm looking at Vaishali's score and just looking at her tournament as a whole. It's like she probably, when you have these long tournaments where it's first place and everything else is last place, you kind of want to get the tournament over with sometimes. So I do feel like it would be a smart ploy to play Bishop G5 and then say to Goryachkina, I am going to threaten you with a draw. If you want to beat me, who you think is in bad form, and you need to get those wins, stack them up now, you're going to have to do something a bit out of the ordinary. So I would definitely play Bishop G5 if I were Vaishali, just to show her that I'm not afraid to make this 3-time repetition.
I mean, and yeah, for those who are viewing at home, like Bishop G5, what we're saying is it's this psychological move. If Goryachkina plays Bishop E7, well, that's already one repetition. But if you play Queen C7 or Queen D7, determined to mix things up, Bishop to F6, and White has definitely gained from that little psychological gamesmanship, right? The White position looks really nice now, and you're just forced to play Rook G8, and our Bishop is in a gorgeous square. Of course, Goryachkina could repeat one more time and then deviate before Bishop F8, one of your moves, right? Rook G8 or Knight C4. But it is a really, really nice psychological kind of move underneath the move.
I'm voting for Bishop to G5 for sure. I think that's just the way to go, because sometimes you win games when your opponent is forced to take risks. And I think this is one of those moments where if Vaishali really wants to win the game, it's weird because it could either force a draw on the spot, which would obviously lower your chance of winning the game because the game is a split point. But I do think it puts the ball squarely in Goryachkina's court. And I'm just looking at Alexandra on screen here. She doesn't seem like somebody who really wants the game to end in a draw. She doesn't seem happy about the developments here.
I agree. I do think that she might deviate. She might deviate after Bishop G5, Bishop E7, Bishop H6. Remember, so much of modern chess is about inducing a mistake from your opponent. It's not all about just making the optimal best moves. And especially when you're talking about a free roll, and in poker, a free roll is when you have a chance to win something and you don't risk anything. This would be a good example of Bishop G5 of a free roll. We know that Goryachkina is such a strong player, unlikely to allow that bishop to nestle into F6, but very instructive moment, as we can't help but recall earlier in this tournament a pretty interesting declining of a repetition in the match by the leaders, where it was actually Lei Ting-che who was behind her compatriot Tan Chunji, and she offered a draw by perpetual, and it was declined. That was a really big moment.
These moments of when to take the draw, whether to take the draw, they come back to haunt you. And I think that, as we are suggesting here, that Vaishali should use that and use it to her advantage against Goryachkina, who is hungry for victory. So big moment, psychological moment right now for Goryachkina. Why don't we step away, just because Vaishali on the clock, she'll decide whether or not she wants to retreat her bishop. But the other games, some of the action for sure heating up here. I'm looking at two boards in particular. Jennifer, the bottom right-hand board, I saw that Lei Ting-che lined her queen up with her bishop. So she, in some positions, may be giving up that light square pawn, that D3 pawn, to go for an attack against the enemy king. And then in the top right, I see a G pawn pushed from Humpy Koneru against Nurgul Salamova. So both those games promise excitement. And by the way, looking at bottom left, Jennifer, that Bishop G5 move was in fact played by Vaishali.
And it looks like, wait, okay, so Bishop G5, and now it's Goryachkina on move. Oh, I love this by Lei Ting-che, though. Like, just go for it. Tied for the lead. She's got a sack. Queen takes D3. What else is she going to do? She's ready to go. Bishop takes H6. Let's see what happens.
Let's dive right in, because I actually think this was a brilliant choice from Lei Ting-che. And if we just go back a half move here, Queen A6 was played. It says the position is level, right? Zeros on our engine next to the board. Queen C1 says black is ever so slightly better. So objectively, this is still a completely reasonable choice. Queen takes D3. We'll point out the rook is defended by this knight on E2. So bishop takes H6 is available, and not just available, but will in fact be played. And Jennifer, I love games just like this where, here's my bishop. you go have it. The black king is about to be hunted. It's going to be checkmate in the near future.
That's right. So how? So what happens here? Black. So the problem is our queen can't get back into the defense. Our bishop can't get back into defense. So we're very lonely here with our knight on f6 being the only piece to defend. But not only is it the only piece to defend, but it has to move. If we could actually just keep the knight there, that would be cool because it's defending against a lot of important moves. But we got to get it out of the way. So I guess knight h7, something like that. And then the problem is knight to h5, right?
Oof.
Just knight
Checkmate
h5, and you get my rook on e2 now, but good luck because I'm
E2.
mating you. Yeah, this is a really nice line, really nice.
What's it that Yasser always says? Like, if you're gonna, get defeated, if you're gonna die, at least do so on a full stomach. So, take this rook and then get checkmated on the next move. You did steal a bunch of white's pieces along the way.
Got to have that last meal, all right? And
Yeah.
that said, okay, queen h6, queen takes h6, knight e8. Yeah, it looks. Is there anything here that well, knight e8 does protect g7, right? So that's good. So knight h5, queen takes e2. I'm not sure what's going on there.
But Jennifer, can I ask you a question before we go into specifics here? Would you ever want this position from the black side? Like, you don't know what the valuation bar says, but your king is wide open. You have almost no defenders besides your knight on e8. Like, could you imagine yourself in that seat accepting this position?
It's not fun, but I mean, what is the alternative? You just lose your h pawn there. But yeah, so we can't play knight h5 here, can we? Because there's just queen e2, and then if knight g5, the f2 pawn's hanging and stuff. So what's the deal?
So maybe a quieter move instead of knight h5, just like can we
Take a
just move our
moment.
rook? Yeah, take a moment, save our rook, and then go for this checkmating attack with both knights, by the way.
Yeah, it's annoying because my queen on d3 was actually doing a really good job because if your knight on f3 you couldn't move because I could play that queen takes g3 idea again. And now that you're kicking me out with this little quiet move, both knights are going to be able to move. And yeah, it's just we don't have any defenders at all, right?
None. Just the one knight on e8 covering the checkmating square, but other than that, no more help.
Yeah, the bar says that white is totally winning here, but I think that the human looks at it and is just like, it's zero because we have zero defenders, not 0, 0, 0, 0 defenders.
Yeah, you need this queen to somehow jump back to h8 or something to pray to survive. So there's just no universe where a human player would take on h6 twice and allow the white queen in there. Or I should take once and allow the queen in. But if you look at this position before black takes on h6, the engine says that black is in fact slightly better. But I think this was your intuition. How could you also want this with white's pieces jumping into the attack? It feels unpleasant from the black side. We always get worried about our own king.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, allowing this does seem like a trade. Sure, you got my d pawn and I got your h pawn, and like split open your king, and now bishop takes g7 or queen g5 are on the menu. It looks fantastic for white. I mean, I would think that instead of allowing this sacrifice, black could just play the move king h7 in response to queen c1, and then say, okay, now I'm protecting the h pawn, bishop h6, pawn takes h6, and your d3 pawn is back in take.
This is such a good decision, king to h7. For all you watching at home, take Jennifer's advice. We even saw that queen takes d3 was acceptable, right? That was a move that the engine backs. But at the human level, with your king going to be ripped wide open, you will likely fall to defeat in the relatively near future. So king h7, it's a calm move. It protects against white's immediate threat. The d3 pawn is still loose over here. King h7 is definitely the move that I would go for. But I think that Anna is doing the right thing, though, Jennifer. All that said, because she wants to really dive into the specifics. And if she can get away with queen takes d3, perhaps she says, I'm going to fend off the first wave of the attack. I'm going to be okay. And then that d3 pawn was super valuable.
Yeah, of course she's going to calculate it. I mean, Anna Muzychuk, known as one of the best attacking, calculating players on the circuit. So no doubt she's going to calculate this queen takes d3 because, hey, we've seen that the tactics can also explode for black, right? And if you look at a position like, did she play it?
She did, yes. She took on D3.
Wow. Here we go. Here we
You know,
go.
I hope that Anna shows us the way because after bishop takes h6, we see that black's position is perfectly fine. I mean, even the engine slightly prefers it. Maybe it's some kind of defensive move like knight to e8 or knight h7 to stop the queen from getting into g5. But this is exciting stuff because you have to be brave, and Anna Muzychuk is exactly that, to accept this pawn on d3 and knowing that you're gambiting your h6 pawn right in front of your king.
Yeah, I mean, bishop h6, pawn h6, queen h6 will look terrible. That knight e8, rook d2 move was just, it was too much to handle. So maybe there is another idea that she has in mind after bishop takes h6.
One of these defensive knight moves. You just have to see that bishop takes g7 with queen g5 is coming. That's an idea you mentioned,
Uh-huh.
Jennifer. So with that in mind, either knight h7, stopping the queen from getting out, or knight to e8, just protecting the pawn on g7. And we're going down this path. Lei Ting-Jie, she says, here it is. Bishop takes h6 is the move. And I have to applaud both players because Lei Ting-Jie is the one who went queen c1 in the first place. And Anna Muzychuk's the one who said, I see what you're going for, but I am not scared. I can calculate my way through this.
Yeah, it's very principled. We said this was a principled battle, and it certainly has held true to form here as bishop takes h6 on the board.
This is fun. This is really great stuff. And I think if you're the other players near the top of the leaderboard, you're happy about this game because Lei Ting-Jie, she might end up winning it with a potentially vicious attack, but there is a huge imbalance. And it's about the pawn structure. It's black having the bishop pair. This d3 pawn is super useful. It was defending this other pawn, e4. So it's not as simple as, okay, we just one pair of pawns are off the board. The consequences have a ripple effect, and it's going to be a long-term ripple effect. And I can't wait to see where this game takes us.
Yeah, it's kind of cool how the knights are a little bit pinned down because I think the one reason the defense of playing like knight e8 or knight h7, as you point out here, Robert, is so counterintuitive is that when you look at it from a human point of view, it looks like, well, white's got to have some good move here with one of the knights. But the knights are actually a little bit weirdly badly placed, right? Because if the knight on h5 moves, I can play queen takes e2. And if the knight on g5 moves, on f3 moves, I can play queen takes g3. So they're slightly pinned down. I mean, do you want to pick one of your moves, Robert, between knight e8 and knight h7?
Sure,
Try
let's
one of
bring the knight
them.
back. And
Okay, so we try knight
here,
e8 here, and yeah, you play knight h5. That one loses, and of course, you would want to calculate this too. Like, does knight takes g7 do anything? But unfortunately, like black's got some checks too that are a little bit annoying, right? Like, there's the queen takes f2 check, and we have been harping on how few defenders black has, but wait a second, suddenly black can maybe get a defender on the G line with queen G3. And that could be the end of your attacking hopes.
that's huge. Just to bring another piece into the defense at some point, try to distract the white pieces, and you need to get queen g5 in. Black is up so much material that I wouldn't be surprised if even after this king moves, if a move like f6 is available. I'll give you my bishop on e6. I don't really care about that piece, just so long as I keep your queen out of the checkmating zone. So this is a point very well taken, Jennifer. The knights are stuck, and I just want to show why the other knight is stuck. That instead of knight h5, if you play knight g5, queen takes g3. You pointed this out. There's a pin along this diagonal, and we have not forgotten about it. That bishop on b6, super important piece.
That's right. And it's funny, I didn't even see the move that you had made in the other variation, king h2. I thought we were getting our queen to d3. But yeah, it is a very messy position, and it looks like a lot of defensive chances for black as our queen gets closer to the hemisphere of the attack. So can white do what we did in those other lines and like slide in with a rook d2 like move? That's a question. Like if you play knight e8 or knight h7 here, can we interpolate rook to d2, kick your queen out of town, and then play something? The problem is then our queen is cut off.
Yeah, before the queen was already on h6 going for checkmate. Now the queen would be stuck at home. Perhaps just bishop to e3, and the game continues, where black has lost an h-pawn, which means that the king feels less safe, but white has given up this important central pawn, which means in the long run, there will be some pawns that are difficult to hold on to. I really think that this game is only just beginning, unless Anna Muzychuk makes the mistake of taking on h6, so I do not think she will do. It just is so risky. You don't want any part of that. So while Anna thinks about how to continue here, I am worried about her clock. But why don't we head on over to a different game, just because in our bird's eye view, we do have games changing in nature. And I want to point out in the bottom left, Jennifer, Alexandra Goryachkina, she repeated once. She brought her bishop back to e7, and then she brought her rook up to c4. So no draw by repetition coming our way. Goryachkina wants more. And then in the top left, we see that Tan Zhongyi against Katerina Lagno. It appears like Tan Zhongyi, 20-minute lead on the clock. A very nice bishop on e4 in the top left. So chances for her to try and continue to differentiate her score from her opponent.
Wow, and you turned out to be exactly correct about Goryachkina, and great play by Vaishali, realizing that Goryachkina put the pressure on her to deviate. Just fascinating psychological battles here going on with the women's candidates.
Oh, it's so fun. And, we did check in relatively recently to the Goryachkina game. So why don't we head on up to our co-leader, Tan Zhongyi, against Katerina Lagno, because this board, we have even material, symmetrical pawn structure, more or less. But white does have a nice looking position because, Jennifer, to my eyes, this pawn on e5, it is black's turn. But that pawn looks like it's in serious danger.
Yeah, and if you have to play the move f6 to defend it, well, that does have some potential problems, right? You're weakening that diagonal, that g8, a2 diagonal, and you're maybe inviting white at some point to try to figure out a way to blast things open. So she might have to, though, right? I mean, how are you going to continue to defend that pawn if you don't play for f6 at some point? You can't play bishop d6. Rook on e8 doesn't help. You could attack my queen for one move, but eventually aren't you going to have to play it?
I think rook d8, hitting the queen is instructive because it's what we talked about earlier in this round. You get a threat against a queen, but let's say this queen slides to b1. Now you have problems in multiple directions. It turns out this was not the right choice. I guess you're never taking on c6 in these lines because your king will be too open. But I was thinking that in some position here, I had to figure out a better square for the white queen, but maybe, I don't know, maybe for some reason queen c2 is better. I don't know why, I won't pretend to, but somehow queen b1 was wrong, Jennifer, but queen c2 hitting h7 is the better option.
Right, I see. Yeah. Yeah, now f5 is not even possible because we can simply take it, and just an interesting situation where both players are trying to get some weaknesses induced. So are you saying that bishop takes c6 isn't really a threat?
Yeah, I'm unsure because let's say I make some. I'm just going to put it on the board. Bishop takes. See, it's not a threat. I wasn't positive, and if this is the case, well, white is a pawn ahead, but the open diagonal in front of that white king seems super scary. Jennifer, I'm going to ask you to pause at this moment because the eval bar says zeros. Would you rather have the black side with the attack or the extra pawn?
Oh, wow. I like the attack. Gotta love that attack. Although I wish you'd played like a more useful move than a6. What about like rook e8 or something?
You can't get everything. I'm not going to give you the whole world here.
Yeah. So I think that it is relatively simplified though. So the big question is like, if I just move my bishop back now to like b7, can you get away with a queen d7 move, just like yanking off the queens? And then I want the extra pawn, right? But does black have a way to prevent this?
Maybe having a rook on e8 would have been a good way of instead of a pawn on a6 would have been a nice thing to include. But this is such a great move by you, queen d7. I wasn't looking in this direction, but if you could force the queens off, sure, black will have counterplay. No one's denying that, but white is a pawn ahead, and it doesn't feel nice to see liquidation occur after you've just given up material. You want to go and bring this queen on e4 and go for a checkmating attack, but that's not going to happen. You can't get there in time. No queen move is possible from the black side. The bishop will hang. So, Jennifer, it does seem like in some positions, bishop takes c6 will be available to white, but it's not that clear cut. And black, of course, will have tremendous play against the white king.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be a really tense battle. You're right. Did start kind of slowly, but now we're seeing chances for both sides. And note that the time management from Lagno here doesn't have that much time. If the game ends up being pretty solid, might not be a big deal, but if it blows up, we could find her in heavy time pressure.
For sure. I mean, this is not an easy position to figure out. I think that with the pawn structure the way it is, and with f6, I think that is the most natural move that you suggested, Jennifer. It does carry significant risk. I just want to put one quick position on the board, sort of what we were doing before, hitting this pawn h7. If you play h6, look at the Swiss cheese formation here. All of these light squares are under white's control. Unfortunately for white, this knight isn't in a place to take advantage, but it looks very weakening. And if you play g6 instead of h6, you are shutting down the queen and bishop battery, but you're potentially weakening the other diagonal. And at a later point, that could come to white's advantage. So, Jennifer, these decisions, I think the point is that they're very difficult to make. Every single one has a huge consequence.
Absolutely. Yes. As we, by the way, we're seeing a repetition of gamesmanship, not a repetition of the position, but a repetition of trying to force Goryachkina to make a worse move by holding that specter of I could get a draw if you just repeat, because he's doing literally the same thing. Look, it's recurring. So again, if bishop g5, if queen moves, we have bishop f6. So yeah,
I'll just quickly bring up that board, Jennifer, just to show everybody that in the game between Vaishali and Goryachkina, we once again have a similar looking position. It's a game of cat and mouse, this repetition. Will you actually accept it if you're Goryachkina? So before we go to break, Jennifer, what do you think? Will Goryachkina accept the repetition, or do you think she'll continue to find a way out of it?
I think she's going to continue at this point. Once she says A, she's going to say B. What do you think?
I agree with you. I think she's looking at the other games. She wants to get that win for herself, so she'll continue this game. But as I mentioned, we are going to go on a break. And before we do, I want you to know if you're feeling down about your chess, there's a cool item in store for you, Chess Up. And you can unlock $100 off your Chess Up 2 at go.chess.com/chessup2. Use the command Chess Up in chat. It was seen on Shark Tank. It is a great product as it returns for its brand new Chess Up 2. So you can play over the board while playing online, merge that experience, use the command Chess Up in chat right now, and potentially get your own. But for now, Jennifer and I will go on a break, but when we return, more from the 11th round of the 2024 Women's Candidates.
Any good chess tactics book has one pattern in it that feels like it is on a completely different level than all of the other tactical patterns. Bearing the vivid and accurate moniker, the windmill, this pattern features an amazing sequence of repeated discovered checks that can be used to win a nearly unlimited amount of material. The most famous windmill is definitely the one played by Mexican prodigy Carlos Torre against former world champion Emmanuel Lasker. But Bobby Fischer's Game of the Century also features a windmill. Here's another one that I really like. White starts with a rook sacrifice that leads to a combination of bishop and rook checks that simply consume Black's forces. The Lafong is a dirty, dirty trick that will probably only work at bullet, but you have to pull it off at least once in your life. When you sense that your opponent is pre-moving g6 and bishop g7 to start the game, you can play d4 and bishop h6 to try to win the bishop on g7.
Shakes, guys. No one is watching. Oh, they all missed that. I see the tilt. I can feel the tilt.
It is a high-risk and high-reward strategy because you are hanging your own bishop if you don't catch them in a pre-move. But it is certainly hilarious when you do pull it off.
Like one of my friends, Asios, he made a bot. The report chart was partly based on hyperbullet games, so then you could see a lot of the Lafongs and Queen C2 takes H7 and so on. So.
Tan Zhongyi has already been world champion.
At the 2024 candidates, she's trying to get another opportunity. Only 3 women have become world champion again after losing the crown. Tan would be the 4th. She first won it all in a 2017 knockout tournament. In the final, she defeated another of this year's candidates, Muzychuk. After losing the title in 2018, Tan came a hair away from returning in 2023, but a loss to Lei Tingjie put an end to those hopes. Now, Lei and 6 other hopefuls will be fighting Tan for the same right to a world championship match. Before she can become world champion again, she must win this tournament. She ranks top 10 in the world, but so do 5 of her opponents, making the path to victory a tough one. Can Tang Zhongyi emerge from the crowd for her next chance at history?
We return to the 11th round of the women's candidates. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is Jennifer Shahade. Jennifer, we have just seen some crazy developments in what's already been a super exciting round.
Oh yeah, well, this game with tournament leader Lei Tingche against Muzychuk has promised us really a rounds full of excitement. I mean, this one is a barn burner as she has sacrificed the bishop on h6, and Anna took the bishop, and now we see that Lei Tingche's queen is nestled up right against her king. That looks terrifying.
I am scared for Anna Muzychuk, and sort of what I'm feeling here, the vibe is, it was Lei Tingji's intuition against what Anna Muzychuk calculated because she did spend a bit of time trying to weigh her options, whether to take that pawn on d3. But now that we're here, the evaluation bar is heavily in White's favor. But Jennifer, we know that looks can be deceiving, that just because the engine is all the way up doesn't mean it's actually easy for a human to figure out. It does look scary, but perhaps Anna believes she has enough defenders to save her king.
That's right. Well, I'm sure she saw the line rook d2, queen c4, and probably at that point, I would imagine she might have been focusing on the move knight to g5. Move knight g5 threatening, well, that's exactly the threat. Is there a mate threat? Queen h7 check, king f8?
No, the king can always escape out this way.
Okay. So maybe that's part of what she was thinking. Rook d8, queen c4. She's thinking now, how does White do this? Do we put our knight on h5 instead? But that doesn't threaten anything because your knight on e8 protects both the f6 and the g7 squares, right?
And I think that if this knight comes out to h5, potentially at some point the e4 pawn drops and the queen comes back on over to help defend at long last.
We don't want that. We don't want that to happen. Yeah.
No, not at all. And this is really tricky because knight g5 is the move that people play in bullet. You're just bringing another attacker into the fold. But after f6 here, we just said queen h7 check doesn't lead to mate because after king to f8, very importantly, this queen defends the bishop. Otherwise, it would be loose. And it appears that perhaps White can make some kind of repetition, maybe check. And here, this doesn't look like a repetition to my eyes, but perhaps after the queen comes here, you can't actually block it. That allows the white knight in. So black is best off going back and forth.
That makes sense. Okay. All right. So is there, a perpetual in the offing. So after knight g5, you're just saying the cold-blooded f6 is your idea. Huh.
I need to defend my king. I can't give you all the time to bring more forces in against it. So f6 at least challenges your knight and forces you to come up with an idea.
Right, and I can't attack your queen easily, right? That's a nice thing about your pawn being advanced on a4. That if I play b3 and you just start taking stuff. So that's not working. Okay, what else? What else can we consider here?
Not sure. What's the material count? I actually don't think I ever did the math. Is it only one pawn for the bishop?
Yeah, that's right. It's just one. It looks weird because there's this like clump of pawns, but it is 6 to 7. 6 pawns to black, 7 for white. What about knight f5? How does that look? Is there anything there? If white plays their knight to f5 here, but you can take on g5 and then knight e7 check, king f7. It doesn't look like I got a follow-up there.
Yeah, I guess I could just start taking all your knights, right? And just remove all the attacking pieces and say, you have a lone queen. And this is
That's true.
really good position for those, at home that you can't often attack with just one piece. And if I can start removing the attackers one by one, the black king will suddenly feel safer. So this is happening, by the way. Rook d2, queen c4 is on the board, Jennifer. And, in addition to the X's and O's, do you feel like Lei Ting-Jie, she calculated before she made this decision to play queen c1, or do you think she just was like, there must be something there?
I don't know, because she hasn't spent that much time on her clock. She probably feels like, maybe she saw some perpetuals and was like, well, this is a common theme that if you see a perpetual, then you have what Dvoretsky famously called an emergency exit. So, worst case scenario, you can exit stage right and get the draw, but maybe you'll find something even better when you get closer to the position on the board. I think that's a really important concept and probably one that Lei Ting-Jie had in mind at some point in this game. At some point in her calculations. Yeah.
I love that framework, though, because a lot of people are scared to give up material because they don't know how to properly assess the imbalance. They're worried that, if I give up a bishop for just one pawn, that if a trade happens, a queen's come off the board, I'm just lost. And that may be true. But as you say, if there is that emergency exit, if you can make a draw at some point by force, you store that in your back pocket and then start looking for more. So I do like the direction this game is heading. You see the accuracy. Lei Ting-Jie has been on point thus far. And Muzychuk, her mistake, I think if we just go here, Pawn takes bishop. It's weird to call that a mistake, but you see how the evaluation bar reacted to it. Taking a bishop with a pawn, not the best. It allowed the white queen in, but now it's a game of proving it. Does Lei Ting-Jie have what it takes to go after the black king? Black is only a couple moves away. A pawn push to f6 that seems to take away a lot of knight jumps, and then the black king will start feeling safer.
What we really need is we need to get that rook on d2 on g3. I feel like it's imperative. The rook is, a lot of times the knights are really good attackers, but in a way the minor pieces have done their work. They've exposed the king on the g8 file, right? And now we need as many tanks as possible. Those are the heavy pieces. If we could stick a rook on g3 somehow, that would be really lovely. But of course, there's a couple issues. We have no pathway there, and on top of that, we've got two knights in the way.
I'm trying to come up with other ideas. This rook to get to the g file seems like forever away. And knight h4, knight f5, we talked about in a more peaceful position than this. It does feel slow because this knight on e8, it's already preempting that idea. It's saying you're not going to checkmate me on g7. So the more that we dive into this position here, I'm not seeing that easy attack that I assumed would be there. And that fault is on me. And I admit that as a commentator that there are moments, and even as a chess player, when you're actually at the board, you just assume that things are going to work out. But Anna Muzychuk calculated to this point, and she said, this looks mighty unclear to my eyes. I don't see that knockout. There's no checkmate here. And if that's the case, this is certainly worth exploring.
How about knight g5 and sticking the knight on h7? After what did we try before? Because of course you look at queen h7 check, but what about knight h7 with the idea that there's knight takes f6 check, or knight h5 coming in and attack that with another knight?
I guess I can run? Wait, I thought I was blood and mate in one. I got lucky. I honestly didn't see queen f8 until I made the move. So I'm going to be completely honest that somehow that doesn't work because the black king goes to g6. But that was an accident. I'm going to take that move.
All right, yeah. So in some parallel universe, I get a checkmate in the commentary score, but not this one.
I completely overlooked that because you told me about the f6 pawn. You didn't tell me about the f8 square.
There it is. So you're really saying that after queen f8 check, king g6, and you're just chilling there, and that is
I didn't
surprising.
It was not on,
yeah.
It was not on purpose, Jennifer. I'm being completely transparent. I completely missed the queen coming to f8 until I picked up the black king, and then I was like, oh, there's this escape square.
This is horrible because not only are you escaping, but you're actually trapping my knight. That's really unfair. You're trapping my knight. You have to play like queen h8 here, and then is there really bishop g8? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, this you get your queen trapped in the corner, bishop g8 or knight g7, and just it all falls apart.
Yeah, because you did need to stop knight f8 check, so knight g7 was the right move. Yeah. Okay, so this is a funny line. But there are other ideas, right? I think that's the point here. We don't have to go for queen h7 check. There are other things, and wow, we can really understand why Muzychuk is down on time here. Sometimes you see a player down on time and you're like, oh, well, why'd they lose so much time? And here you're like, wow, she had to analyze all this. I'm surprised she even has 30 minutes left on her clock.
And that those are an important 30 minutes because the attack is going to continue. We just showed some sample lines, and now I'm wondering the answer to this question. If I just take your bishop and pretend like nothing happened, I'm using your idea, Jennifer. Can I just play a rook lift and go right after the black king? This looks super scary.
It's slow but scary because, if I try to finagle my queen over to h7, what's up with that? So I play like queen f7 in this position with the idea of just queen h7.
I think the f8 square. You taught me about this. You're the one who helped me out here. Queen out to f8 is mate.
This time it's mate. Okay, so we took two tries, but we got there. Yeah, so that's the problem with the knight on e8. It's a great defender, except that it blocks the rooks from defending the back rank, right?
That's right.
Oh, so a very slow treatment there. It's just saying, you know what, I'm down a piece, but this is the one that gives me that lingering pressure. So queen f7 lost, but is there maybe a rook d7 idea instead, or is it the same line? Rook d7, rook d3. Looks like the same line, right?
Yeah, rook h7 fails, so rook g3 checks. So maybe you have to just give up material, like get your rook to
Ah.
g7, and white doesn't have to take it because there's a clear argument that the knight is better than the rook. But if we get here, of course, the engine says white is slightly better in a position where black has two minor pieces for a rook and a pawn. Black's king in worse shape, but if the queens come off the board, then white is in a hopeless position in many variations because the minor pieces will overwhelm the rook.
Oh, that's a very interesting variation indeed. Okay, so couple lines here that Lei Ting-che is reckoning with. So most of them start with knight g5 though, right? They all start with knight g5 because it's like we've actually looked at many lines. Knight g5, f6. We've looked at queen h7 check, knight h7, knight takes e6, knight h5. It seems like everything is beginning with the move knight g5 because knight h5, the other candidate move that we looked on early on, allows queen takes e4 and the big gun gets back into the defense. We always talk about the big gun, the queen, in the attack and how important she is. I don't feel like the queen gets as much credit for also being the key to defense. And this example really shows you.
I agree with that. Actually, it always is talked about as the attacker because we think of queens as being bad defenders because as soon as a knight or a bishop attacks a queen, the queen has to scurry on out of there before it's captured. So that's why I think we often do not consider the queen as being a great defender. But here, the queen on c4, even before it takes an e4 pawn, and actually, if we go even further back, the queen on d3 was a great defender because it made the knight on g3 stuck to the rook on e2. The knight on f3 couldn't move because of this knight on g3. So this queen has been the key to the defense ever since white sacrificed the piece.
That's right. And it's underrated. And I think one of the problems is when we get a queen into the defense, when you're attacking us with your white queen, you have to be constantly aware of all these pesky queen trades. And suddenly every queen trade is a threat for your life. You lose if you trade your queens. And that's just like a heavy thing to have to bear, to have to always avoid that. So I think that, yeah, if you imagine queen e4, suddenly queen g6 and queen h7, and the one, by the way, the queen g6 one comes with a queen takes g3 threat, and then you're lost if you allow that. It's tough to reckon with, and so that's why knight g5 is really the only move we've been looking at. But is there anything else? I mean, we obviously have to get attackers in. So I would love to find a way to attack that queen on c4, but b3, pawn takes b3, and we've achieved nothing.
Yeah, we probably achieved less than nothing here. So this seems really difficult. At first, as I admitted, I assumed that white would have this vicious attack. And now that we're here, I'm thinking, okay, can I even find that perpetual? And we found one, but you need to be sure that you have that emergency exit because otherwise, Muzychuk could win this game. There is an extra piece for black. And if we can imagine f6 being played and even rook d7, two moves, your attack isn't getting started. Black is getting into the defense. That could be actually just a devastating sequence. So knight g5, that's the one idea, Jennifer. Do you have a second idea anywhere?
Rook d1 maybe? Because we are threatening knight takes e5. It just occurred to me that there's a pin there, and rook d1 threatens knight e5, and it potentially also rook d3. It allows us to move the rook forward for our rook lifts later.
I like rook d1 a lot. The engine barely budged, so it shows that it is a viable option here. I think I'm still going to play f6. I know you allowed me to take on a2. Don't get greedy, everybody. You're already up a minor piece for just one pawn, so I'm going to play f6 to try to get closer.
Here's the thing, though. Maybe it's interesting. I mean, I don't know whether I was thinking how it's not like knight h5 is a knockout blow, but it is interesting that now that my rook's on d1, I could actually play b3, put your queen on b3, and then play knight h5. But I guess that doesn't really necessarily do all that much, does it? Because you have to hide with king f7 anyway.
But it's such an interesting point to distract the queen away. I like this line, and I think a clearer variation if the queen took on c3. This is worse because now rook d3 comes with tempo, and we are trying to get our rook into the checkmating attack. So I just wanted to point out that your b3 idea is actually quite venomous, and it's fortunate for black that even though the queen is pushed a little more offside, instead of queen takes c3, queen takes b3, that the bar didn't go in white's favor. It still says it should be a relatively level game, probably some kind of perpetual check on the horizon.
Yeah, and we don't even necessarily have to sack with b3 and to start looking at the move knight to h5, just attacking that f6 pawn, which seems so scary. But again, we tried this earlier, and you were able to play where you were just playing king f7, right? Is that right? No, or queen. Were you playing king f7 here?
That was with the knight on h7 that somehow
Ah,
ventured on
because
the move.
now if king f7, there's queen h7 check and king and queen e7 check now. I mean, I'm sorry, queen. What was there a queen? So why is this different than the line from before? Because
I think
before
that,
you were drawing here,
yeah,
but now maybe we have something extra. Queen h6 check, you just go back to f7, right?
yeah, maybe I can even run as quickly as I can, like the gingerbread man, and run over to c8.
Yeah, I wonder if we ever have
Um,
stuff like knight f6 and knight e5, but that's two knights. I feel like that's too many. We don't want to give away
yeah,
both of our knights. But I'm looking at all the opportunities here. Oh, knight
yeah.
h4. Yeah,
But
yeah, that's
what
good.
an unusual positioning of pieces, because you don't typically
Yeah,
get both knights on the rim along with a queen here going in for the attack. But this kind of, I still don't see why white is that much better, because this simply defends your checkmate threat. This is such a
because
weird position.
and then I have knight to f5, which I didn't have before, right? Because your bishop was on
Yeah.
e6. Yeah.
And I'm going to get rid of this one because that's, we said liquidation should be helpful. And if you take back, I was going to bring my queen somewhere back around here to try and save my king, but I'm not sure if this is a bad square.
And if I play queen e7 check instead, although, yeah, okay, here. So here, if I play queen e7 check, king g8, there should be a draw somehow, right?
It says it's equal, which is just mind boggling to me
Wow,
because
yeah.
there's too many variations. This is what this position is offering us.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at. And, you can't really look at it all. I mean, at some point, like rook to d1 is like almost a little bit of a waiting move in a super attacking position. But I think we're going to see Lei Tingche play knight g5 or play something here without necessarily having calculated everything to the very end, right? Just having some sense of the variations and that it's looking good for her.
That was fun though, going down those lines, because the black king looks wide open, and we just proved almost accidentally that it's not that easy to barrel through and go for checkmate. So Anna Muzychuk, I want to applaud her once more for doing the hard work at the board, calculating. Whereas Lei Tingji, I feel like she was inspired. She felt it was a feel thing. She felt the sacrifice should be good for her, and she objectively is correct. But now she's sitting here. It's good that she has as much time as she does. She needs to find the follow up, because I do not see it. It's not natural. There's no immediate checkmate that can be construed here. So, yeah, Jennifer, this seems difficult for white to prove, and then it will be continuously difficult for black to keep up the defense.
And yeah, we really do see Lei Tingche in a very attacking position here as he is leaning over the board, calculating a million variations a second. It's going to be interesting to see which move she ends up choosing. Do you want to see how some of these other games are going as we give her a chance to pick her attacking move?
Yeah, let's back out of here just because it's dizzying, all of the complications. And we look across the boards here, a lot has changed, at least on the left-hand side of our screen. Alexandra Goryachkina has successfully castled her king. So the king feels tucked away from most of the action. Looks fine for her, and the game continues. In the top left, that's a bigger change, where Tan Zhongyi's excellent light square bishop is gone, and Katerina Lagno can claim the bishop pair, but I'm not sure if she can claim an advantage because white's lone bishop, Jennifer, in the top left, that bishop looks amazing.
Oh yeah, it does. And there's lots of tactics erupting in the position after knight to e5 as it looks like, a move like knight e6 is in the air and queen h6 check. Of course, that doesn't actually work now because the pawn on g7 is defended, but it is a little fun tactic that I can't even engineer here. But yeah, I was trying to come up with a blunder for black so I could show the tactic, but unfortunately I can't find a move that even does that.
I have one
But
for
yeah,
you.
okay.
I have one
Show
for you.
me.
Your idea, queen e8, queen h6, and if you take it this way, we have this checkmate, double check with the knight and the bishop. The king has only one legal move. When you double check, you have to move your king, and knight takes h6 mate. But I know you wanted to start with knight g6, but these are the types of tactics that black needs to look out for.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a fun one though. Gorgeous mate there, absolutely. Of course, Black doesn't have to do any of that. So, in fact, they played King to G8 to get their king out of all of those fantasy checkmates that could have occurred in a quick move by White. By the way, H4 almost immediately there, because actually, I guess it was G5. G5 was threatening to trap our queen. That came from nowhere. That's
Oh,
why she
I'm
played
gonna.
King G8.
Oh my goodness, I wasn't looking in that direction, but G5 it would have trapped it. But you made this point, Jennifer, about the pawn on G3 and a bishop on F4. Same deal with the queen. The queen gets trapped on the square.
I love how Tan Changchi just played immediately. She was like, "I'm not even letting you fantasize for a second that I'm going to miss this move G5," because of course it's a type of move that somebody can forget, right? Blunder, right? Because it's such a positionally horrible move G5. But when a horribly positional move wins a queen, you play it.
That is super shocking to me. I wasn't looking in that direction. King G8 made sense to avoid knight G6, and sorry, to go back to the live board, it made sense to avoid knight G6 and queen to H6. But I promise you, I was not looking at G7 to G5. So H4, very clever. It's just a good improving move anyway to potentially alpha zero this up and open. Well, actually, you can't even play H6. The same. Oh my gosh, you couldn't
Play
even play H5, H6. You get your queen trapped.
Oh yeah, that's true. Right. So you can play H5 because of the pesky en passant rule, but you can't actually play H6. That's right. I thought you were talking about Black playing H6. Well, unfortunately, that's not going to be available because of knight G6, right? So because yeah, if Black got two moves and could play H6 and G5, same deal.
That would be. I can't get over this. I was not looking at this queen being trapped, but H4, a very smart reply. And well, Jennifer, now that we're here, we see that White has a potential for an attack at some point, but it hasn't come to fruition just yet. Black does have this bishop pair, and pawns are on both sides of the board. So, would you take the white or black side of this position?
Oh wow, it's so hard when we just saw a checkmate on H6 for white, and then we saw a trapped queen for black with G5. It's like both sides are winning right here. I'm gonna go with the player with more time though, so that's why I'm gonna go with white.
I think it's a good call. And I'm looking at the accuracy. Both players playing this game very well. High level from the both. A little bit more accuracy from Katerina Lagno. I'm not surprised by that, given the engine ever so slightly prefers her position at this moment. But this is a game where both sides will have their chances. And after H4, look at Katerina. Queen E6. I'm wondering if Bishop D6 is in the future at some moment, pinning and trying to win this knight on E5. I think White just needs to be more careful here, Jennifer.
Bishop D6, huh? Yeah, that's an interesting idea because the queen protects now the bishop on D5. So if you had tried bishop D6 before, we would have had rook takes D5. So bishop D6 actually looks like an annoying idea indeed, huh? And if we play what if we just play like a rook move so that we can double the rooks if you play bishop D6, like
So
rook
rook
D2 or
D2.
something like this?
I think I
I guess
can
that's the only.
throw in bishop b4 because your rook can slide up, but now you've cut off your bishop on
Oh yeah.
b2. So it's a tempo gaining move, and I think that's critical as White loses this knight on e5.
That's brutal. That's right. We're short a square in that file. We have to play rook d4, and then we don't have time for rook d1. That's a good one. That's a good little tickle. Bishop b4 totally winning. I think you're just winning there, right? I would have to play after rook d2. I would have to play something besides rook d4, but then bishop d6, and I think it's a deadly pin.
This looks really problematic for White. Actually, in the live position, I don't really know what you're supposed to do because bishop d6 will be Black's next move, almost regardless, except rook d2, bishop b4 first. This idea is coming next, and I don't see a pleasant way of dealing with it.
That's very unusual tactic here, huh? And if we move our queen to g5 or something like that, potentially also unleashing some tactics with it, or threatening like, I don't know, knight c6 or something like that.
Going for the attack on g7, as you said, knight c6 becomes late. But I think after queen g5, can I play bishop back? I keep attacking the piece that's attacking me, and then I'm going to get you with bishop d6 or bishop f6 in some positions.
Yeah, I was thinking at least here that I'm out of the pin. So I guess I'm not pinned on h4 when you play bishop to d6, obviously. So, but now you can do the other one with bishop f6, right?
Yeah.
It's annoying. You got another pin. I can get out of losing all my pieces with knight c4, right? But it looks like you're going to lose a pawn.
Yes. And whoa, she started with knight c4. So good find by you there to say the knight can get out of here. And I think it's the perfect time to do just that, because with the queen eyeing c7 in many of these positions, that bishop on b2, it's now free on the long diagonal. So knight c4 is a very prudent move. And now I more or less agree with the engine's assessment of slightly equal, but with a maybe slight edge for black, because I imagine after bishop takes c4, pawn takes c4, black will not take that pawn, but black's pawn structure is better in the long run. So as long as you don't get checkmated, you should be pretty happy.
Right, and you do have to look out for moves like queen c7 in between moves, right? So let's see what happens if bishop c4, we have rook takes d8, queen c7, but then you have rook d7. Oh, I don't even know there what's going on because there's a check. Maybe maybe that could be there's a check on c8 before we take back. Yeah, or b8. Yeah. You're right. If we went on c8, then you would have rook d1 check here. So that's why you chose queen b8 check.
No, Jennifer, that wasn't why I chose it. Honestly, I just put my queen on a dark square because I have a dark square bishop. But that's a good eye by you that this would be a tragic blunder with rook d1 unleashing the discovered attack.
Yes. So that would that would be bad for white. But with your move, it looks like maybe white's holding the balance. But the other thing is after bishop c4, you can play queen c7 right away. And then you are threatening checkmate
in this rook. So I think by process of elimination, I only have one way to save everything, and I force the queens off. And I think this is why black has the slight advantage is if the queens come off the board, the endgame with pawn structure is just superior for black.
That's right. And we kind of have to now, right? We have no other option. Although at least the pawns, at least in this variation, we don't even lose a pawn, right? So that's the advantage, that we avoided losing a pawn, at least for now. I don't know if it looks like we've avoided it, because you don't want to give up the open file and play rook c8. Then I get to play rook d7 and I'm the one having all the fun.
Yeah, I'm not going to allow you to have all the fun, Jennifer. I'm going to just try to trade pieces. But I think this is relatively close to a game that the players would be able to draw without too much difficulty. But still, the bad pawn structure for white, I think, is the dominant storyline in these endgames. Is white is the one who typically needs to be careful in terms of the structure, but black needs to be careful in terms of the tactics. So it's approximately a level position.
A very well played game from what I've seen of it so far. Really, really like a lot of little sneaky tricks in the background, but overall everybody's seeing the main line. So well done so far. Let's see if they can continue it and earn the well-deserved draw, which will of course be welcome news for the co-leader, I think. I mean, she has the white pieces, so it's not that exciting, but I guess considering the position on the board, she won't be disappointed with it at all.
No, I think this position is one where Katerina Lagno has played super well. So if they do, in fact, make a draw, then there's nothing that Tan Zhengyi can complain about. And actually, wow, I'm seeing out of the corner of my eye here, we have to go back to our bird's eye view, because this is one of our two co-leaders entering the round. Lei Ting-Jie is the other. And if we look in the bottom right, Jennifer, we just saw knight takes e5 by Lei Ting-Jie. This shows that her initial sacrifice with bishop takes h6 was an intuitive one, but it was not calculated deeply, and she actually has made a mistake on the follow-up, that here in this position she went knight takes e5 and it gets a question mark, and you can see the evaluation. It went from better for white, and I'm actually going to look to see what the answer was for king h2. Jennifer, can you believe this was one of the moves?
You mean instead of knight takes e5?
King h2?
Because we looked at knight g5, knight h5, rook d1, queen g5 check, and somehow we looked at b3, I think, king h2. I guess that must be the reason, Robert, that b3 they like this b3 idea. Right,
Yeah,
king
but king
h2.
h2. If you throw this g2 pawn off the board, we all play king h2 and rook g1 and deliver a checkmate down the open
Ah,
file.
yes,
But
yes.
but with this pawn on the, I actually don't understand it. So let me see, king
I think it's
h2.
because of b3. Because it's got to be b3. Because if we do b3, you have to take it, and then we take on a8, and maybe that leads to something.
What? I'm going down the
Because you don't
path
have the
here.
rook. You don't got the rook to defend anymore with rook d7. That's what I'm thinking it is.
Oh, you're so right. And in many positions, if this knight ever moves, there could be a check that wins that rook in the corner. It says knight h4. So I don't think we can fault Lei Ting-Jie for missing all of this stuff because it's completely wild. It gets the white king out of checks, but it's a slow move in a position that seems to require activity. And the move she played in the game, Jennifer, knight takes e5. We see she wants to go for it, but after pawn takes e5, the correct response, she will win this rook on d8 in this position, but she's given up two minor pieces to get that rook. That's a material advantage slightly for black.
That's right. Rook takes e. So this was just her idea to go for the rook takes d8, queen g5 check, get some of her material back. But did she cash in her chips too soon? Because now it's not as much about checkmating, because it's more about just seeing if you've got enough material, right?
What a position. Like, if we just finish this here, I guess I said white is the one who is down material, but technically speaking, white has a rook and two pawns for the two minor pieces. So white is actually up material by the math, by the point value. But it seems that black no longer has to worry about getting checkmated. And Jennifer, I think at long last, a3 looks like a nasty move to throw in because you collapse white's pawn structure.
And how about like knight? The thing that really annoys me about this position is our rook on a1 is really terrible. Like, not only is it out of the game, but even if it gets into the game, you start chomping on our pawns. And it's also kind of fighting for a file with the queen. So there's just like a lot of things that are rollful about that rook that if it was in pole position, we'd be doing well here. Like if we could play that kind of b3 idea and get it into the game. But I'm assuming that at this point, what black wouldn't take on b3, but find something smarter, like just take on c3 or something like that. If we try this this b3 move I've been trying all game.
Yeah, this b3 idea to open up the rook makes a lot of sense. And now it's Anna Muzychuk on the clock. We see that she has the advantage of next to the board, says black is slightly better. And with the turn here, you said this so long ago when this pawn went up to a4 that I think if at long last will hurt because that actually takes the sting out of your b3 move and it undermines this pawn on c3 and at long last as well. This bishop on b6, pinning the f2 pawn is super important because a3, if you take or play b3, this hurts because your knight is actually hanging over on the other side of the board.
Yeah, and black's getting some fantastic play. But, just to go back to king h2 being a winning move, it's such a hard move. Like, who sees that? But that said, I wish he had played it so that it could take over Nigel Short king h2 as the most famous king h2 move in the attack.
Yes, I wished as well that this king h2 would have supplanted that one. But look at this. I mean, I'm giving it the brilliancy. I don't understand it completely. But to play king h2 for the idea of b3, Jennifer, that just doesn't compute. It's not a human idea at all. So we certainly can forgive Lei Ting-Jie. But the question is, will she be able to forgive herself if she went all in for a sacrifice and an attack that isn't panning out? And as we return to the live position, a3, in fact, played. Jennifer, I actually think this is a position that Anna Muzychuk could end up being victorious in the next few moves if Lei is not super careful right now.
I agree. I mean, it looks fantastic. I mean, if we try to do something like knight h5, you just play pawn takes b2, our knight f6 chat is not coming in with a mate threat. If we play pawn takes a3, you've just got queen takes c3, threatening the rook and the knight on g3. We've been dying to do that all game. Just do a little queen takes g3 on you. I guess you could. Actually, I'm curious about that. So if pawn takes e3, queen c3, does that mean that we need to play rook to b1 so that if queen g3, there's rook b6?
Ooh, that's very clever. And look at you. Rook takes b6, removing the piece that's pinning the pawn. It looks like you just gave up your rook, but you win a queen in return. So rook b1, that's a nice find there.
But apparently I was totally losing, which I'm not surprised by, because this is not the only way. I mean, we could have played bishop takes f2 and queen c2 check. I mean, the tactics are just erupting for black. Yeah, okay, apparently that is the right one. Yeah.
Another nice find. Yeah, bishop takes f2 to win the rook. Loose pieces drop off, in this case the rook, rather than that knight on g3. So that goes to show that after a3, white might be in a position where you have to tuck your proverbial tail, but and just say, okay, I'm going to backtrack. I'm sorry. Go queen to d2 just to defend this pawn on b2, because I believe all other moves are brutal. And this a3 was given the great glyph. It's a move that undermines white's position completely, and queen d2 has to be it, Jennifer. But if you go queen d2, you're on the defensive.
Yes, you are. And it just goes to show that, I think it's that loose piece on A1. It was having trouble defending itself. Like, it needs the queen to come back and defend it so that they can connect with each other. But yeah, that's the problem. The harmony in white's position, which was like so beautiful before, is gone. And why? Because one of the reasons we made this attack was to, take advantage of our lovely minor pieces, the knights, and we sacrificed the dark squared bishop, but then we also got rid of one of our knights. And so those beautiful pieces that we sacrificed for are now gone, and we're in a defensive position.
And this bishop on b6, it's been an important piece all game, but it remains super valuable going after the white king. And I would say that this game just continues. For black, you have the opportunity to finally get your pieces out and active, in particular this knight on e8 will eventually come out to d6 to stare at the white center. But if we do get this trade here, I know this might be hard for people to visualize, so I'll just put it on the board, that in some endgames, if we get there, or even in this position, the outside pass pawn can be a nuisance for black to deal with, especially with a rook behind it. So black still needs to be careful. This is anyone's game. The evaluation off to the side makes sense to me. Black should be ever so slightly better, but it's one of these where you make one inaccurate choice, Jennifer, and then suddenly it's white once again with a good position.
That's right. That's a good point, because that pawn. But first, by the way, she needs to play queen to d2. But yeah, I think it seems like it's pretty forced, right? None of those other lines look like they were even close to being defendable for white. Like, they just looked absolutely terrible. So I think she will play that move, and we'll see a long game here.
Yeah, queen d2 is necessary. Another big moment in this clash of co-leader Lei Ting-jae against Anna Muzychuk. And while she's on the clock trying to figure out if backtracking, bringing her queen down to d2 is the right move, we're going to take a quick break. But when we return, it's much more of this awesome action in round 11 of the Women's Candidates Tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Alexandra Garyachkina is the third youngest player in the women's candidates. More importantly, she's the highest rated. In 2021, she became just the 6th woman ever to reach a FIDE rating of 2600. She qualified for these candidates with a steady performance in the Grand Prix, tied for 6th in Nicosia, 2nd in Astana, and tied for 1st in New Delhi. But there will be no ties in Toronto, and 2nd place won't be good enough either. Fortunately for Garyachkina, she has won a candidates before. In 2019, she dominated, winning by a whopping 1.5 point margin. The other top 4 finishers from that tournament are back now. Who, if anyone, can stop Garyachkina from returning to the World Championship? She would like nothing more than another opportunity at taking on world champion Ju Wenjun, who Garyachkina pushed to tiebreaks last time. This tournament is Garyachkina's chance.
Anna Muzychuk continues to find all of the best moves in her game against Lei Tingzhe, an all-important battle in the 11th round of the women's candidates. Along with Jennifer Shoddy, I'm Robert Hess. And Jennifer, we've had so many exciting tactics already unfold, and yet no results. So that means it promises to have even more down the stretch.
Oh yeah, what a round so far. We got a sacrifice. We got a potential variation where King H2 was the winning attacking move. I mean, this has been a very thrilling round. But sadly now for Lei Tingxie, it does seem like King H2 is the move, but it is a defensive move. And that one is going to be a battle now for her to survive. As we'll take a look at another exciting game that could be blowing up quite soon, Robert.
Yes, Vaishali against Goryachkin on the bottom left of our screen here. We're going to dive into that. We left off earlier where Goryachkin faced this tough decision whether or not to make a repetition and a draw. And Jennifer, now that we're in this live position, I feel like she probably hopes to make a draw because her position is worse and that pawn for white. Vaishali has thrown her H-pawn up the board. This is just all the fun for Vaishali.
That's right. What is she planning here, though, Robert? Is She just played the move queen g4, and I think the thing here is you're looking at white and you're saying, do you want to play the move h6, or do you want to play the move pawn takes g6 and kind of keep some tactics like knight takes say e6 or g6 in the offing? Now I know I moved my knight from e2 to e6. I can't do that, but that would be the general idea, that later I would find a way to kind of catapult to your light squares.
And I think there was an important question just asked a half turn ago. So I'm going to go before queen g4 was played here. So there is this nasty pin along the c file, and that means that black's rook isn't really threatening anything. But I'm curious, if white made some sort of aimless move like king to h2, could you get away with taking this knight? And the answer is that white has the advantage, but Jennifer, you know how many positions like this where we've seen where someone gives up their queen because it's a closed position, and then those rooks line up. You have a rook and a knight for the white queen. It doesn't appear enough here, but at some point there could be some kind of sacrifice of this nature.
I think you just feel bad that you missed king h2 in the other game. You're just trying to make it in all the games now.
Heartbroken. Yeah, that other king h2, that was, I still can't get over that. But king h2 in this one, not played. But I mean, Jennifer, as I try to get over that other king h2, in this one, it is a locked up position. So queen sacrifices could make sense depending on the moment, because it's not like the white queen would be able to dive in and deliver a checkmate. But in this current setup, I do feel like there's such an intense struggle on the c file that I don't quite know what to make of this position, other than white has some promising initiative on the king side.
Yeah, it's true. I do think that when I think about the possibility of playing h6 versus h takes g6, I'm definitely leaning towards opening it up with h takes g6. And I just have to figure out a way to get one more piece into the attack as white, because just the bishop and the queen is not going to cut it. It's not going to give me a mate.
So one more piece in the attack, I think that means this rook, and perhaps it's time to sort of go all in. Take on c2, so you don't blunder anything on the first rank. I'm going to put these moves on the board. Can we try to just go for checkmate? Rook here, and bring our rook to f3 or h3, take on g6, queen h4. There is a checkmate in the works.
There is, and there's two things that are going in our favor. The first is that knight on b6 is now terrible. I mean, earlier it was great because it was coming to c4, but Vishali has nipped that in the bud. And the other thing is, Robert, that I know you're going to love, is that now we can play the move king h2 when you start to attack us on the back rank, and our king's actually very safe there. So it's a type of move that you might not understand that well, but it's really important to this position.
No, it does make sense. We have left the pawns up on h5. So just like in the game between Lei Tingzhe and the Muzychuk, that the fact that you have king h2 at your disposal will be important. But as we look at the details here, it does feel like white has a quite straightforward attack. Let's say black steals the a2 pawn, give me material. If we get this position with rook h3 coming, queen h4 to follow, I think we can just play this out to checkmate. That if you take this knight on e2, you immediately get checkmate in a beautiful fashion.
Oh, that is nice. Wow. Yeah, just sacking. Very beautiful.
This bishop, make sure the king can't escape. And then once it goes here, bishop f6. This was the idea you talked about so long ago. Planting the bishop here is going to unleash a checkmate and a just devastating position for black to deal with.
That's a great pattern. Is that, I don't even know the name of that pattern. It's pretty rare, actually. I mean, I see the rook coming to h8 to mate all the time with the bishop on f6, but the bishop being the one that does the checkmating, I mean, that's like a one percenter. That never happens that way. It's awesome. What a great tactic.
What could we call it? Like a Cupid's arrow or something like that, right? You're just going for the checkmate in this way.
Yeah, it's a great one. Cupid's arrow. Love it. Candidate's arrow here. So a fantastic line. The funny thing is, when I saw that position, I was thinking about how to get the knight on e2 in, knight f4, knight takes e6, because I think I underestimated the king h2 idea. Because I was just thinking, the rook is supposed to defend the back rank, right? And because when you only have one of them, a lot of the time, it's hard to bring your rook into the game with that kind of rover, rook up and over. But in this case, black's pieces are just not coordinated enough to counterattack. So yeah, what is she going to do?
But this knight f4 idea in general, it's so annoying for black to deal with because after h takes g6, sometimes you do in fact take away from the center with f take to keep the line closed. And we have seen rook takes c2, rook takes c2. Here is a massive moment for Vaishali because while she doesn't have chances to win the candidates overall, she can throw a serious wrench in Goryachkina's plans here. Rook d3, rook lift over to h3, go for the capture on g6. This a2 pawn is irrelevant. It's all about going after the black king.
And I don't know. I personally think that maybe my idea isn't terrible either. And that's just really bad news for Goryachkina that there's multiple ways. Like rook d3 definitely looks just like mating, but h takes d6 and knight f4 is probably not too bad either, as you're still under heavy pressure there in the king. And that just goes to show, like, yeah, you see it. Well, it's definitely a much weaker than your idea. But probably it's just the same idea, rook d3, and now some knight g6 tricks in the air as well. So it's difficult. Just how do you get the counterplay here as black?
But if this is the bad version of something, that shows how good white's position is. It is just like too many pieces in the attack. And this knight on b6, Jennifer, if that knight could go on f5, we'd be talking about a totally different game. But the knight is offside here. And I just want to go to live position and just reinforce this, that this knight is dominated by the pawn 3 squares away. And my coach always used to say that knights on b3, b6, g3, and g6, they stay there too long. And this knight is a good example of that. The knight on b6, it's stuck. It can't jump forward. Nowhere to go except for backwards. And it's actually not participating in the relevant portion of the board.
And that was Grandmaster Miran Cher?
That is absolutely correct, yes.
All right. RIP, as we have... an interesting observation, because I've heard that as well, and I've seen it in so many positions. But it's funny, earlier in the game, I was saying the opposite, because I said the white knight on c3 had no place to go, but the knight on b6 seemed like such a great counterattacking piece, and sticking to us at c4. But it's funny how the tables turn, and I think what's key there is the permanence of the knight on b6 being bad, right? There was like a temporary chance it had, but then when that's cut off, there's nothing for you.
Nothing at all. So this position is looking rough for Alexandra Goryachkina. The one bit of good news is that Vaishali, her clock is ticking quite low. They have 12 moves to make to reach move 40 and gain an additional 30 minutes of time. And that's needed for Vaishali because she's down under 16 minutes. And that's when mistakes happen. One slight misstep, one wrong move order, and the advantage goes from nearly winning suddenly out the window and could be something that we should keep our eyes on is Vaishali's clock.
But those moves you were showing, Robert, look so easy. Take on g6, queen h4, rook d3, rook h3. They didn't look tough. They of course, it's a question whether she sees the same concept, but I mean, this is a fantastic attacking players, which is very likely too. Maybe what will happen is that Goryachkina will find some kind of trick to keep the game interesting.
And one thing that you always need to keep in mind for Vaishali is that after h takes g6, there could be a moment where Goryachkina takes with the f pawn, and that means that the checkmate will be harder to land, but the e6 pawn is even more of a weakness that you don't want to deal with. So at any moment, hg6 is going to be strong, even now. But I always was taught to keep the tension on the board unless you have to release it, and I don't think black wants to take on h5 ever.
Yeah, everything looks bad. That's the problem. The coordination here is extremely lacking for black, and that's the problem. And I'm sure Goryachkina is thinking, I wish I had taken that perpetual. It's always such a difficult decision, go with the tournament standings and try to risk it all, or go with the position. And, you're never going to get it right every time. But right now, it looks like she got it wrong this time.
Vaishali is in charge, her clock ticking to about 14 minutes. Let's leave her to it because I do see that things are developing in some of the other games. And I want to give a shout to Humpy Koneru against Nurgul Salimova because Humpy entered this round a full 2 points behind the co-leaders. But if Lei Tingzhe gets herself into more trouble than she's already in, and say Lagno can earn a victory against Tan Zhangyi, then suddenly Humpy is within striking distance. So I think it's long odds, but her position is quite nice from the white side. Jennifer, we love ourselves a good bishop pair, and in the top right board on our screen here, Humpy Koneru has a bishop pair and actually is a pawn ahead.
Whoa, that's a lot. And black also has that knight that you don't like.
Yeah, this one is not quite as bad as the other one, but it doesn't look like it's on its optimal square. I think the optimal square would be over here on f3.
So wait, we're up a pawn here? It doesn't look like it. It's like you actually have to count them because at first I'm like, wait a second. Where'd that extra pawn come from? Okay, I get it. It's on h3. It's on h3. Yeah, and f2. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so
I feel
yeah,
the
no,
same
yeah,
for
it
black's for
does.
this one.
Yeah, it does look it looks just like black. Doesn't look like there's any compensation, right? So question for me though is what's white's plan to start opening up the position? Are they going to be playing f3?
I think, Jennifer, you can almost pre-move f3 at this point. Obviously, if there's some attack going on, you have to avoid it. But f3 is automatic idea. Open up the bishop, open up the rooks, because trades favor white as she is up a pawn. So f3 and take back with the rook. Let's keep going. There's no attack against the white king.
All right, the best chance now for Salimova, play knight c4 and hope that Humpy has pre-moved f3.
Yeah, no, I don't think that Humpy plays that much online, so I don't think she's in danger of playing before she calculates. So, in all seriousness, though, like I'm trying to come up with an idea for black here. You don't have time to double your rooks. F3 is next. This is, to my eyes, a really tough moment for Salimova, who is doing well in the tournament, 4-10. It's a very respectable result, but Humpy has that strength and that veteran experience.
Yeah, very nice position for Humpy Canaro. Perhaps too little, too late to be in the running for the championship or for the candidate position. But it's always nice to win more. You know, it's never hurts. So nice play for Humpy Canaro. And how about our other co-leader against Katerina Lagno? We have a few developments in that game.
So let's zoom out to a bird's eye view and then go right to the game between Lagno and Tan Zhongyi, because in that game, looks like things have changed quite a bit. And actually, a great moment to tune in. That move, knight e5 from Tan Zhongyi, Jennifer, that move is given a question mark. If we just go a half step back, the move queen to e5, trading queens or trying to trade queens, apparently was the recommended decision. Instead, knight to e5, not considered the best choice.
Queen e5 would have forced to trade a queen because of the queen g7 threat, mate. So instead, knight to e5. But what's the problem here? Before you were really getting a lot of great counterplay by playing moves like bishop d6 and bishop f6. So how are those moves going here? If I played bishop to d6, do you have any fancy tactics?
I don't think I can sacrifice my queen on g7, which is what we typically love to do. We love discovered checks, but we also like to be up a queen, as black is in this position. It's just one check and no mate.
So what's the deal? Oh, you just play queen c3. Is it just something boring like that? Just queen c3? Is that all it is?
It's all it is. But you know what's funny about this position is I think a lot of us, and actually sometimes myself included, we just assume that all opposite colored bishop positions are drawn, but not with rooks on the board and pawns on both sides, because the black king is actually not entirely safe and pawns can be quite weak and picked off. So we shouldn't assume that it would be a draw just because of the presence of opposite colored bishops.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And there's still more to look at, I think, after queen c3, like the moves b4 and rook c8, but it does seem like white is doing okay in all those lines, right?
Yeah, the
queen c3, the queen can just go to d4 and we're holding on and there's not even a pin there. Okay.
But that's holding on for dear life, right? That kind of queen c3, queen d4, but when it works out, everything is safe and sound. So, but why is this given a question mark? Because it looks, to my eyes, like a really, really natural move. Bishop f6, that way you pin this knight at least, and queen c3 now is not exactly an appealing move. That comes to mind, but anything else, Jennifer? Like, why would the engine suddenly prefer black?
It must be the bishop f6, although I feel like there's some potential tactics there. Like I was looking at knight c6 to try to get out of dodge and trade things. I don't know if that works. Maybe that blunders something. Yeah, I thought because bishop b2, knight takes d8, I thought I would be holding on, but it's probably something better for black there than bishop takes b2. So I was right about that. But the problem is
Yeah.
when you make a move like knight c6, it's not about the average of the different variations. It's about the best variation.
Yeah, and I guess the rook can slide over because the bishop covers the 97 check, and there are too many pieces hammering at the loose knight on c6. But that's a clever try. Like these sort of ideas, I always say that it's better to suggest them and them to be wrong than to not suggest them at all, because you may have to rely on an idea like this in some other variation.
Right. So it could be in the offing, right? Yeah. All right. Yeah, and I guess yeah, it's not once you see rook c8, it's not even worth looking at the other lines before, because I'm not sure bishop c6 might have been okay as well. So knight e5, bishop f6, and white is under some pressure. Is there the immediate threat then of rook c8? I think so. Right?
Yes, I think you are correct, because where does the queen go? It is out of touch with this knight on e5 all of a sudden.
So what to do about that?
Uh,
Because before we were relying on this idea of knight c4, right? But now you got a pawn on b5, so we can't do that. Our knight has actually only got, the only square we got is g6. That's not takeable at the moment. But if knight g6 now, I think bishop takes b2, right?
exactly.
Yeah, and then knight f8, and then we end up having just two bishops for a rook, which is not good for the rook, right? Those two bishops are glorious.
Yeah, though somehow it's not, usually when you see bishops against rooks, it feels like you have an overwhelming advantage, but I guess the pawns are loose and the bishop on d5 would rather be out on f3 or something like that. So it's not game over, but black is, of course, the side for choice. So I think you made a good point. I didn't actually realize that the g6 square was still available like this. So after bishop f6, maybe we just defend our bishop, put it on a better square like bishop d4, because even if you pile up pressure against this knight, I do have this knight g6 and even knight f4 rerouting in the right moment.
But what about the rook c8 idea here?
It's funny. I see one idea and then forget about it when I go to another idea. But queen d7, I think, barely holds on because the queen trade is a savior. You came up with a queen d7 in an earlier position, so that square is really important.
Same game, same kind of a thing. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. That's good. So white is hanging on by a thread here after bishop to f6. The tactics are really in black's favor, but if white finds the right path, looks like she will hang on. Now, only 10 minutes left for Lagno, by the way, with 14 moves to make. It's a little risky herself here. So
I feel like she's ready to move. Like I sense that she wants to make a move, but she's calculating and triple checking stuff. And I am super curious to know what move she'll decide on, because bishop f6 to me seems like the safe choice. You just make sure that all your pieces are in defended squares. You're not blundering any tactics. But Katerina's played such a powerful game thus far that I wouldn't be surprised if she surprised. And I'm trying to come up with a surprising move. Okay, hear me out. Is f4 somehow possible?
Ooh, that's creative. All right, I don't want to take with my g-pawn. I know that much.
Nope, because this pawn at some point will be a problem and your king is just wide open. But if you take with the e-pawn, I'm doing this whole thing. I'm giving you all my pawns to open up my bishop.
For Lagno's sake, I hope she doesn't consider this move because that's like so much to think about. From a practical point of view, it would be better if she just played bishop f6. Because you could go, if she starts seriously considering that, she could get down to like 3 or 4 minutes and it could be a real circus in the last few moves.
But she also really wants to win because she'll catch up to Tan Zhongyi. So it's one of these, you got to risk it to get the biscuit moments. And she played bishop f6, the calm move.
Bishop f6, okay. But perhaps this move can still be played at some point, although it's not as powerful when, I mean, it could still make some sense. Let's see. But our main line here was something different than what white played, which was rook c5.
She played super quickly rook c5, and it's given a question mark. And now the evaluation heavily in black's favor. And I'm going to cheat and by cheat I mean just turn on the line so I can see it. Jennifer, there's only one move that gives black the advantage, and it's pawn to f4. And that, if you didn't see it the first time,
No.
I wonder if she'll see it the second time.
Why is it so much better now? Oh, I see. Okay, because bishop e5 and queen g4 check. So it's about the loose rook on d1. I think she is more likely to see it because, of course, she's a grandmaster. It's all about the loose pieces, right? Before f4 was a little bit more exotic, right? Now it's like, okay, this is tactics time.
But this is a candidate's changing moment, Jennifer, because f4, you mentioned the clock. Right now, Katerina is down to 8 minutes, 50 seconds. And this was White's 27th move. You have to make your moves in less than a minute each. If you're Katerina, I guess with the increment, she'll gain a bit of time back. But this is really tricky territory of when to invest most of your remaining time, because f4 is a decision you can't take back.
That's an incredible move, though. So the idea being that if after f4, Robert and I were talking about pawn takes e3, e takes f4, but now e takes f4, we've got what looks like your e3 move, right?
Yeah, and this rook is loose.
And so now after pawn takes e3, what do we have?
I think you just go all in.
Just start with that, and then if rook takes d5, queen g3.
Yep.
The bar says you're totally winning, but why? Let's see. King f1, sure. King f1.
I don't know where to go.
I mean, at the moment, white is up a piece, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And we're threatening all these things on d8, so you got to be careful. But as you point out, bishop takes h4 just threatens checkmate, huh?
That threatens checkmate. Also, this rook is loose. We talk about loose pieces dropping off. That you have one defender, I have one attacker. But if I can bring your king onto a square where I can check and hit d5, that could also be valuable. So I could probably throw in this check at any moment because the king can't go to e2 as the queen goes to g2, picking up this rook on d5 at a minimum. So it's super complex.
Wow, what a crazy line. And now what about, okay, so f4, if she considers it, Robert, she could get into heavy time control because time pressure, because if she starts thinking about it, she might tick down to 2 minutes on the clock. If she starts thinking about it seriously, I'm sure it'll at least flash by her eyes. A more normal, safe move, something like moving your rook over to e8 just to attack the knight on e5 another time. And then, of course, you would also want to at least consider the move rook c8, right? There's a lot for her to think of.
I think rook f to e8 is just a super logical move, just going right after this knight on e5. I actually don't know. Knight g6, can that work? Because the bishop on b2 is loose. This is complicated and difficult for both sides to make individual moves.
Yeah, rook e8 looks, and why is rook c8 not good either? Like I'm looking at this move by Tang Cheng-ji, and I'm just like, well, it looks like so dangerous to make because there's so many possible moves. And she did play rook to f to e8, so not the one that the computer wanted to play, but still seems to be giving massive practical problems if the right move is knight g6. So what's the idea with knight g6? That I play bishop takes b2, and you can just take everything on d5. Is that why?
Yeah, I think the d5 piece being loose is what keeps white in this game. But I mean, this is really thin margins, like barely holding on, but not just holding on, actually getting the advantage.
Yeah, the evaluation says that white's now winning. Why? Why? Because we're just winning our piece back, right? Now I'm so confused. Why is that winning?
I think it's because all of black's pawns are on light squares and they're going to be picked off. Like knight f4. I don't even know where you move your queen, but let's say you go to e5 and we just swap these things off. Then I think that the b5 and d5, the f5 pawns are in trouble. So in this position, I don't know. Do I take it with my knight? Do I take it with my rook? These are questions I don't have the answer to.
Yeah, interesting. And what if we had played queen f7 instead of queen e5?
Queen f7? I think I take this bishop. Yeah, that should do the trick.
And it's just a good knight versus an okay bishop. I can't really call a bishop on b2 that bad, but the knight on f4 is beastly. So I guess that's another, you mentioned all the weak pawns, great knight on f4. So a really cool variation there. Rook fe8, knight g6, and white is still in a very, well, I'm not going to say still because she was suffering for a little while, but earlier in the game we did like her position, and it seems like she's potentially wrenching that advantage back.
Yeah, and I'm going to take this X away from Rook to E8 because it objectively was a mistake. It missed a better move, but it's such a difficult move to play F4 with such little time on your clock. I'm sure that when Katerina goes over the game, Jennifer, she'll be unhappy to have missed the chance, but it is a very difficult spot when you don't have the evaluation bar to the side of the board saying, here's a moment, find a good move. This is not a tactics puzzle.
No, and there was also a lot of tactics after knight to g6. Rook c8 also looks like very compelling for black. So she could have just thought black was winning. We don't have to take on b2 right away. She could have looked at knight g6 and just thought black had a very promising position. Rook c8. And again, it does look like white is playing catch up, but maybe at the end of the catch up, white is sitting pretty. But you have to protect your rook on c5, right? So queen a7 must be mandatory.
It's just this knight f4 fork at the end. Like that's the saving grace for white in many of these lines, is that this knight reroutes itself to this f4 square and hits the queen and the bishop on d5. And I think that's what really is holding this on for white.
Very, very nice idea. Very nice. And exactly, it's very difficult to fault Lagno when these the saving grace for white is quite tricky. And she has only 6 minutes on the clock now, does Lagno. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Meanwhile, we've got our other tournament leader in earlier. Last time we checked, she was in some trouble against Anna Muzychuk. Does that still seem to be the case, where she's got just a rook for the 2 minors?
Yeah, what? Oh, there's the bird's eye view. And, well, Jennifer, in the bottom right, it does look tricky for Anna Muzychuk. Obviously, for Lei Ting-Jie.
Yes. Queen c3 has just been played, by the way, by Anna Muzychuk, looking to trade off the queens, and I think maybe capture that pawn on a3 or c4. So 2 very troublesome pawns. But in particular, you were talking about how deadly the pawn on a4 was.
This pawn, is an outside passer and trying to use that. And here we see that for Lei Ting-Jie, the evaluation bar is saying she is in huge trouble, Jennifer. And I think that this is a clearly bad position. Look at this last move, queen to c3, offering the queen trade, because if you take a2 is loose, f2 is loose, c4 is loose, all the pawns are falling.
Yeah, you can't hold on to all of them, right? And that A pawn is a big one. So, I mean, I'd be inclined to try to keep that one, but how? Play rook A1 and let you play bishop takes F2 and take all the other pawns on the board? Well, it's not appealing at all. Oh, this is painful because she played such an inspired game, right? Lei Ting-Jie, but also, I mean, there's a lot of Anna Muzychuk fans out there, and I'm one of them. And you got to applaud her bravery, because a lot of people would have chosen another path than this, and they wouldn't have been rewarded then.
And it's sort of funny because those paths were viewed differently by the engine. The one she took, said the engine like, oh, this is bad for black, your king's in trouble. And then if she had played a simpler move that didn't take a piece, and I'm going to go back to that moment so people can see what we're talking about. Here in this position, white gave up a bishop for a pawns and to go after the black king. And the best move is to not take this bishop. Instead, retreating with your knight either to h7 or to e8 makes your king feel safe and sound. But she decided to take because she said in this position here, after rook d2, queen c4, she couldn't find an inroad, a way for white to get at the black king. And Jennifer immediately, Lei Ting-Jie went wrong. And the best move is ridiculous. King h2, nobody is finding that. It just doesn't compute. But it's a great understanding by Anna Muzychuk to recognize that this is not going to be an easy attack. And in fact, it's much easier to defend.
I love it. I love it. And, I have a 7-year-old who loves chess, and every time he has an opportunity to sacrifice on h6 and h3, he does it. So I think this is a really important game for those of you who just sack at every opportunity that, not everyone's going to go down easily. The better you get, the more they're going to just hit you back with these fantastic ideas like Muzychuk did.
No, it's one of those moments that you will go down in the history books because it is potentially a candidates changing moment where Lei Tingzhe, she entered this round in a tie for first with Tan Zhongyi, 1 point clear of their nearest chasers. And as you point out many times today, Lei Tingzhe was on fire. Like she just seemed unstoppable. But perhaps she stopped herself by going for this sacrifice where she got a little bit too clever for her own good, where the follow up was just too difficult to find the accurate continuations.
But to be fair, like, well, I guess to say, like, King H2, of course, is like an outer space move. But even some of the other lines that we were looking at looked like they might lead to a perpetual, right? Knight takes E5 was really a bad one. It really just almost immediately made things good for Muzychuk. Like, because you were looking at the Knight G5, Knight E6, Knight F5 idea, the Rook D1 idea looked okay. So it is a bit puzzling. And he must have maybe underestimated the A3 move or something like that.
And I think she just perhaps believed that pawn takes bishop on h6 wasn't feasible. And then when it happened, she's like, uh-oh, I have to calculate. I wasn't looking that deeply earlier. And that's why we often tell people, and this is not to criticize the wonderful Lei Tingzhe, who's such a world-class player, but we do instruct people to calculate in advance of a committal decision because you can't take that move back. You couldn't put her bishop back on the board. And so I think that for Lei Tingzhe, she's definitely regretting it because right now, I don't see how she survives this. In fact, I'm only surprised that the engine isn't saying black is totally winning as the queen trade is on offer. The rook on e1 is loose. If the queen moves, the f2 pawn is loose. The c4 pawn. How in the world can white survive this?
I don't think she will, but we know that she's going to try. But it's all about that. I mean, this will, if she loses this game, I mean, it's very likely to take her out of the lead. Okay. It is possible, of course, that if Lagno were to win, that it would be a huge tie for first after the round, right? Between Lagno and the compatriots who started with the lead. But wow, that would be very surprising. And hey, I mean, it'll be good for the spectators, right? We'd have a wide open race for the end of the tournament. But Lagno game still underway, and she's actually going under 3 minutes, Robert, with I think another 12 or 13 moves left to make. So this is very exciting to say the least. Now, Tan Zhongyi has just played a move we didn't look at. She did not play Knight G6. She played Rook takes B5.
Let's dive. Let's head out of here and dive into what's happening elsewhere because we see on the top left, Rook takes pawn on b5. White is now a pawn ahead. But Jennifer, my eyes are also stuck on the bottom left where Vaishali's huge advantage, it's gone. She went for the attack, but the engines are saying that Goryachkina is fending it off. And that's very bad news for the Indian fans out there and very good news for Goryachkina's chances to win this tournament.
And funny enough, she did play well. You had predicted it, Robert, as you'd said that maybe Goryachkina would take with the F pawn so that Vaishali's attack wasn't so paint by numbers. So that's how she kept it a little bit more mixed up.
Wow, but Jennifer, look at the game at the top left. It looks like Tan Zhongyi is suddenly completely winning. This has got out of hand. It was the time trouble for Katerina Lagno. She went bishop takes pawn on b3. There are some loose pieces here. The rook on d1. You can capture on d8. And her plan, I must imagine, is to go bishop takes d8 to hit this queen and gain a tempo. But the engine does not approve. So, Jennifer, it seems like Tan Zhongyi has a chance to seize this candidate's lead, separate herself from Lagno, and also likely Lei Tingzhe, who's struggling against Anna Muzychuk.
What an opportunity. So wait, why? So what's the deal here? So if we take the bishop, you have rook takes d1 check. If we play rook takes d8, bishop takes d8. So what was the missed move here? Let's see.
Is it as simple as queen just taking a pawn? You are grabbing this one, but a2 is also loose.
Is it, wait, so rook d8, bishop d8, is it a queen c, could it be queen c6 earlier? Or this one looks like it works because the eval bar approved of it, of your move, so maybe that was it.
I'm just taking a pawn that's hanging. I didn't look any deeper than that, but I think it's because this bishop on b3 doesn't have anywhere good to go.
Yeah. I see. So rook d8, bishop d8, just the simple queen takes a7, saying that you can move your bishop, so you're not going to be down a piece. Like you could go bishop d5 or something, right? So you could go bishop d5, but now you've got the discoveries with the queen g7 mate.
Uh-oh. But where to? What's the correct square? Because, and it looks like rook takes d8 has been played. So where's this knight going?
I mean, if I put it on c6, I'm attacking the bishop on d8. Does that matter, though? Because now I'm fronting rook d5, potentially in some lines, too.
You nailed it. And I think that the big thing, Jennifer, is that the bishop f6, we get to this position where once we trade, if you take with the queen, you have lost touch with this bishop on d5. And this position here, after queen takes c6, it seems that rook takes f5 is a second extra pawn for white with the attack continuing.
Okay, so let's go back and catch our breath. And what happened in the game? So they did play the moves rook takes d8, bishop d8, right? That's on the board. And now queen takes a7 is on the board. So bishop d5 is problematic because of knight c6. Are there any other good moves here? What about moving our bishop back to f6 again? No, because you can play pawn takes b3, right?
Mm-hmm. The rook and bishop defend this knight. Uh-oh. Bishop takes a2, Jennifer. I think knight c4 might be the move, cutting off the circulation between queen and bishop while threatening checkmate on g7. That's actually incredible.
Oh, that's a nice one. I would have thought knight c6 as well, but no, that one's much better, right? Because then otherwise you might be able to have like queen f7 and cobble together a defense. Ooh,
oh my goodness, yeah.
But knight c4, gorgeous.
But knight c6 probably also works. So that's the pain of black's position, is that white has too many options, because knight c6 can always retreat back to d4, and the f5 pawn at minimum will fall. So this just feels easy at this stage for Tan Zhengyi.
It's unfortunate that we can't interpolate the move like rook e7 or something. I guess the problem is anytime we try to interpolate a move like that to defend our 7th rank, then, well, our 7th rank is defended, but our back rank isn't.
Yeah, queen b8 or a8 will pin this bishop, and the b3 bishop will also be hanging still. This is over. The Katerina Lagno is dipping down to 1 minute and 40 seconds, but she could get an hour, a day. Her position is toast.
Oh, and this is a time pressure thing, because bishop takes b3. You want to have a lot of time to calculate that. It's a very committal move, to say the least. You're giving up a bishop and you're trusting the tactics will work. But I know that if she had more time on the clock, she would have been able to calculate all of these different lines, and she wouldn't have done it.
No, and it's going to be disappointment for her. Bishop comes in to d1, and I liked your knight c6 move, Jennifer. I think just bringing that knight back around to d4 to hit the queen and this f5 pawn looks really smart. We'll see if Tan Zhengyi plays that, but I actually want to go back while she's on the clock. Look at this. Rook f to e8 was played in the game, and this knight is under attack by 3 of black's pieces and only defended by 2 of white's. And she went rook takes b5. I actually didn't sense the magnitude of the moment. She gave up this piece on e5 because her whole point was that once this queen takes on e5 here, that she wasn't going to trade queens, which is good for black. She was going to retreat her queen and pile the maximum pressure on the pin piece because the queen is behind the bishop. That is actually an unbelievable tactic.
That is so, because we came in right after rook b5 where Katerina already played bishop b3. So you're saying that actually Katerina was under massive pressure there and she felt like she was up against the wall here. Wow, phenomenal game. Wow, bishop d1. So the one thing I wanted to point about knight c6 is that you can't try to defend with something like queen f7 because we've got rook b7.
Oof.
And notice our knight, like, conveniently also protects the e7 square, so you can't even think about playing rook e7. Oh.
Brutal. This is like a final position that nobody wants to look at from the black side. Just every white piece in the attack.
Just what a turnaround this will be. I mean, if she wins this game and her compatriot loses, she's going to be at 7.5, a point ahead of the field all of a sudden. I mean, a point ahead. I said a point, right? Yeah, a point. Not a point and a half.
No, she doesn't get style points. So we'd love to give her an extra half point. But no, this is really, I mean, what a huge moment this is for the candidates. And for Katerina Lagno, you know she's going to be kicking herself, because if she won this game, she would have been tied. One of your big chances to play for the World Championship, and to lose and fall 2 games back with just 3 remaining, you probably feel like you're out of the running. So you could see it on Katerina's face. I mean, she is not happy about the position she has here, and it's up to Tan Zhongyi to convert this advantage, and it has to do with his pawn being so loose and vulnerable on G7.
I mean, I think this was a tremendous game, to be honest. I mean, honestly, I thought they both played really well, but obviously with the time pressure, it didn't give Katerina enough time to calculate. And that's something that sometimes happens, even though we wanted to see it earlier in the game, we really wanted to see Tan Zhongyi play the more combative C4. In a weird way, playing these like offbeat lines, they kind of make it more difficult for the player who likes time pressure, because you have to start thinking it's such an early move.
And it's doubly bad for that player and the player who wants to win, because you keep things a little bit quiet. Now you have to take significant risk to play for more. And look at this, by the way. Bishop f6, bishop takes, queen takes. There's queen d7, protecting the knight, hitting the rook, hitting the bishop down on d1. So it's an all-universe move, hitting everything and defending everything. I think this is just over after queen d7.
So she did play knight to c6 and then immediate bishop f6. It looks like we saw bishop takes f6, queen takes f6 are on the board, and we're waiting for queen d7. Now that's an example of a good knight versus a bad bishop.
And it's especially bad because it looks like it's good. If you get the bishop to f3, you're about to deliver checkmate, but you're just too slow in this position.
I know, and you even get a chance to make this like ultra skewer, right? Like the long skewer, you're skewering all the pieces on the board with bishop a4 after queen d7. But unfortunately, queen takes e8 is coming with a check, and you're toast.
I don't think I've seen a skewer like that. Queen d7 has arrived, and it's e8, d1, and f5 for good measure, all threatened by this queen on d7. So Jennifer, I think one move, bishop h5, does save the bishop and the rook on e8. And then I'm wondering if white can take on f5, because I'm a little bit worried about a check down here on a1.
Oh, you're worried about rook f5, queen a1 check. So let's see. So bishop h5 is the best chance then, but queen d7 hasn't. Oh, she did play queen to d7. So let's see if she plays this bishop h5 move.
Maybe there's not even a threat like you can't take on f5 because queen a1's a single check, but it's just something that I would personally want to avoid. It would worry me. And Katerina Lagno, she is down to 1 minute and about to be 40 seconds. Once again, she's been gaining a little bit of time by making the quick moves. But Jennifer, you could see it sinking in. And look at Tan Zhongyi, by the way. She is seemed to perk up at the board. This is a candidate's potentially winning moment for her if she can keep up this style of play and these results.
Yeah, and I think she can get away with rook takes f5 because queen a1 check, king h2, and if you ever put your bishop on f3, I can sacrifice and take on e8, and I'm still up a knight at the end of the day, right?
That just makes a player feel even worse. It's like that one hope of a checkmating net that I have doesn't work because I lose all my pieces. So yeah, this is seemingly over 1 minute on the clock for Lagno. I wouldn't be totally surprised if she throws in the towel in the now or in the next couple moves, but it's hopeless. She's lost.
Yeah, I do think that if she sees your idea of bishop h5, queen a1 check, she'll play that. Just why not? But let's see.
Yeah,
because
she goes for bishop h5.
She did play bishop h5. Yeah, okay. Going for playing till the end, which makes a lot of sense, especially when you don't have that much time on the clock. Just keep your opponents under pressure. I mean, obviously, she is not happy about this position, but you don't resign yet.
No, you should not. And I think it's the right thing to do to play on. But she's down a pawn. Could be a second here as f5 can be captured.
Yeah, that's right. Just not with the queen, right? I don't think with the queen would be the right way.
No, that seems to allow the black queen in, and then bishop to f3. And I'm surprised that white is even surviving this because it looks like you're getting checkmated.
So that would be the wrong way. And that's important too, because sometimes, I can see somebody doing that in a blitz game, thinking like, I'm going to trade queens or something and just win this easily up 3 pawns. But no, you want to take with the rook. so that you keep that rook on e8 under fire.
Exactly. So I'll show that. Bishop f3. First, you take the rook with check. Then you remove the mating attack. And, okay, I can just pick up the f3 pawn. And white is up a knight and 3 pawns. Maybe 2 pawns. It doesn't matter. It's completely winning advantage.
Yeah, and I think this is sinking in here. Oh, actually, of course, it's still white's move. So she hasn't played yet. She hasn't chosen yet what to do here. Whether to play rook takes f5. She could probably do something else too. Because the position looks so dominant.
Yeah, like, can she just play, you're going to laugh, king h2?
You'll never miss that move again.
Well, I mean, you can run away from the check, and it looks like a reasonable choice.
Yeah. Now bishop g6, like that bishop g6. It just looks so terrible for black. I can't imagine you're holding on, but you do hold on to that pawn for a moment at least.
Bishop g6. If that's the move that you're going to play, you feel very upset about how this game has gone. So, yeah, it looks like Tan Zhengyi has many options here that keep her with the advantage, as long as she doesn't allow her king to fall victim to a mating net. Should we potentially zoom out of this? Oh, she's about to move, and she does, in fact, play rook takes f5. So, yeah, Katerina probably will give a check, but I do think this game is bound to end in just a couple turns, and I'm just curious what's happening elsewhere.
Oh, there, she's done it. She's done your queen a1 check.
And king h2, our favorite move of the day. And Jennifer, I don't know about you, but I don't really see a move that doesn't lose a lot of material at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we play queen takes a2, but it is important that we have king h2. If we had to play king g2, we'd be losing, right? So it's like quite a turnaround, right?
Yeah. And also, queen takes a2 played, keeps an eye on the f2 pawn, but you see Tan Zhengyi is everything under control. But I'm just looking at the other games because we are nearing the move 40, which is the second time control. In our upper right, it looks like Humpy has everything under control. In the bottom left, that game has been seesawing a bit, Jennifer. It's going from much better for Vaishali, back to approximately level, back to better for Vaishali. And then in the bottom right, it's been a stable plus for Anna Muzychuk after she fended off the attack. And that seemed like she's the one on the offensive. So all 4 games still have life to them, but I think we're going to see 4 decisive results today.
Wow. What an incredible event that would be. But it does look like it might happen. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
I didn't put you on the spot, asking you how many decisive games we'd get, but I don't think either of us would have said 4 out of 4.
No, I probably would have said 2 or something.
Yeah, but the boards here, oof. Looks like we have I'm actually going to be hard pressed to see even 2 saves by the players with the disadvantage on those boards. So, trying to think, should we go back to the Goryachkina game potentially? Because it looks like Vaishali doesn't have that much time before she reaches move 40, as the players are on move 36 after the rook came to f3. But actually, if we dive into that game, if we can bring up the board, the black queen is trapped. Like, it has to come off. Like, queen e4 maybe is the only move because white can't trade queens because of the pawn fork.
Right. Okay. So queen e4 is what we're expecting here.
Yeah.
But then, okay. I don't think we want to do the queen trade, so we'll move away.
And I guess h3 is our only square to move away to, but it also has a powerful punch.
That's right, because now we're threatening bishop f8 and queen takes e6 check. Not to mention maybe threatening, I don't know, are we threatening knight c5? Maybe not, but something that's in the air at least. So big moment here for Goryachkina to try to keep her hopes alive.
If she could turn this around and win, Jennifer, that would be heartbreaking for Vaishali, but I mean, just massive for Goryachkina. But what else is she thinking about, do you believe? Because queen e4, that seems combative. Queen h5, queen, do I take it or do I keep the queens on?
Well, I mean, queen f4 looks pretty devastating because I'm threatening queen f7 check and bishop takes f8, right? I mean, I guess you'd have to come back to f5, and then I have queen d2 all of a sudden, though, right?
That's actually really beautiful geometry.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of the day.
Uh-oh.
So what else does that leave us with? So it seems like Queen E4 is going to be the move.
Yes. Queen E4 seems only, and then Queen H3 looks natural. What about Rook C6, though? That's what I couldn't quite figure out. Just getting ultra defensive.
Right. And then we have to find. We do have a knight that can hop in over to C5, right? Is that going to be an annoyance, or do you always have Queen E1 check?
Well, I also can grab this one on D4, which I think is critical because then E5 will drop in many ways.
Right. Oh, yeah. That's not what we want, is it? Yeah. Huh.
Could we just play simple
Rook
defensive
F4.
chess? Yeah, just defend our weak pawn. The queen has only one square that I can see on E2, and then I don't know what to do next. But at least I'm not dropping my central pawn.
Yeah. This looks like a smart way to play. And then what? What now, though? I mean, I also was wondering if Rook C1 check was a possibility instead of Queen E2. Is that any good? I guess you could just play King H2.
I think you have to play King H2, but I'm going to show your idea that if the knight took, then Queen takes F4, and Black is not really much worse anymore. And if instead King H2, your queen has to detach herself from the rook, and after Queen E2 now, I can successfully steal your rook on C1. But that's a clever tactical try. Just doesn't work out in this particular position.
Because of King H2. How many games has this come up in? 3, right? 3 times it's been the winning move. It's unbelievable.
I'm just really trying to figure out, though, what Goryachkina is considering, because this is the live position. The queen is under attack. Queen H5, you correctly point out that Queen F4 is devastating with that Queen D2 tactic. So what is Black thinking about here besides Queen E4?
Yeah, that's a good point, because I think Queen E4 does seem more combative than Queen H5. Queen F4 just seems too easy. Like the line is over really quickly. Whereas Queen E4, we were kind of like finding some ideas for Black. So yeah, I feel like that is probably the one that she's going to end up landing on.
Yeah, but her opponent's in time trouble, so that's why I think I'm a bit surprised she's not making her choice, because the best way to survive a lost game like this is by putting some of that time pressure on Vaishali. So yeah, not to have a move in mind here. I don't really have many moves because it seems like Black's in trouble, but I think Queen E4 is the one I would go for.
Yeah. Let's see if she does it.
She's sitting and thinking. So I guess maybe we could zoom out once more just to see what's happening on our other boards, because everyone is nearing that critical move 40. And I'm looking at the game between Lei Tingzhe and Muzychuk, and in that one, suddenly Lei Tingzhe's pieces are free, and there could be threats against the Black King, as the players are only on move 33, Jennifer, and they both have 5 minutes for Enna and 4 minutes 10 seconds for Lei Tingzhe. This could go either player's way. She gave up her rook. What's happening?
Huh. Wait, really?
She gave up her rook on E1, and I'm trying to figure this out because, to my eyes, it's a free rook in time trouble, and yet the engine says not so fast, apparently.
Wow. Well, there's Queen D8 check, okay, and then Knight E8, right? I mean, at some point, you got to stick that in there, and then, the only move that it seems to keep the game going is Knight F5 threatening Queen E7 check, so that at least I win that knight back on E8.
And then if Bishop C5 to stop your... Oh, apparently I made a mistake. But I stopped your one move threat.
Yeah, I mean, that would...
Maybe,
I don't get that.
Maybe there's a check... Oh my goodness. What is this pattern recognition from Lei Tingzhe? She's coming up with all sorts of saving ideas.
So wait, we're down 2 pieces here, and Queen H4 not being a check. It's a checkmate threat, though, which is very important. Very underrated move in chess, a checkmate threat. Okay. But there's got to be a lot of ways to stop that checkmate threat. No, there's not. That's the problem.
I still don't.
That's
Like,
insane.
what if I push my pawn so my bishop can block if you give a check? So, like, you check. Also, I can bring my king out, and then we get here. Okay, that's winning. So I made a wrong check.
So Queen H6 check.
You know,
What difference does
like,
that mean? What
I
difference does
think the
that make?
queen. I think the queen ends up coming here, and so the black king can't escape. This is ridiculous.
Well, oh, because now you can play queen takes e8 if the black escapes. Okay. So if queen h8, but why didn't that work with your line too? Like
I think
that
it.
should have worked with your line too. Queen h8, king f7, queen h5 check, right? Okay. So it did. So it's just the
Yeah.
key playing queen h5. And so the idea is that after queen h5 check, king e6, queen takes e8 is actually winning for white.
Yeah, just made
Because
on the spot.
yeah, you have to play bishop e7, queen takes e7, checkmate. Well, that knight really
Oh.
is powerful on f5.
You know,
It-
this they always tell you knight on f5 in a Sicilian, you win the game. This is not a Sicilian position, but the knight on f5 is really strong. In fact, it's worth the rook on e1. Lei Ting-Jie is giving up her entire rook, and it's justified. This is some superb tactical vision from her.
This is insane. I mean, that's a gorgeous position. It's like it's hard to even wrap your mind around it. Like, let's go. So queen takes e1. You have two extra pieces. Two extra pieces. Queen d8 check, knight e8, and somehow, and you have two extra pieces and a tempo. Two pieces and a tempo.
And
How? And the problem is that pawn on c6. If you could get rid of that pawn on c6, maybe we'd have like bishop b5 or something here.
Well, we're getting this. I just saw Anna Muzychuk take this rook on e1, and so we are going to go down this continuation. So a rook was sacrificed for the greater good from Lei Ting-Jie, but she hasn't made her move yet. Jennifer, that concerns me somewhat. As you give up a rook, you should have the follow-up ready.
So is there another move besides our bishop c5 move? Because I was saying, like, if the pawn wasn't on c6, we could play bishop b5, because we're up two pieces. A lot of pieces.
It's quite a number of pieces, but I guess queen b4 does the same job as bishop to c5, and apparently that's better for some unbeknownst reason, because what if this queen does the same thing?
Okay, what's the difference here? You still have to stop the checkmate, right? So you still, and king g8's got to be a draw because of queen g5 check, right? So it's got to be your f6 move. But maybe there's something different about your f6 move here. Is there something different? What's different about your f6 move? Nothing.
Apparently not. Yeah, check. Here, check again.
So there's a move besides f6 and king g8 that we aren't seeing. What is that move? Because the computer seems to say that black is winning here. So what move is there that's neither of those moves? Let's see. Is it knight? No, it's not knight f6. Because you can just play queen takes f6 instead of, yeah.
It's knight f6.
Wait, why though? My first thought was queen h8, knight g8, right?
Wait, if you take it, you're threatening checkmate in both directions. So that means king e8 by process of elimination is the only way to stop it, or queen. But like c6, e5, queen h8, all these checks apparently don't amount to enough because the black king slides away, and that's why the queen on b4 is better than bishop on c5. There's no hanging bishop here. Both of black's bishops are defended by this queen. This is ridiculous.
I think it's going to be a draw because I don't think that this queen b. The thing is, you could play queen b4 instead of bishop c5, sure, but then it's such a weird line, right?
Wait, but she started with knight f. So she assumed that queen d8 check was probably not going to work out. So she started with knight f5. She wants to get her queen on the yo-yo string and not allow knight back to e8 to block it. And Anna has to take it, and she does.
I see. Okay, so she has to take it, but then after queen g8 check, king g7, queen g5, huh?
Wait. But there's king h8
Can't you go to
here.
king h8 and then queen d8 check, king h7, right?
That's right.
Yeah, and there's no queen h4 because the knight's on f5.
And
maybe
if you
she hallucinated that there was a queen h4 check there.
And you go king g8 there to block a check with your knight if the queen comes back to the g file.
Oh no, she had a really, really nice idea there. So knight takes f5, queen d8 check, it's happening. King g8, queen g5 check. Oh no, she's played king f8.
She repeated.
So maybe,
she wants to get to move 40. Yeah, but just once. She wants to get closer to that extra time.
So the key is to play king to h8 so that if queen d8 check, there's king h7. And what were you saying about king h8?
I think if you checked on the H file instead of on D8, like Queen H5, King G8, if you try to check again on the
Ah,
G file, then Knight can just step back and block.
right, right. That sounds right. I see what you're saying. So we start with king h8 because king h7, there's queen takes f5 check. So we want to avoid that. Oh, so frustrating for Lei Ting-Jie. It's so close. Although, of
Yeah.
course, technically we saw that like black could have gotten out of that, but that was very weird and might not have been seen.
I would be curious to hear her post game thoughts because Queen D8 check first. That one looked like the more impressive variation of the two, but we did see that somehow Black could escape. So I do wonder why she chose this move order, and we'll see if Anna Muzychuk, if she's up to the task. It's been a long day, right? These games are super intense. It's I can't even do the math. Almost 4 hours of chess, and that's true, but it's even more intense for the players who have to calculate and have the responsibility of every variation.
I do think it looks like I saw her move that king to the corner. But now, are there other moves here, Robert? Like queen f6 check, but again, knight g7, queen d8 check, king h7, queen h4, king's running up to the front, king g6. You're not going to be mating me.
No mate there. What if we just take this knight because we have the threat of the perpetuals that we're looking at and pawn to f6 with queen g7 mate if you waste any time?
Okay, maybe she's going to try that. Now that she realizes that queen d8 check, king h7, she might indeed try that.
I can't tell if I can get my queen for black to a good square because if I get my queen to f4, that's going to do the trick to try to trade queens. But I feel like white will have a sort of draw by this mechanism, just going on these squares.
What a fascinating drawing pursuit here. It's just surprising. I mean, it just goes to show you the importance of king safety. Black up 2 full bishops, and somehow it's not that easy to stop a perpetual check. It's crazy. It is a very, very unusual position.
It's not something you see very often. And you see Lei Ting-Jie on the clock here. Both players down under 3 minutes. And for Lei Ting-Jie, she's trying to find that draw by force because when you're down 3 currently, 3 minor pieces, you think you have to act on the moment. Every single turn has to be a check, has to be a forcing variation. But I think we've shown that the forcing variations lose immediately for white because check here, king to h7, no more checks. Check on h5, king g8, another check. The knight safely blocks, and you're going to run out of checks there too. So this does seem like a moment for Lei Ting-Jie where she should not give the checks. Take this knight with her pawn and hope that it's enough, and she has done just that. So the question now becomes, Jennifer, is how does black win this game? Because we saw that this is a draw repetition in the making from white's perspective. Black needs to find a turn here to help save the king.
Right, because you see, you're using, like you said, you called it the yo-yo, and we have no time, queen. We have no time to get coordination. We really need like a coordination from the queen and a bishop, and we don't have time to quite do that. What about playing to get our bishop into the defense somehow? Our light square bishop playing f6, so you can't play f6.
Ooh,
f6,
I really
queen
like
takes
that.
f6, check.
It's correct. Yeah, f6 is correct, and queen takes with check, and it looks like we're actually allowing the immediate draw, but the black king, it's going to sprint on over because I don't think white has enough checks. You made a
Queen
good
c6
point.
check now, though.
Uh-oh.
So we win a piece, though.
King d8?
Okay.
You take the bishop, but no.
For 2, why does white... I'm surprised white doesn't have more play here. They think black's totally winning.
I think these are super strong engines that, they just see this through to the end. But in the human level, this game probably ends as a draw.
Bishop takes f2.
Percentage of the time.
Well, bishop f2 does threaten 2 checkmates, right? It threatens checkmate on g3 and g1. But apparently that is not the move. No.
Well, I think
I see, yeah.
We just keep the king in a box.
right?
Wow, this is so complicated.
So
But
complicated.
your F6 move, Jennifer, it's correct. Like the engine, like it kept the advantage, and so that's the right move to help with the defense. But even there, you lose your bishop, and then Black is somehow still much better. But to find all that is really hard.
Yeah, we don't even know what the move is yet because bishop takes f2 was a dead draw. So there had to have been some other idea there. But in any case, there's only 20 seconds left for
Oh
Muzychuk,
my
who has to
goodness,
decide what to do here. And she wishes
she
she does
did
play
it!
it. She plays it. I
Wow,
think it's
what a decision!
gut sense, man. She didn't want to give Lei Tingche the opportunity to play s6 herself and create that mating net. In addition to all the checks that she had to calculate, this does like kind of chop down the tree just a little bit.
And it was the only move. That's why it's given that exclamation point in the glyph. And we have seen the players reach move 40. Black objectively, according to these super strong engines, is winning. And Muzychuk has a winning advantage. However, it's going to be quite tricky because she has to give up her bishop and this pawn in an attempt to win. But you know what I like most about this, Jennifer, is that even in that position we got to where the c4 bishop is won by white, you could sense and you could see that Black is in no danger of actually losing that position. So this is a smart choice by Anna Muzychuk that even if the game eventually ends in a draw, there was no harm in playing on.
It is very surprising, but I guess remember that position that we got to where I played bishop takes f2 and you draw. There has to be some way for us to stop the perpetual, and then if we get a chance to play bishop f2, we will be winning. But that's later down this line. First, I think that she's probably going to take a little rest, is Anna Muzychuk, from all this insane calculation, and now she has to do it all over again in the end game. She's going to be tired after this game, Robert.
She will for sure, but I think one game that actually is nearing its conclusion, it's not going to be a surprise to anybody, is the one between, oh, bless you, sneeze on the truth, as they say. And here it's Tan Zhangyi is completely winning and is about to deliver a checkmate against Katerina Lagno. In fact, it is, as we're seeing here off to the left of the board, it's checkmate in 2 moves. The last move played by white was king to h4. So queen h8 checkmate is unstoppable.
Wow, what a move. It's the move. It's the round of king to hx, right? We saw king h2 in so many games. In this one, we see king to h4. What a lovely way to finish it.
And you see Katerina Lagno look towards the camera, actually, but that's because she knows that this is going to be the last moments of this game. And I believe the last moments she'll be able to challenge for first place in this tournament, and it's going to be a painful loss indeed, Jennifer.
It is a really tough one, but you really got to hand it to Tan Zhangyi. He just played fantastic all game, and I mean, so did Lagno for a while. Just love that move, king g8, threatening to trap her queen, and so many great moves in the game. And she actually really had her, I think, on the ropes a couple of times. And there it is, the handshake, as Tan Zhangyi takes a huge lead here. She has a full point lead right now, and Lei Tingche hoping to escape with a draw to keep it at half a point distance.
What a game that was. Rook takes b5 from Tan Zhangyi. I mean, she's just a super strong player. And, she lost a couple rounds ago to Lei Tingche. We see Lei on screen, and she has been able to recover nicely. So Lei Tingche against Anna Muzychuk, that's a big one. We still have action in some of our other games as well. This is just such a fascinating round. Everyone's still fighting to the bitter end.
Incredible. And it does look like Muzychuk has taken a break. She is up from the board. So we're not going to see whether she plays king d8 and goes for that line, queen takes c6. But it seems like, by process of elimination, that is what she'll do. Because if she were to play bishop f7 here instead, that I think would rob her of the opportunity to play for the win. Right? Bishop f7, queen d8 check.
Chess is not fair sometimes, right? You're up 2 bishops. There's no checkmate here, yet you can't win because you can keep blocking, but the black king is not escaping. But actually, if you checkmate here, then the black king seems to run away.
So I have to come up with a Queen e6 check?
Queen e6.
No. Oh my God. I'm totally lost. Okay. Because
I'm
queen
gonna
c8
I'm
check.
gonna
Okay.
I'm gonna help us
Maybe.
out because I'm I need a refresher myself. I'm gonna turn on the lines. Oh my Queen e7. It's not even a check. Like, this is ridiculous that this is an equal position, objectively drawn, but you're not even delivering the checks that seem to be the way to go. So I can't handle this right now. I mean, the players have just reached move 40. They're going to settle in for thinks because these moves have tremendous consequences. And while they do, I think Jennifer and I are going to take a step away. But when we return, we are going to catch the conclusion of this epic round 11 from the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. We'll be right back, everyone.
If Vaishali were to win the candidates and then the World Championship, she would be India's first women's champion. First, she has to win the candidates. Like her younger brother Pragnananda, who is also competing in Toronto, Vaishali is rising fast in the chess world. She entered the Grand Swiss in October, seeded number 12 out of 50. But with some brilliant play and an undefeated 6 wins out of 11, she climbed all the way to the top. The win put her into the candidates. Here, she is one of just 2 players who has never played for a world championship. Will that relative lack of experience be an issue? Or will Vaishali be as equally unfazed as the player who won the Grand Swiss? We will find out. Whatever happens, Vaishali's future is bright.
Mom wore this to my wedding.
Yeah. Yeah, she did. We'd each make one move every morning before starting our day. Never got to finish this one. You been practicing?
Not since I was a kid. Why first? You gonna be all right, Dad?
I'm gonna be good. Love you.
Love you too. Come to Angelina's party?
I'll be there.
All right.
Hello?
Ready to play?
When did you do this?
Don't worry about it. It's your move. Playing Grandpa.
Really?
Yeah. He's kinda about to destroy me. He's pretty good. Nice one, Dad. Granddaughter showdown.
Going down?
Sure about that?
Yep. I believe you go first. Let's see if I can make this magic work again.
Already off to a good start.
Really?
Are you sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll just see.
All right, well.
Gotcha.
Oh my. Oh. Smart kid.
How did she do that? That's incredible. Nice going.
You underestimated her, Grandpa.
Just one result in the books, but a huge one at that. It was Tan Zhongyi taking down Katerina Lagno, and right now she is the sole leader. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is great. I can't even speak. It's so late in the round. Jennifer Shahadi, I know your name, but all those tactics are swirling around my head. Jennifer, I mean, we have so much excitement. Only one result thus far, but it looks like we may get as many as 4 total decisive games.
Wow, that's the max. It doesn't get much better than that. But hey, don't call him yet because there are some perpetual chances in the Muzychuk game. And then we also have a really interesting situation in the Vishali Goryachkina game.
Why don't we hop into that one? Because it looks like Vaishali has given up material. And as we were returning here from the break, this move, rook takes knight, was unleashed and it was given a brilliant symbol. So if we go back a half move, giving up a rook for a knight, why would that be so good? Well, all of a sudden it was black on the offensive here. A queen on e2, a rook trying to join the party. But this move, rook takes knight, distracts the black king away. And then a pawn is captured on h6 with check. Jennifer, it looks like at the very least, white is going to grab a second pawn for the rook that was sacrificed. But this feels like a double-edged decision. I think Goryachkina should be happy with how this game has continued here.
Absolutely. I mean, we were looking at a position where she was trying to figure out where to put her queen, and it looked like the tactics were mostly working out in white's favor. So, yes, she should be very happy to have reached this scenario. And yeah, it doesn't seem like the result is clear at all.
And there might not be a forced draw, which is what you typically like to have, as you called it, the emergency exit, because the black king may try at some point to make a mad dash over to the queen side and hide on a square like a7. And if that king gets over there, now we're talking about a position where white may have some pawns on the king side, but black has a rook compared to a knight. And this feels like chances for both players.
That's right. Yeah, for the first time, all results. Well, for the first time in a long time, Goryachkina was really under pressure. And I think she still is, but definitely not as much potentially as she was earlier in this game, where it seemed like she was really under a very narrow path of only moves.
That's right. So for these two, the game will continue because the black king is in check. It's about figuring out where that king belongs, but the g6 pawn will drop, and we'll see if white can play for more or if black is happy to have the rook compared to a knight and a couple pawns. But I also want to point out, if we zoom out to our bird's eye view, that the game between Humpy Koneru and Nurgul Salimova, we, of course, did not mean to leave it hanging, but it isn't involving some of our leaders or players in the direct chase. But it looks like Humpy Koneru, as we zoom out to our bird's eye view, she does have great chances to get this win. And then she actually will be tied with Katerina Lagno. I know, second place is equivalent to last, but it's interesting to note that she actually, if she does convert this, will be tied with Lagno, which is surprising to say given how her tournament has not been a success thus far.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if she goes on a little winning streak, and it's true, it's very unlikely that she'll be able to win the whole event. But yeah, nice little run there in the end. Always feels good. It might be the end of this tournament, but that doesn't mean it's the end of her 2024. And so let's see how. By the way, we're coming along in the Anna Muzychuk game in a very long think here for Anna, and I don't blame her. I mean, this is a crossroads. Does she run with the king? The Muzychuk game, we actually went to break on the position. Does she block or does she run? It's funny. It goes down to like how you teach kids chess. CPR, right? Capture. Wait a second. What's P? P is protect, right? But that doesn't it's not. Funmaster Mike is here in the chat. He should explain that, right? How is P is supposed to be? P is supposed to be block, right? Okay, so protect is like block. Okay, I get it. You protect your fates. CPR and the R is run. So Anna here has got a big choice here between P and R.
Well, I actually wanted to, as you mentioned, that game is really, really important. So we can't go right back there. But I wanted to note that in this event, people will remember the wins and the losses more than the draws. But for Lei Tingzhe, her start of her comeback actually was saving the round 4 game against Anna Muzychuk. I was covering that game with Yavanka, and in that game, it was a rook versus 2 pawns, and Anna unfortunately made the incorrect decision in that endgame, allowed Lei Tingji to make a draw, and then after that, Lei hasn't lost a single game. She's won 4.5 out of her last 5. So it's Anna could have buried her, is what I'm saying. Could have just completely ended her tournament chances, or so it would have felt. But Lei Tingji, she's like the Undertaker, where laying on their back and then springing up and surprising them all. Because if she can survive this game too, she'll be right in the hunt, just a half point behind her compatriot Tan Zhangyi. But as we've mentioned, Jennifer, it's been a really long think for Anna Muzychuk at this moment. The players gained 30 minutes of time on the 40th move, and Anna's once just again back down to nearly 10 minutes on her clock. So she is wisely calculating, but she needs to find the path forward.
The bad news for Anna, and this is kind of unfortunate because I feel like luckily she's taking a long think, which is great because I think she's more likely to find the right line the longer she thinks. But I think that it's very unlucky for her that it looks like both moves have the potential to win, right? Because, at first glance, we were like, queen f6 check. If she plays bishop f7, it's just a draw on the yo-yo. But then you realize, it's not that simple, right? Queen f6, bishop f7 check, queen d8 check, bishop e8, queen f6, king g8. And if you just keep trying to check me, I'm actually kind of wiggling away. Queen g5 check, king f7. That's very bad news for Anna because it means she might try this variation if she doesn't see that really, really brutal move, queen e7, right? I mean, it's a bit unlucky, Robert, in a way, right?
It's super unlucky, and I think the way you described it is a good one. You can be lured into what seems like a winning position because the checks may run out, but it's not actually the check that saves the day for white. Queen e7, and the point is that this bishop actually has no good squares. You can't go to d7 or g6 because the bishop's captured on the square. Bishop h5 runs into queen g5 check, and that bishop likely can be picked up over there. And if you play bishop f7, well, we've been down this path before. Queen d8, king h7 or king g7, I'll give you this check, you'll go here, I'll give you this check, you'll go here, and then once I give you this check, we're back to this exact position where queen e7, once again, the only move that saves white in the game.
And it's really hard to see from very far away. But if Lei Tingji is up against the wall, she's probably going to play it, right? She's going to see like queen g5 check, king f7, queen h5, run away. She's going to say like, what other options are there? I got to try something better than that. So I don't know. I think that Anna is going to go for this line. It's going to be a draw. That's my prediction. But I've been wrong many times this game because it just feels like this whole line feels like a bit more safe than like bringing your king all the way over to e6 and allowing queen takes c6 check and queen c4.
Yeah, just to show that continuation. King e8, queen takes c6 check, king d8, queen takes bishop on c4. And then we didn't actually have a move here that kept black with the advantage because any kind of capture on f2, we were highlighting that there is this funny drawing mechanism where the queen will just follow the black king like this. You go to c8, check you there, back, check you on d5, and if you start running this way, I will just continuously check you, and there's no way you can get out of it. So what is the move? After the queen takes the bishop on c4, we need to come up with a move for black that somehow gives her the most winning chances and objectively is the strongest.
Maybe something like running the king over to c8 so that if queen e6 check, king b7, queen d5 check, king a7. I think we're out of the checkies. You've run out. And then, but then even here though, you're looking at this position and you're like, is it clear that black's totally winning with my f-pawn? By the way, unfortunately for Muzychuk fans, I was right. And bishop f7 did get played. Yes, bishop f7 is on the board. Queen d8 check, bishop to e8. And you can totally understand from a human point of view why she would do this. And now let's see if Lei Tingji can find the draw and keep this tournament open for herself.
And it is easier to spot in the moment versus from a distance. So as you point out, king g8, which has just been played, that queen e7 is a move that if you were playing bullet and you had 10 seconds for these last bunch of moves, you would give some check. You would just automatically give a check. But here, it's actually about keeping the black king stuck in a net, not a checkmating net, but in the net where white can give unlimited checks. So queen e7, hitting the bishop directly. And by the way, Jennifer, we can actually give up the bishop in some positions and still try to run the king away. It appears that there is no way to find true safety, but at least in our heads, it might be an option.
Now, by the way, I mean, queen g5 check, though, maybe Lei Ching-te will play this, because you're right, in a bullet, she would certainly play it. But even here, queen g5 check, king f7, queen g6 check. I mean, it looks like, okay, I mean, this is worth a try, f6 check, right? I mean, this doesn't look like the worst idea ever. Can't play king f8 because I mate you. Here I get to play f7. So, it's very, when you look at the computer, can be very misleading as to like whether this is a draw or a win. And black here can they play, well, the big question is, can they play queen takes f2 or bishop takes f2? I think they should be able to, right? There's no checks.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
you
the
just get
problem.
You get a couple checks, and the black king could even run up the middle of the board because you are up a bishop with much more safety, and also white's extra pawns are gone. Right? It's a full extra bishop at this stage. So yeah, queen g5 check. It's the bullet move, but for Lei Ching-te, she has so much time on her clock that I just sort of the response to queen g5 and queen e6 does feel straightforward at this point, but not in advance. And so now that we're here, queen e7 is kind of a process of elimination move. Still not easy, but much easier than it was before.
We're here. I'm taking a brief look at the chat here. Thanks everybody for joining us. Queen e7 is so difficult, says possibly, probably. This is kind of stressful. Let's see. What do you guys think is going to happen?
I think she'll play queen e7, Jennifer.
Yeah, you have a good sense for what is a computer move and what is a human move. So I feel like that is a very kind of telling prediction here. The Robert thinks queen e7 will be played because she does have 30 minutes left. And it was, wow.
And she played it. Yeah, no, Lei Ching-te, her feel for the game is exceptional. The way earlier where she went queen c1, bishop takes h6, and that was fully justified, even if she didn't find the follow-up, that was the correct decision. Then she went knight, gave up her rook on e1. I'm just going to backtrack us to that moment where she went queen to g5 in this position. Let me get it here. She went, her rook is under attack. It is threatened in one move. And actually, if we go back another move, she's the one who brought her own queen out to try to deliver checks against this king and go after it. So her feel for the game is just really superb. But it's hard to find every single accurate response. And she did all the right things here going after the black king. And for Anna Muzychuk, defending, finding the right choice, it's just not easy. So I think that it's really credit to Lei Ching-te, her persistence, her creativity. What a marvelous player she is. And if she does, in fact, draw this, which it looks like she's on her way to, she'll only be a half point back, Jennifer, and she'll breathe that sigh of relief, but the action continues right away tomorrow, and she will need to try and win some games if Tan Zhengyi is not slowed down by other players.
Such a sick move, queen e7, that very deserved exclam. I mean, come on, you're up 2 bishops. You look at the check, right? You look at the check that lets you play f6 check, right? It's not just a regular check. You get to play f6 check next. And she's able to avoid all that for the move that actually draws. And it's a really good demonstration of keeping the king in the box, keeping the king in the place where you've got him, and he's got no escape.
You know what, Jennifer? I'm wondering. Let's just try this out. Bishop h5, queen g5 check, right? Get that bishop. King f8. Is this draw? Queen takes h5? No. Apparently, it's not an immediate draw. So this perhaps is what Anna Muzychuk has in mind. I was just like in my head, like, we've seen so many positions where black gives up that bishop and still can fight for a win. Maybe here there's some move that I'm not initially seeing that does keep black in the driver's seat with some good winning chances. I think that some kind of defensive move that I'm not sure of just yet.
Okay, so wait a second. Do we need to take the bishop? What happens if we keep checking on d8 or h6 or f6? So if we play queen d8 check, you have bishop e8, right? That's the idea.
Also,
Okay.
king f7 is what I was going to go for.
Okay. So maybe I should play queen f6 jack so that you can't play king f7.
Yeah, I think that. So
and
king e8. What's the?
How's this? You wouldn't think that this one would be a draw, right?
This is the most confusing position of all time.
I mean, it is really lovely that we have that pawn on f5, though, because think about it: queen c8 check, king d8, queen a8 check, king d7, queen d5 check, and somehow we're keeping you on a string. It's remarkable because when you go to the e file, we have queen e6 check.
So you're saying here to take on c6, and then you have queen d5. Same idea, but black gets to keep that second bishop, which is why I didn't think of it. I'm like, we saw this earlier where the light square bishop was gone and the black queen was in f2. You wouldn't think that with the light square bishop on the board that this would still draw, but because of the f5 pawn, great point by you, that the king cannot escape.
And I actually think I made a mistake here in the analysis. I think I said queen a8 jack, and that's a mistake because then there's king e7. You have to do queen d5 first. Yeah, completely lost because you have no checks here. So it's so important. Every move has to be hyper accurate. You've got to play queen d5 check so that king e7 can be met by queen e6. Oh, if you want to practice your calculating, friends, you came to the right game. If you're lazy and you don't want to practice your calculating, then this isn't the one for you.
No, this is it's so brilliant, this whole game. And I think that Anna actually saw all of this. She probably saw queen e7 because her move bishop h5 was played relatively quickly. So maybe she missed that the queen won't take the bishop and will still go back to f6 to take c6, which how can you blame her for missing that?
Well, because maybe it's going to happen. Maybe she will win this game. I mean, I don't think White's going to win very often, but I definitely think both results are still possible.
Wow. I mean, so let's see how quickly she plays king f8. And if there is queen takes h5, the game continues. But it looks like after king f8, queen f6. What a position we have in front of us. And while these two players continue to slug it out, if Lei Tingzhi is able to survive, she'll remain a half point behind the leader in Tan Zhongyi. And actually, Mike Klein is on the ground in Toronto, and he caught up with with Tan Zhongyi after her win over Katerina Lagno.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Tan Zhongyi, who won her game today and is back in sole first place. We still have a game pending. But Tan, it looked like you had control of the dark squares. What was the key moment of the game?
谭中一这盘棋，你看起来对黑格非常有控制，您觉得就是关键时刻是在哪里呢？
其实我觉得他下得很好。其实前面的时候，包括他 F5那个时候我都没有看见。但是我还是很冷静的。我当时中间没有想过会赢，我只是尽量的把每一步棋下好。然后，但是在他就是时间一直在下降的时候，我其实知道他可能有一些压力，证明他觉得这个局面不是那么的好处理。
I think she played very well, and I didn't even see when she pushed f5, but I still stayed calm and solid. I didn't think about winning during the middle of this game. I just tried to play every best move. And when I saw she's taking a lot of time, I know that she's under some pressure.
You were in firm control of this tournament until a few days ago, when I think she understood that. Was it tough to get over that loss to your countrymen and let her back in the tournament?
就是一开始您这个比赛把控的非常好，直到前几天，您是怎么对抗这个失误呢？
其实我在面临压力的能力上不是很强，我确实受到了一些影响。但是当一件事情发生之后，我的抗压能力比较强，就是我不会因为已经发生的事情过多的去折磨自己。但是反而是其实我压力最大的时候，我之前也说过了，是我输棋之前，其实我当时就是一直感觉很饿，然后也睡不太好，但是反而输掉了之后我就好了。
My capacity to deal with pressure was not so great, but as I said previously, like before losing the game, I was under a lot of pressure, was not sleeping so well. But actually, after the loss, because that already passed, so that way we can move on.
All right, all you insomniacs out there, just lose a chess game. But finally, I want to ask, this seemed like a perfect day for you. You won a complicated middle game, and at the moment, it looks like Anna Muzychuk, who has not won a game all tournament, is probably going to win as black. So could you have imagined a better day?
就是今天看起来是对您非常好的一天，因为您赢了一个非常复杂的中局，然后阿纳姆子丘克他一开始是看起来没有要赢，然后现在可能要赢了，您觉得这是一个好的一天吗？
哦，那当然是好的一天。那既然来参加这个比赛呢，我肯定还是希望能够拿冠军，尤其是我在绝大部分时间都是在领先的情况下。
Of course, it's a good day because when we participate in tournaments, I want to win this tournament, and especially when I'm usually in lead.
All right, fantastic. Tan Zhongyi, unless something very dramatic happens, will probably go into round 12 with the sole lead where she was earlier in the tournament. Now back to you in the studio.
What an interview that was. Always great to hear Tan Zhengyi's thoughts, and also great that they provide players who English is not their first language or they struggle with it an interpreter, because Jennifer, we've seen this in the chess world, super universal international game. So it's really great to be able to hear her thoughts and have her speak comfortably.
Amazing. What a great, what some great insight, and be like, she can sleep again. And here she slept and won a fantastic game. But I will say that interview was recorded just, I think, a few minutes before, of course. And I think the situation in the Muzychuk game has changed since. It might not be a full point lead that we thought it was going to be an hour ago, right, Robert? This might end up being just a half point lead if Lei Ting-che continues to find all the right moves.
And I'm going to just go back a little bit, rewind, because Bishop f7 was given a question mark. Again, we're not going to criticize that. King e8 was difficult to find, but White found 1, 2, 3. That one was the hardest. 4, and now maybe this one also could be up there with the most difficult. 5 only moves in a row, and they're going to keep coming. Queen takes c6, only move, but that one is a little bit easier once you found the previous ones. But Lei Ting-che has found her only way out. Like, this is unbelievable, just determination from her that she has found the draw. Now it's actually a position where we may see a forced sequence because the black king cannot get out of this box.
It's incredible. I mean, and huge shout out to Anna Muzychuk too, because she's also played some incredible moves in this game, some fantastic calculating. And like I said, I think she got a little unlucky there because it seemed like maybe both lines were winning with a lot of work for black, but the bishop f7 one seemed easier if you didn't see queen e7, right? And yeah, that's sometimes the way it breaks, Robert. But both of these players are just such calculating wizards.
And unfortunately, I would say for Anna Muzychuk, I'm not sure how much there will be to calculate. You want to force your opponent to find only move after only move, but the black king seems caught. And I think that for Lei Ting-che, she found the way out with that queen e7 move, and now it does feel a bit simpler.
Yes, that's true. That's true. They are reaching the end of the road here, I think. I mean, what else can you be trying here? I mean, we know king e7, queen e6 check, king d8. I mean, yeah, maybe you try king d8, make sure, they don't play anything besides queen d5 check. But of course she will play it. We've seen her play much harder only moves.
And the black king just has nowhere to go. It tries to go back to f8. You probably can go queen f6, but I was thinking queen h6 check also makes perfect sense because it keeps the black king off the light squares anywhere, because his bishop would hang with check in these variations. Or, as we saw, go right back to e6. Don't even be distracted by this bishop over here. Just keep giving checks, and that's the way to survive this game. This has been incredibly instructive. I feel like I've learned from both of these players in how to get a decisive edge, then how to survive what seems like a position that I would have crumbled in. So this has been a fantastic game.
It's just extraordinary. All right, Queen h6 check, King e8. Don't take the bishop with check. Oh, no, come on. Take the bishop with check when you have a perpetual net. It's not a mating net, it's a perpetual net. And it's that pawn on f5 in combination with the queen that makes it work. It looks very unusual because usually a queen is not enough to do it.
That's why that little helper is making it so that the job is done. And by the way, Anna Muzychuk down to about 2 minutes left. So you look around, your king cannot find any shelter. We could see this game end in the relatively near future. She just doesn't have the time, even if there was a way to play for a win. She doesn't have the time to really calculate it.
Yeah, and I can't blame her. She's looking because she knows that, hey, when she gets down to a minute, she'll just go for the drawing line, right? Determined to the end, Anna Muzychuk, but unfortunately, she's not going to find it here.
And it just feels like she can't buy a win in this tournament, can Anna Muzychuk. She's playing well in many games. In the first game against Lei Tingjie, she had a winning position out of a rook end game, couldn't quite convert it to the full point. And here she had the upper hand ever since she took that bishop on h6. Courageous decision. But then from there, it seemed like Lei Tingjie was energetic enough to survive. So for Anna Muzychuk, it could have been a different tournament, but not to be.
And she's such a fun player to watch, even without chances to win the tournament anymore. It's hard to keep your eyes away from her game, especially when she's playing one of the leaders. But even without.
And yeah, we see the check on d5, so the centralization. And I'm just wondering now and as you said, always a fun player to watch and follow her games. She really has a great style. It's both fundamentally sound, but willing to take up the gauntlet and get into crazy positions. But now there's nothing crazy about it anymore. It just is a repetition.
That's right. And Lei Tingjie will definitely feel like she dodged a bullet in this game.
And I mean, this keeps her within a half point, Jennifer. It's like she was on the verge of being knocked down. Instead, she remains in striking distance. She won't be thrilled that she's not in a share of the lead anymore. But to survive this game, that's just more than she really could have asked for, given how it was going.
Yeah, there we see the moves. Queen and now that the queen's on c8, we can go queen a8 check, right? We don't want the king to go to e7. The king can go to d7 now.
That's right. And we've seen this position go back and forth, back and forth. And for Lei Tingjie, as she goes and makes that way, you can see it on Anna's face, by the way. She is like in some disbelief that for the second time this event, like Lei Tingjie will just not lose. And there it is. Draw offer, agreed. And Lei Tingjie remains a half point behind. Like you see it on her face, Jennifer. She herself is relieved and surprised.
I mean, it was a great, extremely entertaining game. You love that game. So instructive for kids, I think. The bishop h6 idea, the perpetuals. Love this game. But, as a poker player, people are always asking me, is there luck in chess? There is a little bit of luck in chess. And I think in this game, yes, Anna Muzychuk would have won it in some other universes, but not this one. And that is good for the suspense of who's going to win this tournament as it keeps her within a half point.
So we see the two results that are in the books. Tan Zhangyi wins with the white pieces over Katerina Lagno, 7.5 out of 11 for her, and then 7 out of 11 for Lei Tingjie, who survives against Anna Muzychuk. So we kind of have a two-player race at the moment, but while Humpy Koneru is well on her way to winning against Nurgul Salimova, let's look at the Vaishali Goryachkina game, because it's another one of these examples where the evaluation bar does not tell the full story. It's right in the middle, Jennifer, but I could see really either player winning depending on what happens, but mainly white. It does feel like white is in the driver's seat, and if black makes one wrong choice, the game can collapse.
Well, the move king e7 just got an exclamation point. Okay.
That feels generous.
Yeah, because what's the deal? Because if king d7, why was there? I guess there's knight c5 check among others, right? So yeah, that's okay. Hey, everybody needs exclams, but I don't think Goryachkina needs a superfluous exclam.
Yeah, it's like it is the only move, and there were two options, and one of them walked into a knight fork, and the other didn't. So yeah, it is the only move, but it's not particularly great. Either way, I think Vaishali is the one pressing here. And Jennifer, we just saw a game where one side held on continuously for hours and hours and scored that half point. For Goryachkina, she would earn this half point if Vaishali can't find a meaningful breakthrough here. I do believe that White at some moment has to play knight c5, but it maybe is one of those moves you don't really want to play because you give some checks against the White king.
Yeah, and I mean there are some perpetual opportunities here as well, right? More so as an emergency exit for White, I think. But if we look at a line like knight c5, queen e1 check, right? And then are we gonna go ahead and take on c5, f2 or c5? Yeah.
Yeah, we have a choice, but I think the e6 pawn being defended, and after a check down here, the queen can also escape back.
That's the key. So it's not going to be queen g7, king d8, queen d7 mate. It's going to be queen g7, queen f7, stopping my fun and games.
And of course, somehow this is still even because, naturally this position would just be zeros. I guess the point is that both kings are quite exposed, and that should leave the game balanced.
That's right. And even the end game, not saying that White should do it, but if we were to take on f7 and b7, we'd have how many pawns? Have a lot of pawns. But apparently it's losing because I guess you can go after them too quickly, right? Rook c2. That's the problem with the rook, is just so powerful in the end game, and knight is so powerful in conjunction with the queen in the middle game. So it's a kind of thing where, yeah, your principles are telling you not to do it, and apparently the calculations are agreeing with the principles.
It's if there were fewer pawns on the board and black couldn't take one and create a passer, this probably would just be holding. But the d4 pawn in particular feels awfully loose, and then the d5 pawn will run up the board. So yeah, it's important to know your outs though, and that's why I feel like when we show variations like that, it's important for everyone to witness that actually that would be favorable for black. So White can't use that as an escape route, and if that's the case, you need to be a little bit more active and precise. So king e7, I'm going to take that exclamation point off just because it doesn't feel like it deserves one. But for Vaishali, I mean, she can always make a draw here, it would appear, because the black king, I don't think, gets to escape all that far, as knight c5 will at some point be available to her.
You're just like going around taking away kids' ice cream cones. No exclam for you. That's too easy.
I'm not that mean. I'm not taking any ice cream, but I am taking away the exclam. That just... No, you got to work for exclamation points a little more. We've all seen Searching for Bobby Fischer and Maurice Ashley's Chessable Course trailer where he smashed the pieces off the board. I'm not that intense, but I am intense enough to not allow that move to receive an exclamation.
That's right. Tough love. Sometimes you need it. Sometimes the coaches need to give it. All right, let's see. What about Miran Sher though? Was he ever like, Robert, you didn't play that well, or like was pretty harsh with you?
No, he was always super sweet. I think some might even say to a fault, where he would just take the blame, and I really appreciate it now that I'm older and I've coached. When your coach says, you know what, that was my fault, even when they taught you everything you needed to know and you just forgot your move order or something like that. I think in those moments when a player is upset, right, it's like, you know what, I'll take the fall for now. And then, later when you realize and you open up your file that it was all right there, then you can realize, oops, maybe I shouldn't have been emotional and blamed anyone else. So no, he definitely was not somebody who he was, I would say he had expectations of his students. Like, you can do it, but he was not heavy-handed in his approach to the point where you ever felt anything but appreciation and love for him. So yeah, happy memories.
Not surprising. He was always smiling, such a great energy. So that story doesn't surprise me, that he was like leading with positivity. But apparently, Robert just takes exclamation points away from Jacob.
Yeah, I'll be the bad guy here. It's fine. I'm taking the exclamation point. In fact, I'm going to hide that I've done that and take us back to the bird's eye view, because it does look like I won't need to be taking any exclamation points away from Humpy Canero's victory, as her pawn, well, that one's getting quite far advanced. It seems like she is just determined to get on the scoreboard here, get to an even record, 5.5 out of 11. And for Nurgul Salimova, it's going to be unfortunate because she had a winning position against Vaishali before the rest day. That one was spoiled, and now it looks like she's going to suffer another defeat.
Yeah, very nice game. Weren't able to give it huge attention, but I did seem to have that Humpy Canero, great positional player, right? So it gave her a game where she had the two bishops and no real risk or counterplay, and that was just too much to give Humpy Canero, apparently, as this looks like a very smooth performance.
Yeah, this G pawn is running up the board at any moment. We might see a check on f4 if you want to get rid of this annoying a4 pawn, and black just doesn't have enough checks of her own. This queen on f5 is perfectly placed. It covers all these light squares, so any check on the first rank can be met with a rook retreating to c1. So the black queen needs to remain in contact with this rook on e6, and it feels like Humpy has everything under control.
And we do have a few moves. It looks like queen e1 check, king h2 played in the Vaishali game.
Okay, let me bring that back up for everybody. I can switch on over to that game because this one is more important for our top of the standings, because if Goryachkina can survive, she remains in striking distance. But we see that we've seen a check, on e1, king h2, and we talked about this, and black can successfully grab this f2 pawn. So I wonder what Vaishali is considering as her follow-up.
Yeah. Yeah, and that didn't look like, well, we saw that the queen g7, queen f7, and it looked like black was defending. And in fact, trading queens would have been quite bad. So instead of going laterally, I think white is going to have to stay in that diagonal. Queen f2, queen g5 check. Keep the queens on the board.
What's interesting to me, Jennifer, is that Goryachkina is thinking here. And queen takes f2 is like the move you steal a free pawn, you get close to the white king. Is she really considering a move like, I can't see the justification for rook takes c5 unless she thinks her king is getting checkmated, in which case then I can see an argument for it.
Right. That's interesting. So rook c5, pawn c5, and then queen takes f2?
Yeah, but it just, even rook c5, I can throw in a bunch of checks potentially, where maybe I can get your king onto a bad square. Like, let's say I check you here, and you go to e8, I give you a check on g8, and eventually, no matter where you go, I will give you a check on the f file, and then protect my f2 pawn before taking your rook.
That is a big problem. And then I'm just crushing, right? I have an extra two pawns, and it's not just that I have an extra two pawns, it's also that my king is going to be super safe with the f2 pawn guarding against all your potential checks.
Right.
Yeah, that's winning. So she actually, therefore, rook takes c5 would be a blunder, and she really needs to play queen takes f2 immediately.
And this move, queen takes f2, it does feel quite automatic. If we were talking about bullet chess again, you'd play that move. But I get the concern about the king. Queen g5 check, the king likely has to slide back to e8, and the game continues. But I do think that with this game going on, if there isn't some repetition in white's back pocket, the king could get in trouble for white after queen takes f2. There will be, at the very least, checks along the diagonal.
Yeah, that's why it's so important, right? That if you don't have a forced mate, then you're going to be able to have counterplay. That's huge. Yeah. So like, for instance, you try like knight takes b7 or something like that, looking to try to checkmate me somehow. And now apparently I'm the one losing because queen h4 check and rook c1. So, So at the very least, if you're going to try those lines, we should put our queen on g5 instead of on g8. So keep our queen on g5, and then after king e8, now knight takes b7, so that you only have one. Well, you have no checks actually, but yeah, you have no checks right now. Big difference.
Huge. And I will say though that one idea that looks like it wins a rook doesn't actually win the rook, because it allows an immediate draw. So I'm just going to make a wasteful move. Then if we get here, you see the evaluation go to zeros because black does have this draw between e1 and h4. The white king can only go back and forth. So we need to just remember what sort of mechanisms each player has available to them.
Well, if anybody was watching the Anna Muzychuk game with Lei Ting-Shay, then you know all about perpetuals. You learned an entire class worth of them, right? So you're ready. You're ready for the simple Queen H4, Queen E1 little pendulum.
Yeah, I think this one is much easier. And Queen G5 check is on the board. And while Alexandra Goryachkina, she needs to be careful about where to place her king. We are going to step away for just a few minutes, but when we return, we'll catch the home stretch of round 11 here at the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates.
All right, Vaishali, I'm super excited to meet you, to be able to talk to you here in Prague, heading into the candidates in, well, only a month or so. And it's been an incredible year. I bet you will agree with that. Can you describe it, this past year, becoming a grandmaster, winning the Grand Swiss, obviously qualifying for the candidates?
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, last year has been in a different year, I would say, like sort of roller coaster, but it ended very like a dream year for me. I had few bad tournaments in the row, like starting like YKNZ was a okay tournament, then I didn't play well in the Grand Prix, Women Grand Prix, then I lost my rating so much, and then I fell sick in between. I had to withdraw from some tournaments. It was really tough for me during that time, and then I made my final GM nom in Qatar Masters and winning Grand Swiss. So it's just a dream year for me to complete the Grandmaster title as well. To becoming Grandmaster has been my goal like since my childhood. So I was very happy to have completed the title.
This fight to be in there, to become world champion that you are now in the candidates, has that sort of always been something you feel pressure to? Have you always dreamed about being where you are now?
Yeah, like to becoming women world champion has always, like, it was also one of the things, like to become grandmaster and to become women world champion, something it's always in my head. And yeah, that is also one of the questions. Like, I don't want to take any pressure, but at the same time the tournament is in such a status that there is a lot of pressure as well. So for now I'm taking it easy, like I'm just preparing, I'm just enjoying every day, like working on the game. And now I'm playing Prague currently, and I'm just taking it easy. Like I don't know, maybe there will be some difference when close, like approaching the tournaments. Probably I'm just taking now lightly.
How big of a moment is this to be playing in the candidates for you in your career?
It's a great moment. Like, we have followed candidates tournament, but especially in women's, like this is the second edition we have for the women candidates as a separate. But like as candidates in a whole, it's such a big tournament, like one of the most important tournament in chess, and I'm very happy to be playing in it. So
yeah. Oh wow. Obviously Prague will be playing in his candidates as well, so are you guys preparing at all together towards that?
Yeah, we are. We're discussing a lot about the tournament, like in general, lot about these days. Yeah.
So with all of this fantastic stuff happening, how is your confidence heading into the candidates?
I'm just in general, like I'm very happy about like how things are panning out. Like I'm just enjoying life. All good.
And it's said that, and you mentioned it yourself, that playing in the candidates is some of the hardest thing you can do in chess. It's a very difficult tournament to win. So what do you expect from it?
Yeah, it's a long tournament. We'll be going through, I think, I'm just hoping, like a lot of emotions to like mentally also I'm getting ready for it. You have to be like fit until the end. Probably it will be the longest tournament I would ever be playing, like my first longest tournament. So I'm sort of mentally also getting ready for everything.
What kind of mentality are you then heading into the candidates?
That's a question. It's running in my head almost like every day. Like, I wanted to keep it simple, like as I did in the last few months, which worked for me. At the same time, I want to win. I want that hunger as well. So it's sort of like it's in the air. So I want to take it lightly. I just want to enjoy the game. Like, I get to play against like some best women players in the world. So I want to make use of it and give my best. Yeah.
And what would it mean if you actually win the candidates and you're qualified to play the World Championship match? What would that mean to you in your career, your family, everyone?
It's great. Every player would dream to play World Championship. Yeah. When I started as a kid, like chess, it is one of the things to become world champion. So it will be great. To even think about it, it just feels great.
Two results down, 2 games to go. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is Jennifer Shahadi. Jennifer, first off, got your name right this time around. Didn't stumble on my words. But more importantly, we are down to the final minutes of round 11 here. Do you expect to see a couple more decisive results?
Definitely one, as we see Humpy Kanaru with a gorgeous play here against Salimova. Just has a very nicely positioned king, right? So we've seen in this round how important it is that just because you're up pawns or up pieces, if your opponent has a way to get a perpetual on you, then it can be just a draw, right? Saw that, you might end up seeing that twice this round. But here it is Humpy Canaro's move. She has this great pawn on g6, and I think her king sliding into a2 is going to prevent any funny business from happening.
Yeah, that looks like a safe square, at least on the diagonal, because the queen on f7 is perfectly placed. And the last couple moves, this black rook went up to e5. I get the sense that there's going to be some kind of rook b5 business. And if you, kind of carelessly push your pawn to g7, we do see the evaluation bar go down. And that's why Humpy did not play g7. She is such a talented, experienced player. But I just wanted to show that pushing g7 allowed rook b5. And how do you defend against this threat? You bring your rook back, but once this queen comes to d1 check, your king can't go to a2. You'll drop your rook. And if your rook slides back, the black queen, I think, can slide back somewhere. I'm not sure if e2 is the best square, d2 or d4. But either way, we're going to put pressure on the mating square on b2. And I think that means that white can't just go forward.
Great point, Robert. And actually, I'm embarrassed to note that the move that I threw out there is probably even worse than g7, king to a2, because then rook b5, I can't even play rook c2 because there's queen takes c2. So you got to be careful here, huh?
Oh, I actually, it's one of those moments where you're like, yeah, get the king to safety. Oh, didn't see that avenue of attack. And queen c4, though, that you gotta praise moves like this. The queen looked perfectly positioned on f7, but the queen on c4, it helps make the king feel safe. Now rook c2 at any moment will be defended. Not at this moment because it allows queen g1, and then the pawn is scooped up on g6. But the point is that the king can safely go to a2. And Jennifer, maybe now actually it's the best move.
Right, because rook b5, rook c2, right? Yeah, okay. And that in also stopping queen g1. So I did have the right idea. It just happened to be in my execution of it. It was actually completely losing. That's what happens 6 hours into a broadcast. But keep in mind, that is what these players are going through. And the fact that they're able to remain consistent in the 6 hour is why they're here.
Yes, and you see that Humpy's doing her very best. The queen on c4 is protecting, but she's actually about to be down to 3 minutes. And that worries me about her winning chances because the evaluation bars all the way up, saying that white should win this game with proper play. But we know it's not easy to play the best move after move when your king is in some checking range in different directions, queen g1. One move can change this from a win to even a loss, but more likely a draw if a mistake is to occur.
That's right. Yeah. So let's hope that she makes a move soon. Queen f2. You were saying just play king a2 because g7 not good. Queen g1 check would snap up the crucial pawn.
Yeah, that pawn, we cannot give that one. Even if we win a4, that's clearly not the same value. Not all pawns are worth the same. In this position, the pawn on g6 is way more valuable than that pawn on a4.
And that's why we can't play a move like queen f5 either. I mean, queen f7, sorry, because then a queen takes f7, pawn takes f7, and you have rook f5. And that's clipping that incredibly important pawn is not on our menu.
That's a really good point. She did take on a4, so I was saying that not all pawns are worth the same, and she grabs that pawn. Does she have an idea against the black king here? Like queen g1 check seems reasonable.
Queen d4 at the end of the line, right? We're winning the rook. That's probably why.
You're absolutely correct. Yes. No, I was okay. So all pawns aren't worth the same, but that was a free pawn, so you should take it. Is what I'll be saying.
Right. So looking at this line, queen g1, king a2, queen g6. There is queen to d4, clipping that rook on c5. I mean e5.
Yes, it can go to c5, but you'll clip it there as well. So yeah, this is a nice tactic, good spot. Just not coming to mind for me at the moment. But that means that queen takes a4 is an incredibly important pawn to grab, and black does not have time to go after the g6 pawn. And if you play rook b5, now queen c2 happens, protecting the g6 pawn, protecting the checkmate, offering the queen trade, and everything is covered.
Yeah, and that makes life look a little easier, and that's what Hamikinaru likes to do. She likes to make chess look easy. Just because it looks easy doesn't mean it is. But I've seen a lot of her games where she gives us that impression.
Yeah, she succeeds so often. Unfortunately, in this candidates tournament, it really hasn't gone the way she would have liked. And I feel like for Humpy, we've known how strong she is for such a long time. Her role in the chess world has changed a bit because she was like the up and comer when she really got going, became a grandmaster. Now she's the veteran player, and much of the attention is on the younger crop like Vaishali and Salimova. She made waves by getting here through the Women's World Cup. But Humpy is here, and she's here to stay. And I think that if we could start this event over again, her odds, the ones that I saw, were not good according to the odds makers. But I actually thought that she was underestimated by the odds makers, and her chances were good. But sadly for her, this event has not gone the way she would have liked.
No, not yet, but still a few more rounds to make a statement, if not a victory.
Yeah, it is good to go out on a bang. If you are not going to win first, at least scoop up a couple victories down the stretch.
But yeah, Humpy Canaro has been rated over 2,600, and I believe she's the third highest rated female in history after Ho Yifan and Judah Polgar. So yeah, just truly an incredible player. And a lot of those rating points, I think at the time when she made that 2,600 rating, she was playing a lot of mixed competitions, right? And I interviewed her about this, and she mentioned that she thought that it was a little easier to keep the 2,600 rating by playing mixed competitions, but that she did dream to win the world championship, the women's world championship. So she was willing to take a little bit of nick to her rating in those fields.
Yeah, and her rating still is an impressive 2,550. She's been through it all, played on the Olympiad team so many times, has represented her country admirably. Also as a mother, right? And it's like has gone through a lot of different changes, but what has remained the same, and that was my ultimate point, is that she's a phenomenal player. She is super strong, and if this tournament were to restart and you do it over and over and over again, she would come out victorious in many of those instances. So I think that she has countless fans around the globe. Right now, Nurgul Salimova is not one of her fans because in this position, Nurgul is in quite a deal of trouble as she hopes to survive.
Yeah. I think Salimova not one of the favorites going in. In fact, I think the underdog. But I think the tournament that got her here gained her so many new fans, Robert, because her attacking style is just unbelievable when she's able to unleash it. Now, a tournament like this where people have so long to prepare, I do think she might not have been able to concoct as many masterpieces as she did in the World Cup, because those games were something else.
Yeah, and I think the preparation element is important. And it's, of course, no slight at Salimova, but when you are the lower rated player, and in this case, also the younger player, you don't have all of that preparation that Humpy Canaro has stored up for years. And in the World Cup, it's such a quick format. You play one match, play a couple classical games, maybe goes down the rapid, and then you start fresh. But there is not months and months of preparation. It's just maybe some hours or a day. So that does make a difference. And here, I mean, Nurgul's trying her best, and look at Humpy. She brings her king back. Instead of blocking and walking into what could have been an eternal pin, she brings her king back to A1, and Jennifer, she may also slide her queen back to B1 to block checks on the first rank, and that way she keeps everything together, B1 or C1. But either way, I think the checks won't land. There won't be too many of them to go after the white king.
Very nice. That's right. Queen E1, Queen B1. Sweet. We have seen a lot of perpetuals, but we've seen some perpetual avoidance as well in variations. And in this case, it appears like in the actual game.
And actually, there was a point you made earlier about some queen trades. The black rook can win the pawn, and I think that's the case here. But Humpy has calculated so deeply that let's say we do trade queens. I'm just going to trade on C1 just because it looks like a convenient square, and rook G5. you do win this g6 pawn. There's nothing white can do about it, but rooks go behind past pawns. And once this happens, the black rook gets stuck on a square like h6. Then the white king is free to maybe dart all the way over to the king side. Or if the black king gets there first, the white king will say, you can win h5. It's a decoy. My king will just march up the queen side, and that should win me the game. So this is perhaps going to go down to a rook and pawn endgame with that one extra pawn, the difference maker.
Very nice. And meanwhile, we've seen, I think we've seen a couple of repetitions of position in the game between Vaishali and Goryachkina, or maybe it's just been one. But we are in that perpetual territory there as well.
So let's hop. Why don't we go to that game, because it does have so much on the line for Goryachkina in particular. We have seen, it looks like the queen give a bunch of checks, but Jennifer, do you think it's going to end right now, or I don't really see a way for white to play for a win with that drawing mechanism we talked about before?
Yeah, that's the problem. And don't step in it and play knight d6, because then you're going to run into rook takes d6. Oops. Luckily, you have queen g6 check, so you might not lose everything. But the problem will be that at the end of the variation, you're going to lose that d6 pawn. It's going to be a bit annoying.
Let's show that. It's really important. It's not just, oh, I'll make a draw, I'll go perpetual check. But in this position, when you take on d6, black is not forced to make that draw that is available to her. She'll take the pawn on d6, and you see the bar. Black is better because black has the most advanced pass pawn with a very safe king in the middle of the board.
Yeah, it's kind of counterintuitive. And then the other thing is black can always try to do that perp if like things go wrong. So yeah, this would be like some really nice chances. But I like the geometry of like knight d6, rook takes d6. It's pretty.
Yeah, and also you could trick yourself. Oh, I'm going for this. It's going to be good for me. Rook takes d6 is just a draw at best, but no, it's actually a winning attempt. And we have seen some moves played: queen g6 check, king back to e7, and Vaishali can accept the draw here just by going back and forth.
Right. And remember, earlier in this game, she was the one who was offering draws by perpetual, trying to put the pressure on Goryachkina to overstep. She got what she wanted, but unfortunately, it seemed like Alexandra has defended well and managed to take it into drawing territory nonetheless. 8 seconds left.
I didn't even look at that. Wow. I didn't look at the clock because the moves have seemed relatively simple, but queen h7 check. So if king e8, is there knight d6 all of a sudden because there are no pins along the diagonal?
Ooh. Yeah, but I think, regardless, we can play rook d6 and queen e5 check, right? Same kind of thing, and have that 3-pawn versus 3-pawn where we've got the better pawns.
So this is how players trick themselves. Like, oh, now I'm not blundering a pin on the diagonal, but so let me go for it at this moment. And I think your point is very well taken. The knight d6 check. Here, the computer says it's equal, but it doesn't look that clear cut. And when you have less than a minute on your clock, you don't want any part of this.
Yeah, maybe it's like, remember earlier we had the king on d6. Maybe it's like having the king on e8 blocked off by the queen makes it more of a draw. But yes, absolutely, Goryachkina would love to play that out with 5 seconds left on her clock. I mean, with Vaishali playing in the increment, yeah.
Yeah, the increment is important at this late stage of the game. 30 seconds added with every move played. But it does feel like Goryachkina can just accept the draw. I should say Vaishali, because Goryachkina is all she's doing is moving her king back and forth. There's not really much option here. And even in some of these positions, white can go after this rook on c6. But the critical point, the essential one, in fact, is that the draw is available queen h4 to e1 back and forth, and the white king cannot escape.
Yeah, it's kind of pretty, that knight on d7 kind of cutting off the d8 and the d6 squares. I like the look of that.
And not every day you see a knight all the way out there. In fact, it's I don't know the last time I've seen a knight on b7 like this.
So it does look like there's a good chance we're not going to have an all-decisive day, but we will have a very decisive day, as the rook game in Humpy Canero went down the line that you expected, with Humpy bringing her rook behind the passed pawn.
Humpy just so experienced. She knows when to give back some of her extra material, and that's an important lesson for everybody. If you're up 2 pawns, sometimes the best thing to do to optimize your winning chances is to give back one of those pawns for a safer position and an easier conversion. So we see this game looks like it is about to be a draw. I think we've repeated moves a few times now. The queen did go to g8. I say move 52, and now we're on move 58 with queen g8 check. So Vaishali keeps checking from different squares, but there's nothing to improve on. Like, you can go check, you can win this rook on c6, and that is just you're out material in the draw.
Nice save here by Goryachkina, because she could have really kissed all her chances away. And now, well, she's still pretty far behind, right? But a little bit of a chance, whereas losing this would have been just the end.
She'll be a point and a half behind, so that is quite far back. You don't really expect at that moment that she will be confident about her chances. But, with 3 rounds to go, nerves, you have to see who Tan Zhengyi is playing, because she might be playing an opponent. Oh, they play each other.
They play each other, yeah. So that's key. That's why at 1.5 distance, she can control her own destiny when she plays on Tan Zhengyi herself in the penultimate round.
Yeah, if Tan makes a draw and then they play each other, then you have to go all out. But that's the problem is, and you see Goryachkina, she looks like she is about to make this draw here. The rest of the game, she has to play for a win, no matter what color, because, you make one draw yourself. It feels like 1.5 points separate you. 3 rounds to go after this one. It's just too far.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And she's going to be playing against Humpy Kineru. And of course, Salimova in the last game. So yeah, it's pretty up in the air here. A lot of different things. Goryachkina is still in it. And I think if I had, I think obviously if she had to go back in time, she would have taken the draw many, many moves ago. So she wouldn't be as tired, right, Robert? But still be happy that she didn't lose this game, keeping herself in contention.
I think Goryachkina is so determined that I'm not sure she ever gets tired of playing chess. Everyone does lose some of their energy, but she's such a hard worker, and so she is giving it her all. But there's nothing more to give at this stage, and that's the point. Oh, whoa, wait, we have seen knight d6 from Vaishali, but she did it in this order, Jennifer, because now after rook takes knight, and we have seen that the black queen can't win this pawn just yet. And I think that is exactly why Vaishali did it in this way.
But now there's queen h8 check. Okay.
I didn't even see that move. I honestly, it's necessary, but I wasn't looking at the last square there.
But okay, but we're still not winning the pawn. I mean, does Vaishali have chances again?
Yeah. So queen h8 played.
I mean, there's king g3, right?
Yeah. King g3. By the way, if I'm seeing this right, we might have had a 3-time repetition that the players, because they made so many moves in between, might not have noted. I actually need to get verification on this, but I can see on chess.com/events page, we have that the recycle arrow where they've repeated moves. It looks like the position was repeated 3 different times just from a different sequence. And now I think, to answer your question, sorry, Vaishali definitely has chances here.
Although she has to be careful not to go to a square where we can win the pawn, like king f2, queen c5 check, because then it's back to the same situation where we would pick black.
But look at this, queen b4 check, queen f4. She saves the pawn. So white is up a pawn and threatening checkmate in 1 if black is not paying enough attention.
So queen b4, queen f4, right? Good point. Yikes. Oh. The game continues.
Wait, but this is one of those things where you go from thinking it's a draw without effort to now having to use all of your remaining energy to find the draw, because you make one inaccuracy. It's not just like a slightly worse position. You're lost.
Wow. And you say there really was a perpetual that could have been claimed?
Well, I'm going to check, because queen takes d4. This is where it says the first time this position happened. And it was queen takes a pawn. Then it says here, 2 moves later, just to put this here, king e8. That is the second time that queen came from g5 and is back there. And then the third time is here, king e8 was played. So this position, I think, was repeated 3 times. And for Goryachkina, she definitely now is thinking, if she ever realized it, I should have made that claim. But because there were many moves in between, I just want to show that very quickly. We started queen takes d4. We repeated the position here. Then there were all these checks from different places, so you forget about what checks have already occurred, and you're not thinking about the repetition anymore. And now there we have a different position. So here we go, game on, and all of a sudden Vaishali has serious chances.
Wow.
Jennifer, I really think we could throw the evaluation bar out the window. Objectively, black should be holding this, but even in this position, you could put your queen on the wrong square, and then your position could collapse.
What about the pawn endgame? Who's winning the pawn endgame? that should be a draw. Like if I play a5 here and you play like queen b4, pawn b4, king f4, king d7, king e5. Oof. That's got to be winning for white now. So instead of king d7, we're going to have to come up with a better move, like the whole corresponding squares, right? The idea that you need to be able to play king d7 when they play king e5. It's a Zugzwang concept, right? So I guess, what do we do here?
I think d4, and then that way the white king is stuck one rank less advanced. Yes. And I think you are in the square. Here, takes. Yeah, black would win because you are in the square. Just for everyone watching, look at this square here. The black king gets there before the white pawn can successfully become a queen. Just crazy.
That's a fun little line. D4 played.
Wait, but it's losing. Apparently it's a losing move. I don't know why, but what's happening?
Why is this move losing? What a turnaround. I was just saying she's still in the tournament. Why? Is it because we bring our king up?
That's so tempting. King h5, for example, to push the g pawn.
Yeah, or king g5 with the idea of king g6, and then we're threatening queen f7 and queen c7 mate.
Oh my goodness, that's also scary, but
can we do it though?
40 seconds, Jennifer. So right now, like, it almost doesn't matter in part, is this objectively? She went queen somewhere.
I think she went queen yet. She played queen e5.
It was the correct move. You see the bar off the side saying that was the move, and she's threatening. Oh, Jennifer, the queen on b4 is not defended.
Wait, why does that matter? D3 check.
If d3, king h3 or something, but when you go king d7, I check you from g7, and you can't take the pawn on d6.
Because the queen f8 check. It's Bobby Fischer. It's searching for Bobby Fischer all over again.
Yeah, we made a reference to that before. Take the draw, but the draw was not taken. And Vaishali, she gets the upper hand here because check. King takes d6, queen f8, and there's a skewer on the diagonal. Jennifer, Vaishali is the one who decided to play on, and what a decision it was.
And so wait, explain. Okay, so let's go through this. So why is d3 check not any good? You're saying I just moved my king back or something like that. You got no checks.
I don't see any checks against this king.
And now why do you have to play king d7? Can you play something else here?
Well, I'm just going to take this one.
If you're saying there's no other way to stop queen takes e6 because my queen can't protect it, okay? And then you're just mating me, kind of, or close enough. What if if I play d2 check, if I just play, unfortunately it's not check, but if I play d2 and you play queen takes e6 check, king d8 is mate in 2, so I have to play king f8.
Right, just showing that checkmate for everybody, that would be a forcing mate. So king f8, and oh my goodness, can I stop your pawn somehow? Like, I'm going to say in the light squares maybe?
I see what you're trying to do. Okay.
But actually, I'm not sure I get that far, because if I ever go queen h5, now your king is going to approach this pawn. Although we actually have queen f... Oh my god.
We have the same line, but then we both queen, right? Queen f7 check, king d6, queen f8 check. And I mean...
I don't know where to put it. Let's say here. And now we have an extra 2 pawns for white, but some drawing chances for black.
but probably not, because also cross checks are in the air. So many cross check meaning, or a check to trade queens, right? And so difficult here. Queen F4 check. There's so many squares you can't go to. C6, D7, I have Queen G4 check. And so from a practical point of view, it's even harder. Like the evaluation bar already says white is completely winning, but I think this is one where in practice, it can be really tough to prevent these checks.
And I think it's one of those where, sorry, I was just saying, Jennifer, even if the bar said equal, we would still say that white would win most of the time. And have we seen a move? Goryachkina has played D3 check. So your move, Jennifer, I think is the only one to keep Goryachkina in the game. And I think she went towards the center. It looked like King F3 was her choice. She just wants to get this pawn with her king.
Understandable. So now with Queen B7 check, just King E3, and they're that makes the calculations easier. You don't even have a pawn.
You know what's funny, Jennifer, is I spent all this time avoiding checks, and she's like, well, actually, I can walk into the check. It's only one or two of them, and I'm going to steal all your remaining pawns.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Vaishali, speaking of playing the spoiler, this is it. I mean, it's not like Goryachkina was going to win the event, but she had a chance. This is really trying to take away those chances here. King F3.
For Vaishali, the fortune she received against Salimova in the previous round, and then coupling that up with her willpower in this game, where she didn't just make that 3-time rep. Well, maybe she did. I think we will need verification on that, because now I'm not seeing those wheels anymore. So I'm not sure if it was in fact a draw. It looked to me like it was based on replaying the game. But what I was going to say is that she could have just made it a 4th time, or however many times is necessary to end the game. She did not want the game to end, and now it might end in her favor.
How is it, Robert, that the hardest thing for a grandmaster is to count the 3? It's like, it is hard, because it's like, it's all over the game, right? It's not 3 in a row. It's 3 at any point.
And I forget what the rules are. Like, we would need an arbiter. When is the last time you can claim a draw if the position happened 3 times?
I do think you have to do it right away. Yeah. I mean, but by the way, I should point out that I think that some arbiters and tournament directors do think that 3-move repetition is a misnomer because of this very situation, because players who are just learning the game, who are just getting into competitive rated play, don't understand the rule. It should be called 3-fold repetition.
Yes, 3-fold repetition. Oh, wait, what? Oh, look at this. She wants Queen E4 to block the check because she'll trade queens and the white king will scoop up his D3 pawn.
Wow. What? Wait. Show me what you mean now. Okay, wait a second. So Queen B7 check.
Queen
You're saying Queen E4, and then there's the skewer. Okay, the skewer to trade queens, but that makes for the winning endgame.
This is just sublime technique from Vaishali. The way she made a knight d6 check at just the right moment where Goryachkina didn't have the easy way out. This is just really unbelievable stuff from somebody who's been near the bottom of the tournament for most of it. To fight back in this way, Vaishali is showing that this may be her first candidates, but it's almost certainly not going to be her last.
That's a good one. The liquidation technique here. Finding the opportunity when it looked like it was headed towards a draw. What a game.
And I think this is going to be so disappointing for Goryachkina, because for her, she decided not to make a repetition early on with her bishop going back and forth. Then she was playing for more, but sometimes when you're playing for a win, a result-oriented thinking, it means you're not playing really what chess is all about objectively. And she played many good moves in this game, but I think at the end here, she was outlasted by Vaishali, and this is over. Queen E4, there's nothing that Goryachkina can do anymore.
Yeah, it's a shame that after queen takes e4, king takes e4, d2, you queen, and stop me from queening.
Just everything working to perfection for Vaishali.
And I think Goryachkina has realized this, that she has sealed her own fate.
And she's down to under 10 seconds now, and there she makes a move. It looks like, what was that? Pawn to d2. She wants a queen with a check. You could promote, I can't even speak, to a knight if you want to win the queen that way. That would be a funny way of winning, but promoting to a queen stops the black pawn, as you mentioned.
And
she did promote to a knight.
She's like d8 equals knight check. All right, there you go.
She could have promoted to a queen. Like that would have stopped the pawn.
It is a little puzzling because now, well, wait a second. She couldn't resist the opportunity. That's all it is.
Oh, yeah, that is something that does happen. And the resignation has been done by Alexandra Goryachkina. We have a winner, Vaishali. What a game that was, ending with a knight fork under promotion. We got a bit of everything in this game, but unfortunately for Goryachkina, what she does not have are realistic chances at winning the candidates anymore, because Vaishali, unfortunately for Goryachkina and her many fans, brought her down. But for Vaishali's many fans, they'll be thrilled to see her on the comeback trail, winning 2 games in a row.
That's right. Yes. What a game. What a finish. Making a knight doesn't happen very often. I think it's in the contract that if you have a winning move where you promote to a knight, you got to do
it. You simply must. You are under obligation. And that was really wonderful stuff. So all congratulations for Vaishali and her compatriot, Humpy Koneru, is just well on her way to a victory. It's exactly what we talked about, Jennifer. This extra pawn is doing a lot of damage because black can't stand still. And as we just saw, the black king goes back, but white can use a second rook pawn to seal the deal.
Yeah, it's the 2 outside pass pawns. That's brutal. And unfortunately, you would love to stop that, but, playing the move c5 check is just now weakening your b pawn. So it's not going to be very effective.
And I feel like we could get like this eternal zugzwang where if there's opposition, the black rook can't move because then white pushes the pawn, but the white rook can move back and forth whenever needed to waste a turn. So I think for Salimova, it's just one of these positions where here it just spring free that second passer for Humpy, and that's all she wrote.
That's right. Now they are both basically playing on increment, but I don't think it's a position where Humpy is going to have any trouble winning on the increment.
No, she shouldn't. I'm trying to think of the way that black should go. If this king were, okay, I should draw arrows like this on g7, then the rook is free to run away. So you do have to be a little bit careful if you're Humpy, but I do trust her conversion and her technique.
I see. So you're saying like king f7, king g7 now.
Just get that king over in front of the pawn, but then white's going to get freed up as well to operate on the queen side.
Yeah, good point. Good point. And she's played king to f6 instead. So is there a difference with this idea? Probably not. Pretty similar idea.
Yeah. She probably just wanted to keep the white king out for one more move instead of allowing it to go forward.
And what is she waiting for? B4. B4, A5. What else is there? King f4. She wants to keep playing that, but with the idea that now, what do you think she's doing?
King f4. She just didn't want to allow the black king any closer to her pawn. And as we mentioned, as soon as this rook moves, the h pawn goes forward. And these endgames are quite instructive for those newer players out there, especially those who don't get into endgames very often. King activity is of the utmost importance. And the white king is so active that even if black were to win this pawn on h7, we trade. It sounds equal because we both have a king and 2 pawns, but the white king is just that much quicker, winning these pawns over here and helping to promote the remaining white pawns.
Salimova with just 25 seconds left on her clock, trying to figure out whether she should stop b4 herself with the move c5 or just move her king again. I don't think she wants to move her rook back.
No, she definitely doesn't. But you can see on her face, though, she's looking at this position as one where all hope is lost unless somehow Humpy falls for a trick that I don't even see exists.
But definitely worth playing it out nonetheless.
Almost always it's worth playing it out, right? This is just, you're down one pawn. Rook endgames notoriously have drawish tendencies, even if a side is up a pawn. But here it's just that white is active, and Humpy has her choice. She can go king g5, but I would actually go towards the queen side. I feel like that is a smart play because at some moment, I don't know when, she can then go push this outside pass pawn, and she has gone towards the center.
Yeah, that's right. She's played king to e5. E5. Speaking of E5 square, queen E5 by Vishali. What a move under time pressure. It's just like a beautiful thing to have your queen on that central square where it defends everything, and that skewer you pointed out. I think it is one of the more counterintuitive skewers. You know what I mean, Robert? Because like the diagonal, if there's a king on d6 and a queen on b4 and you play queen f8 jack, it wins. But the same thing for the lateral skewer doesn't win. So I think that's a bit of an optical illusion.
It's a really good point, that because the king can't go diagonally into more check, is not unable to protect the queen. But if it's on the 7th rank, for example, it would have been able to. And that's actually a really good point that I never thought about. And here we do see the rook back from where it came. And I think the reason why, just show another moment here, is king g7 walks into rook g2 check. And you think that this would be bad for white because h5 drops once again. We force the rooks off the board. And at the end of this, the white king, it's too close, it's too active, it wins these pawns. And if black tries to push, white does the same. And there goes that passer, it becomes a queen.
And that's the power of the outside pass pawn. That's how we call it, because when you capture our pass pawn, we will go capture everything else that's left on the other side of the board.
And here comes that pass pawn, the outside passer. b4 at long last, Jennifer. So Humpy just moved her king to the right, moved it back down towards the center, and now plays b4 when the enemy king is far away. And we know what's coming next. And there's going to be a second pass pawn that black cannot deal with successfully.
2 outside pass pawns. That's not something you really want to reckon with.
No. And I feel like she's going to play a5. Black's going to play c5 check, hoping that white takes to make it a less outside pass pawn, because black will take this one. But after a5, c5 check, white will just play king c4, and that's kind of it.
She did play a5, and let's see if you're right and she plays c5 here.
It feels like the only try for black is to try to get the white pawn as close as possible. Not moved yet. She does have a minute, and she took an a5. Yeah, she did. But now it's this pawn becomes a distraction that black can't really deal with.
Yeah, it's not something you see every day. What's better than one outside pass pawn? We have 2.
Yeah, it's just like bowling. The split is, the bane of all bowlers' existence. The split pass pawns is really something that a player on the defensive side does not want to deal with.
Are you much of a bowler, Robert?
I do really like bowling, like casually. I'm not some kind of insane bowler, but I've gone so many times with friends. It's just such a good activity. What about you, Jen?
Oh, I like it. I haven't gone that many times though. So is it popular where you're at now?
Not really. I just like growing up. A lot of my friends, some of my friends were on the bowling team in high school and things like that. So I feel like you just kind of naturally get into it. And during college, I feel like it just was something that we did for fun. But yeah, that's kind of neither here nor there in a way, because we see the split pawns here are just doing the damage on the chessboard, not even in the bowling lanes.
Yeah, they don't. Doesn't seem like there's much left for black to try, but she'll continue to see if there is any trick. I mean, she'll probably just play king c5 here, maybe get that king closer to the pawn. But then we play king f4 or king f5 and just go after the rook.
It can become a counting game, though, right? Where black sacrifices the rook for the h pawn, hoping that the king is close enough to help with the c pawn. So I think this is the best possible try from Salamova. And here comes Humpy. This is her experience paying off. King goes to the... Oh, but then she could free her rook this way, too.
When?
Like, if king b5, king g5 with tempo against the rook, she could even think about bringing her rook on to a2 to get behind this passer.
Oh, yes, that's true. Maybe she'll do exactly that. Doesn't want to give up anything.
Actually, if not for rook a2, it might be a draw because h6, king takes a5, the black king is perfectly situated to help, and there's rook a2. She's not giving any ground.
That's right. Rook a2 here.
Looks pretty much it. I feel like, sometimes as a chess player, when you're playing the game, you're saying that to yourself. Okay, that's the last hurdle. No, that's the last one. But now it does feel officially like the last hurdle because the white king with this advanced pawn, the black rook feels quite frozen.
Like a horror movie where they keep coming back at you, right? You thought it was over. So, I mean, some of these games have felt like that. The defense has been really magnificent.
Yeah, here it comes. King f6. And even if black plays rook h8, you could play a6, giving up your h pawn to get your a pawn to the other side because black will be forced to give up her rook, and the white king, very importantly, in these rook versus king and pawn games, the white king will be there to chase down the enemy pawn quite quickly. And Salamova hasn't moved yet, but Humpy is up over 3 minutes, Jennifer. So she's playing this endgame with confidence.
Oh, yeah, she knows now. And I'm sure Salamova has known her troubles for quite a while, but she's doing an admirable job of keeping the game going, keeping fighting.
She's such a fighter, such a great player. And she actually got off to quite a good start because she beat Humpy in the fourth game. Humpy had the black pieces and went all out. Played a very aggressive opening, exposed her king, and Salamova made her pay. So this is some revenge. Not enough revenge for Humpy, but this is at least going to be for her a win to make up for the first half defeat.
She's got her pawn one step closer to the promised land, and unlike Vaishali, her compatriot, she's not going to be making any knights.
That was definitely a fun finish for Vaishali, but no knights here. That would be a huge mistake, allowing black to draw, even if you could successfully get a free knight in the corner. Don't do it.
The Indian team now has auto knight on. No.
That would be just hilariously tragic. But no, this h7, king g7 to help out and promote. Or if the rook slides out over this way, the white rook can help out to end the story.
There's no auto knight, is there? I don't think so. That's not a real setting.
I don't think so either, but you said it, and I was like, that's kind of cool. It'd be one of the silliest settings to put on ever because you promote to a knight correctly one in I don't even know how many times. Very, very rarely. And I guess the question is, as we approach move 85 now, is how many more moves Salamova wants to play. She is... It's unfortunate for her to be in this position because, as I mentioned, she did outplay Vaishali in the round before the rest day. So to suffer 2 defeats in a row in this manner, it's going to be a bit painful. But Humpy did outplay her from the start of this game. It was a really nicely played game, in fact, by Humpy Canero. So I think you just really got to credit the very strong, long-time Grandmaster for her work in this game.
Yep, nice performance in a very bloody round, Robert. As it looks like we didn't get the all. Wait a second. For a second, I thought, we originally thought we were going to get 2 draws like a few minutes ago, right? But we're actually going to get 3 decisive games, which is pretty incredible. Could have been 4.
It could have been. These players are fighting till the very end. I mean, we're 86 moves into this game, and Salimova's going to lose it, but she gave her best effort from a tough position. And one draw was held by a miracle save, a miraculous one from Lei Tingzhe, and otherwise the players with the white pieces, they did the damage. Humpy Canero will be the third winner after Tan Zhengyi and Vaishali. And you see Nergis Salimova takes the pawn on a5, but the white king is too close. This is still an instructive endgame for players who do not get them very often, that the white king being this close allows her to chase down this passer with the help of the rook. And I think that Salimova will just play the last bunch of moves quickly until the white king gets to d4. And one last thing is, if this black king were on e4, we tell a different story to this game because the white king is shouldered out, but the white king has a very clear path to chase down the pawn.
Now, how many more moves will this go? Because there is a record that could potentially be broken here. Susan Polgar against Ayosi Liani in 1993 had the longest game in the women's candidates history in 109 moves.
We are not going to get that far, I don't think, but this is move 89. You need 20 more moves, but this pawn is chased down already, and so resignation feels imminent.
And that was, by the way, the infamous one where they were so evenly matched, Robert, she went by Zhuzha at the time, that they got 6-6, and they had a number of tie breaks. They were all split, and they ended up using a random chance at the end. It was like a roulette wheel combined with like picking a box, and you had to pick the correct color to see who won. Not the tie breaks that we have anymore.
Well, we do have result here as Humpy Canero gets it done. She doesn't need chance. She doesn't need roulette. She used her own chess skills, and she wins the game. Goes up to 5.5 out of 11, an even score for her. And yeah, that was a long game. It was a hard-fought one, but Humpy does get that win. And it's only her second win of the tournament. She also beat Vaishali in round 8. She suffered 2 early defeats in the first half. So for Humpy, it's a little late, but it's better late than never, I guess you could say.
But a great game. Just, flawless. And very different than a lot of the games in this round in that there were so many good ones, but there was a lot of shifts in win probability. One player's winning, another, then it was a draw, whereas this one, it was just kind of like smooth sailing for Humpy Canero.
Yeah, really. Just a masterclass in many ways of technique. Just was finesse throughout. And so she wins. She joins Tan Zhengyi as well as Vaishali for winners of the day. But I really think that there's one winner overall, and it is Tan Zhengyi, because she's now in clear first. And you could give a second quote-unquote winner title to Lei Tingzhe for surviving that game, Jennifer, because she was the only draw of the day. But in many ways, that was kind of the key game, because if she didn't hold on, we would have a full point of separation between Tan Zhengyi and her nearest rival.
Incredibly important and so instructive. What a blast it was to call the women's candidates today with you, Robert. I had so much fun.
Oh, me too, right? We had 3 decisive games, a 4th that could have gone in that direction, and now we have a sole leader with just 3 rounds to go. So, Jennifer, 3 wins for the white pieces. It was a very bloody day here, and it goes to show perhaps that these women are going to fight till the very last round.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot more blood spilled in the women's candidates. So stay tuned in. I'm going to be on with Danya Naroditsky tomorrow, so you're not going to want to miss it. I had so much fun calling it with you, Robert, though. Thank you. I know it's late where you are, and you've kept sharp as ever.
Well, I'm doing my best, but you have to stay sharp in these candidates if you're commentating, if you're playing, because as we bring up the standings here, Jennifer, we do have one leader and one leader only. But I think the biggest storyline in a way is not just Tan Zhengyi's lead, it's that Lei Tingzhe is a half point behind, and then there's a full 1.5 points between Lei Tingzhe and the tie for 3rd place. So we know it's a 2-woman race at this point, and it's the Chinese players.
That's right, and they deserve it. Playing great, playing consistent, playing with so much verve. We love to see it, and we love to see everyone here sticking with us for 6 hours. Thank you so much. What a round.
It's been a phenomenal round, 3 decisive games, 1 sole leader, and 1 close save from Lei Tingjie. And I think what's important going forward is we know who's in first, but pairings are really essential now because some players may get some of the higher rated opposition, others may face some of the players who are struggling in this tournament. So why don't we bring up our round 12 pairings, because not much rest for the weary. Round 12 is tomorrow, and in our important matchups, Katerina Lagno, she is going to be so devastated by her loss today because she gets white against Lei Tingjie. And then we have Nurgul Salimova, who's suffered 2 straight defeats, plays against Tan Zhongyi. So when you look at these matchups, both our leader and a player half point behind her, they get the black pieces. These are tricky matchups for the Chinese players.
Very tricky. And any predictions, Robert, since we're not going to have you tomorrow?
Well, Katerina Lagno has a great lifetime record against Lei Tingjie. I think that Lei Tingjie likes to take risks, as we saw today, that can backfire against a player as sturdy as Katerina Lagno. But is Katerina going to be motivated? That's a really big question after today's defeat. So I think that Tan Zhongyi could increase her lead because Nurgul Salimova, she's a bit wounded in this tournament, Jennifer.
Great points, and it will be a round to watch. Just 3 rounds left in the women's candidates, and we are here for it.
We certainly are, and we appreciate everybody else who has been here for what has been a wild ride. 3 decisive games, a close one from Lei Tingjie to survive against Anna Muzychuk. What a study-like endgame that was, with the queen delivering endless checks. So we'll leave you with that, Jennifer. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a long round. I'm glad you'll be covering tomorrow's action as well, and I hope everyone rejoins you, Jennifer, and Danya tomorrow because it should be so much fun. Thanks, everybody. Jennifer, we'll see you then, and it's been a great ride. More from the women's candidates to return tomorrow, same time, same place.